Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 181. That name sounds familiar. Niang. Bjorn. That person must be the one from that time. Even without Misha's reminder, I remembered, especially as various summoned creatures were appearing around him. He is a summoner. I sighed as I identified each creature, 1 attacker and 3 support types, all averaging at level 7. I thought he looked familiar. With this, any chance of him being just a look-alike vanished. Hans G. The one I concluded as the player, based on my knowledge of Liaki's patterns and the conditions under which the Death Knights had appeared. Shit. What happened the last time we encountered this guy? A troll appeared on the 4th floor, and we almost all died. Player or not, Hans in this world is akin to a plague. Only that thought dominated my mind. Mr. Jandel, why have you been so quiet? I dashed forward, harder than ever. The brief pause was to gain momentum. Boom! Leaving a clear footprint on the ground, I quickly closed the distance between us and him. Hans G. wasn't just watching idly either. Scream dash! A lizard that spits flames while screaming. Specifically, a fire tribute type attack summon called Naimpi. Whoosh dash! Even though it was a level 7 summon and not incredibly threatening, its firepower exploded with the support of the other summoners. Sizzle! The scorching heat heated my skin. But what am I supposed to do about it? Bethel, I covered my upper body with a shield. For the rest, I just relied on my flame resistance and charged through the fire. That may have taken some of my skin off, but there are priorities in everything. Crack dash! The mace, infused with the full strength of an ogre, made a satisfying sound. At the same time, Hans G's head burst, and he fell. It was an instant death, as his body turned into light before even hitting the ground. What are you doing? Raven yelled, shocked by the completely unexpected behavior. While I understand her anger, explanations can wait. Don't come any closer. I commanded authoritatively to my companions and quickly moved towards them. Then I took a long-held breath. Huff. Done. I had encountered Hans, but I hadn't breathed in his contaminated air. So, it should be fine. No, it has to be fine. Could it be poison? That is not it. What should I call this? Right. Let us give up on this path for now. Huh. Are you saying it was really poison? I didn't see any signs of it. Never mind that, just come on. I led the team back the way we had come, adopting a somewhat authoritarian attitude. Was my behavior unfamiliar to them? For some reason, Raven, who usually has something to say, followed quietly with a serious expression on her face. This should be far enough. After walking for about 5 minutes, I stopped. I was about to turn around to explain what had just happened when, whoa, my foot caught on a protruding rock, and my body swayed heavily. I managed to regain my balance, but even this didn't feel like a coincidence. Could it be the effects of Hans have started? Right, it wasn't even his real body. It was a doppelganger. Maybe this little incident is all that will happen. Jandel, there is something more up ahead. Alerted by Mr. Bear's shout, I quickly checked ahead. 2 doppelgangers were approaching. I was sure they were doppelgangers because both of them, when revealed in the darkness, had the same face. Shit. I closed my eyes tightly and then opened them. But the scene before me was unchanged. Is this what hell is like? I am Chryson. Eskrisen. Hans was being duplicated. It was the same as the first time. Regardless of the intense flames, I immediately charged in and smashed their heads. Holding my breath during the attack was an added measure. Everyone hold your breath. We're breaking through. What? Why? There is no time to explain. With no way back, we held our breath and crossed the corridor. And when it seemed safe enough to stop, I paused and checked on my companions. Bjorn, your eyes are terrifying. What in the world is going on? I really don't think it was poison. Was he someone you knew? My unusual behavior left my companions unable to hide their confusion. Yes, he was someone I knew. I tried to calm down and explained everything one by one. That the doppelganger we had just met was named Hans. And all the bad things that happened whenever I crossed paths with him. ISNT, that's serious. But what should we do? I breathed. Einar, who knew about the Hans education I had given in the Barbarian Sanctuary, listened to the whole story and began to chew her nails anxiously. It's not just a matter of feeling. True to his superstitious nature, Mr. Bear also looked troubled. And Raven, what? You mean it's not just a matter of feeling? She sat quietly for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha! Is she a psychopath? How can she laugh in this atmosphere? Seeing this, you really are a barbarian, Mr. Jandel. That is a racist. Oh, sorry if it sounded that way. But haha. If you're really worried, shall I bestow a mage's blessing? A mage's blessing? There wasn't such a thing even in the game. As I tilted my head in confusion, Raven explained gently as if speaking to a child. In poorer neighborhoods, when a mage visits, little kids cling to them and beg for their luck. That is what a mage's blessing is. So it's just a figurative blessing? I don't need it. Why not? It could at least give you some peace of mind. Raven, who had been laughing, wasn't entirely joking as she began to discuss a study. Something about believing in something so strongly that it affects your physical body? It seemed like she was referring to the placebo effect. What does she think of us barbarians? Do it then? Really? Oh, how is it done again? Could you stoop down a bit? As I simply slumped down to the ground, Raven placed her hands alternately over my shoulders with a solemn expression as if she was knighting a knight. And unusually for her, she added a warm remark. Everything will be all right. You have my luck now. I'm not sure about luck, but it seems to bring some sanity back. Thinking about it, it's just superstition. Was Hans there when I met the Dragon Slayer? Oh, really? You come to your senses. Mr. Jandel, you are our team leader. Raven S. right, I need to wake up? Even if the effect of Hans really exists, having entered the rift, meeting Hans' real body is an established fact. I just have to be more careful than usual. Me too. Do it for me too. And me next, would that be okay? Ahem, I do like it too. Perhaps due to the improvement in my expression, my teammates gathered around Raven like chicks. All right, everyone line up. Raven sighed, but proceeded to bestow her blessing on each one, adding words of blessing for each. Was this her personality? It felt like I was seeing an unexpected side of her. Now tell us, Jandel. You wouldn't have just killed it without a plan? You must know something about this Hans or whatever, right? Somewhat. After the blessings were done, we had a time of sharing what I knew. What essence Hans Chryson possessed, and who his teammates were. A fairy archer, a human warrior, and a mage, right? That was the last configuration I saw. Only 4 people? Since they entered the rift, it's likely a 5-person team. Probably the last spot will be a scout. A 4th floor rift opens in one of the stages above the 25th floor. Without a scout, finding the rift before it fills up is nearly impossible. That is highly probable. After explaining what I knew about Hans' teammates, Raven nodded as if reassured. I could guess what she was thinking. Unless something has changed in the meantime, Hans' GS team is clearly less skillful than ours. We don't have to worry about them messing with the distribution. We're the ones who should be messing. Yes, if the situation arises. We still know nothing about the other team, right? With that, I ended the information sharing about Hans' team and resumed our exploration. Fortunately, since we had distanced ourselves from him, only our doppelgangers appeared afterwards. I wish I could have found out about the other team beforehand. Their paths didn't cross ours, and the identity of the mysterious team remained unknown. But lamenting wouldn't change anything. Oh, another magic stone box. We spent the day wandering the cave, occasionally opening boxes that appeared. It was the main reward of the first chapter, the Shadow Cave. No matter how many doppelgangers we caught, they didn't spit out magic stones or essence. This was just balancing the scales. Still, it feels strange. In the game, I just accepted this system. But experiencing it in reality brings a sense of alienation. Is this really like a game? There is a hypothesis circulating in academia nowadays that we didn't discover the labyrinth. We created it. Maybe Raven was right about what she said before. If someone created it, that would explain the structure. What exactly is this world? Is it a game, or is it really another world? This question has haunted me since the day I woke up in this body, but as always, I've folded it neatly away again. There is no point in exhausting myself over something I can't solve with the clues I have. Now there are only open boxes. Almost no doppelgangers are appearing. What should we do? Didn't we agree you'd make the decisions here? I shrugged and left the decision to Raven. What she'd say would be what I'd say anyway. Well, we should rest here today and head to the center tomorrow. Right. Why? Because it's very likely that other teams are already gathered in the central part. There is no need to camp together, is there? A mage's safety-oriented judgment. I particularly like the part about her inherent distrust towards others. So, do you have anything to say about my decision? Not at all. Your eyes look strange. I was just thinking how fortunate it is to have a mage like you on the team. I mean it sincerely. She'll never know how much easier she has made my life since she joined the team. Flattery won't get you anything. What is she saying? Her shoulders are already up to her ears. After quickly preparing camp, we took turns standing guard and ended the 8th day. So began the 9th day. 5:07. Waking up a bit earlier than usual, we headed towards the central part of the cave. There was no wandering off the path. We had only stayed in this area because of the boxes. The way to the central part was straightforward. Just follow the path with weeds. Trudging along, the walls became more covered with clumps of grass and moss, and soon a vast cave appeared before us. Finally, the latecomers have arrived. Already, 10 explorers had gathered there. Oh, you've come. Jandel. Of course, among them was Hans G. Did they spend the night here? When we arrived, the explorers were busily organizing the area. I immediately scanned the area. Hans G's team is just as I expected. There hadn't been any changes in the team members. All four were the explorers I had seen before. That woman I hadn't seen before must be a new recruit. And the other group, I'm not sure, made up of a dwarf, a beast human, and 3 humans. Their equipment seems roughly on par with ours. The distinguishing feature is their alert eyes. Considering the environment of the rift, it's not that unusual. Who was the leader over there? Soon, the dwarf approached. He was the one who had scolded us for being late as soon as we arrived. Ah, probably Jandel. The one I mentioned before. That person. The little Balkan? Yes. Had greetings already been exchanged? Hans G said something to the dwarf. Then he turned to me, pretending to be friendly. Ah, nice to meet you. Imagine meeting here. You know, when I met Jandel's doppelganger. How shocked I was. Stop. Yes? Stop coming closer. I lowered my voice to block Hans' approach. From my perspective, this distance is just right. It's not like we're wearing masks, right? Identification? I then turned my attention away from Hans G and spoke to the dwarf. But somehow, Hans G responded. Aha! If it's about identification, I've checked it so you don't have to worry. Really? That makes me even more uneasy. Identification. Ignoring Hans's words and repeating my request, the dwarf chuckled and in turn asked, You show yours first. Is he trying to start a standoff? I'm not particularly inclined to avoid it, but since identity verification was a priority, I pulled out a necklace to show. Now it's your turn. Following my request, the dwarf also took out a necklace to show. All right? Are we done? Yes. I nodded. Then I heard Raven's voice in my head. A magic of whispered communication used for private conversations. Jandel. Yes, you've noticed it too. These people aren't from the city. They're from underground. ***. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 182. Jinx 2. The identification tags are only available before entering the labyrinth. Technically it's called an ID tag, but it's essentially a steel pendant with the royal family's emblem on it. For reference, Raven, who has a general appraiser's certificate, estimates the production cost at less than 3,000 stones. So it's really just an ordinary necklace. Even for the royal family, it would have been difficult to produce and distribute such magical devices in such a short time. What's more, the tag didn't even have a name on it, so it was impossible to tell if someone had stolen it. However, upon our careful examination, we discovered a hidden trick in the ID tag. It wasn't anything spectacular, but neither the official who distributed them nor the knight we met on the first floor had mentioned it. What exactly is written here? It's an ancient language. Tiny numbers written in an ancient language were embedded within the royal emblem. The number on our ID tag was 2. Raven and I speculated about this, and after comparing it with the tags of other explorers, we came to a conclusion. The clan we met earlier all had 3 on their tags. These ancient numbers indicated the rank of the explorer. It didn't precisely denote the rank, but 1 was for lower, 2 for mid-level, and 3 for upper-level explorers. I wondered why they asked about levels when distributing these, so this was the hidden feature. But why didn't they tell us when handing them out? Because there was a risk of it being misused by those from the Arkansas. Of course, even knowing how to read the ancient language, it was a loosely kept secret that allowed us to speculate like we did. Still, it wasn't a bad cost-effective measure. Adding an extra number when stamping the emblem wasn't a difficult task. In fact, we have already benefited from this knowledge. Ah, the damn Hans effect. I carefully controlled my expression and tightened my grip on the shield. The number on the shield the dwarven team had shown me earlier was 1. That means they're from Nork, who took the tags from someone else. Given their equipment and appearance, these guys couldn't possibly be low-level explorers. So what now? Should I just kill them right away? That was the first option that came to mind, but upon careful consideration, it seemed like the worst move. Raven seemed to think similarly. I don't know they've been found out yet, so let us just pretend we don't know and start exploring. Yes, that is definitely the best course of action. I nodded in response to the telepathic magic, and the dwarf gave me a meaningful look. Is there something wrong? No, nothing. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Bjorn, son of Jandel. Who are you? Jagarth Martin. A dwarven name, but I'm sure it's an alias. Ah, I.am Hans Christen. With that, Hans G also introduced himself, completing the introductions of the leaders. Where's your ID tag? Ah, here it is. What are you all doing? Hurry up and show yours. To be on the safe side, we also checked the ID tags of Hans G's team. With the exception of 1 newcomer marked 1, all were marked 2. Now that we're together, shouldn't we introduce the others too? We need to stick together? Do you know something about this rift? Yes, I've read quite a bit about it. Hans G nodded confidently at the dwarf's question. It was somewhat funny. He learned it from books? That's the same excuse I usually use. Explain it to me. What happens next? Now that we're all here, if we all join hands, a path will open. If we follow that path, we'll reach a forest. You might be useful. Haha, I'm glad I can help. On that note, how about we take some time to learn what each of us is good at? At Hans G's suggestion, they briefly introduced the members of their respective teams. Here is how it went. Hans G's team: Summoner, Mage, Bludgeon Warrior, Scout, and a Fairy Archer. Dwarf team: Dwarf Warrior, Beast Human Swordsman, Mage, an Archer, and a Priest. Oh, there's a priest in your team? Hans G brightened up upon hearing about the composition of the dwarf team. The presence of a priest was especially welcome, considering the upcoming raids. Although it's probably just a priest of Karui. So, how will we distribute? As expected from explorers who met in a rift, after the introductions, we immediately discussed loot. And the result? The team that killed the mob would keep what they collected. For the loot gathered collectively, we agreed to roll dice. However, it wasn't a fair dice. Shouldn't the side that contributed more take more? You're Chryson, right? From the looks of it, you're the least helpful among us. As I mentioned earlier, we have information about this rift. I know quite a bit about the doppelganger forest too. Raven toyed with her opponent in a calm voice, entering her negotiation mode. Just a moment. Aren't you being too rude? The fairy archer from Hans' team bristled, but it hardly changed the situation. Lady Marin, please stop. It's not like he's wrong. That's right, admit it. Didn't we just suffer a lot because of that barbarian friend's doppelganger? It would be unfair to us to ask for fairness when there is such a discrepancy. The fairy archer clenched her jaw in frustration as the leader and the mage spoke the same words. Hans G then spoke with a bitter tone. We will always subtract 1 from any rolls in our favor. Subtract 2. Instead, we'll use a 10-sided dice. Agreed. But if we make a significant contribution, you should increase it. That's a reasonable proposal. Why don't we make that a rule? If any team makes a mistake, subtract 1 from their roll, and add 1 if they do well. What do you think? Raven spoke directly to the dwarf, who nodded agreeably. That seems fair. I'm going to stab them in the back anyway. Was that last line just my imagination? As we gathered at the altar in the center of the commons and raised our hands, the vines blocking the path were pushed aside, revealing an uphill path. We'll go first. Just don't follow too closely. That's reasonable. Our teams kept a safe distance as we moved through the passage, and soon the forest appeared. This is where the second chapter begins. Characters have entered a special area. Field effect doppelganger forest is applied. Status ailment distrust is applied. Attacks against exploration members deal double damage. The chapter was straightforward. Wander the forest, defeat 3 mid-bosses, and find a hidden altar to complete the mission. So, which team will take the lead? Let us take turns. True to the nature of explorers with the distrust passive, each team adopted a split formation rather than moving as a single unit. From above, the structure looks like an isosceles triangle. Each team dealt with monsters from their respective directions and provided support if the situation turned dangerous. Activate your voice control spells first. Despite being quite a distance away from the other teams, we switched on the team voice spell and continued exploring, defeating doppelgangers every few minutes. How much time had passed? What is wrong with that dwarf? He seems so strong, but he has nothing in a fight. We naturally hunted the doppelgangers of the other team members and gathered information. As expected, Hans G's team was easy to deal with, and the dwarf team wasn't as strong as we had thought. They must be around rank 5. This was good news to Madame, especially since I had even considered the possibility that they might be Dragonslayer level strong. Raven, turn on the voice control. It's already on. I hadn't mentioned that yet. Just make it between you and me. It was a sensitive topic. Why just the 2 of us? I'll explain everything later. My other 3 teammates looked at me questioningly, but when they saw my expression, they nodded. It's done. But are you planning not to tell those 3? I don't think any of them are good at acting. It wasn't intentional, but our gaze naturally settled on Einar. Let us end this discussion here. Yes, that would be best. I then moved on to the main topic. So, what do you think their move will be? It could go either way. They could just want to finish their exploration peacefully and leave, or they could get greedy. I was a little surprised by the answer. 50-50? I would have thought she'd see them as more greedy. Well, they're outnumbered by us. And from what we've seen, they aren't stronger than us. That is true. But one thing is for sure, if they get greedy, it won't be now. Probably after we've taken care of the Guardian. This matched my own thinking. The Doppelganger Forest is a rift that requires a 15-person party. Unless one is extraordinarily skilled, it's difficult for a single team to clear it. You know what that means, right? It also means that we can't attack them before we catch the Guardian. Yeah, I'm aware. That's the most frustrating part of the situation. Cutting down the column at the root. Ideally, one should eradicate a problem at once, but I can't make a preemptive strike. It feels like I will go crazy just thinking about it. So, what about them? The team with Hans? Yes. Did you notice anything suspicious? I'm not sure. He seemed a bit clumsy, but he doesn't look like a bad guy. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. Indeed, that is how it appears. But I know better. Hans G was the one who led over 100 explorers to their doom, to save himself when he was trapped in the Rift of Malice. He is not someone to be underestimated. He is also a player, after all. Ha! I sighed involuntarily. As if Hans G wasn't enough, we now have to deal with the Norks team. Why does it always turn to hard mode whenever we enter a rift? Bjorn, be on the lookout for doppelgangers. Keep a close watch on the other side, too. Let me know immediately if you sense anything strange. Got it? With that, I ended my conversation with Raven and focused on the exploration. Contrary to expectations, no one delved deeper into our conversation. It's unimaginable that they weren't curious. They must believe there's a good reason and are waiting patiently. Makes me feel guilty. I need some support over here. Other than occasional requests for support from Hans G's team, time passed without significant events. Then, as night fell, we encountered one of the 3 mid-bosses. It's a manticore, one of the few non-doppelganger creatures in this rift, notorious for its bang for its buck value, whether it be byproducts or essences. You have killed the manticore. EXP +5. Thanks to information from Raven and Hans G, the fight itself was not difficult. However, the issue was, well, is it really an issue? Stop right there. An essence dropped. For the first time in a while, it was an essence I could consume. Raven, get the dice out. We absolutely have to win. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 183. Manticore. A level 5 monster with the body of a lion and the unsettling face of a human. The essence of this creature is quite unique. Manticore. Discernment +40, appetite +30, leaping ability +30. Essentially, the real benefit is just leaping ability +30. It might seem worse than a level 9 monster, but its passive ability is related to stats. P. Inheritance. When consuming a magic stone, stats increase permanently. Inheritance. A skill that boosts abilities upon consuming a magic stone. While it appears to be a cheat-level skill at first glance, there is a crucial limitation. The total sum of stats that can be obtained through this skill is 200. Initially, I even wondered why such a flawed essence even existed. Many level 5 creatures have a total sum stats exceeding 300. But to have to rely on using a passive skill to achieve what should be the basic stats? Moreover, the active skills weren't that great either. It would be different if it gave Manticore's core ability, random skill barrage, but that S unique to the creature and can't be obtained from the essence. However, stop right there. The moment this essence appeared, everyone's expression changed. Yes, they knew the true value of this essence too. Raven, get the dice out. As I shouted, the dwarf growled. Before that, perhaps you should step back first, Barbarian. What, afraid I might just eat it outright if I lose the dice roll? Unlikely, but starting a quarrel now wouldn't do anyone any good. Let's all step back at once then. Agreed. Yes. That seems like a good idea. Starting with me, everyone step back together. Then we swiftly resolve the situation as quickly as roasting beans with lightning. The essence lasts for an average of 30 minutes. So, let's address something I hadn't had the chance to ask earlier. Is there any team willing to give up their bid? I asked just in case, but both Hans G and the dwarf shook their heads, and each made a remark. No, we will participate. Except for the mage and the priest, it's an essence that everyone can use. Fucking player bastard. The true value of the Manticore's essence lies in its erasure at the temple. Even if erased, 20% of the additional stats remain. It's practically an elixir with a bonus stat of 40. No way we give up this expensive essence. The dwarf retorted. Expensive essence? Are you planning to sell it? We don't have space for more essences. That is possible, but suddenly another possibility came to mind. All right, these guys are from the underground city, aren't they? For explorers from Norark, the process of erasing essences at the temple is complicated, especially when the city is under blockade. It would make sense to keep it and sell it secretly once the blockade is lifted. However, one major question remained. But you don't have a mage, do you? The dwarf team doesn't have a mage. While their sorcerer, who is focused on offensive essences, plays a similar role in terms of firepower, replacing a mage's utility is impossible. The dwarf responded nonchalantly. Don't you have one on your side? We'll pay well for the test tube use and include a generous tip. Trying to profit from us, huh? What if we refuse both? The dwarf smirked at my suggestion to avoid greed. We'll still roll the dice. And if we win, we'll just keep watch until the essence disappears. In other words, if they can't have it, they might as well interfere. That left a bad taste in my mouth. Explorers are explorers, whether underground or above ground. They're shockingly similar in this respect. Should I just ambush and kill them here? Such a drastic method crossed my mind, but I regained my composure with Raven's help. Mr. Jandel, We have no choice, right? We haven't even thrown the dice yet. It's not a core essence like gigantification. Eventually, when we can get level 3 essences, it will have to be erased. And it's not like there aren't better replacement essences. So, how long are we going to keep this up? Prompted by the dwarf, I also snapped back to reality. Let us have one representative from each team come forward. The leaders of each team gathered in one place. I briefly explained the rules. Each person will throw once, and the person with the highest roll gets the loot. If there's a tie, those two will roll again to determine the winner. Are we using that Mage-S dice? It's an official dice of the Explorers Guild. It's alright if you don't want to use mine, but in that case I'll have to check it first. Alright then, no problem. The dwarf nodded coolly, and the preparations were complete as the mage from Hans G's team examined Raven's dice. Hans, as agreed, you will subtract 2 from your roll. Speak now if you have any objections. We are satisfied just to have this opportunity. Alright then, so, who is going first? Who would take the initiative? Though it seemed trivial, everyone gulped and eyed each other, gauging the moment. Unexpectedly, Hans G was the first to step forward. I'll go first. Hans G picked up the dice. Despite the handicap of a -2 deduction, his teammates threw him encouraging looks filled with anticipation. Go on, Kryson. You can do it. Hans, if you mess this up, be ready for a kick in the ass. Don't worry too much about losing, Kryson. From the newly appointed scout to the human warrior to the middle-aged mage, each of his teammates looked on. When Hans G locked eyes with the fairy archer, she nodded silently. It was clear to anyone that there was something special between them. This isn't some teenage drama. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. The newly recruited female scout was biting her lip in frustration, seeing their interaction. Alright, here I go. Hans G rolled the dice energetically. The dice clattered across the dry ground, showing its various numbers as it tumbled. Finally, it stopped. 10. The number showing was a whopping 10, the highest possible roll on the dice. Yawa. Insane. He has done it. What's the market value? Per tin, what does the guild list the standard price at? Cheers erupted from Hans G's side, while we stood there, mute as if we'd eaten honey. The dwarf, sensing an opportunity to needle, spoke up. Sounds like you're already counting it as yours. You haven't forgotten you need to subtract 2 from that roll. Have you? Ah, yes, I'm aware. The jubilant atmosphere cooled somewhat, but Hans G's team still felt celebratory. After all, an 8 is still a high roll. Next, it's my turn. The dwarf walked over to Hans G, grabbed the dice, hesitated for a moment with a grimace on his face, then casually threw them to the ground. The dice barely rolled before stopping. 9. Is this for real? Aoea. Damn it all. I knew it. You beast. A wild roar erupted from the dwarf team. In contrast, Hans G's team all looked stunned, their faces frozen. Huh. The dwarf looked over at Hans G and me, a smirk playing on his lips. He then uttered a phrase I'd use least likely in my life. Lucky day. What kind of person is this guy, really? A sense of overwhelming despair enveloped me. But I couldn't just collapse. Not when there is so much at stake for me. Jandel, why fret over something like this? It's not like you. Mr. Bear offered his words. I believe in you. Bjorn, you can do it. Niang Bjorn, you always pull through, don't you? We want to talk about probabilities. They mean nothing to someone like you, Mr. Yandel, right? My teammates still believed in me, and I hadn't given up on myself. And so, I grasped the dice. The dwarf, noticing my resolve, sneered arrogantly. A familiar scene by now. Hans's number was 8. The dwarf's number was 9. All I needed now was to roll a 10. Chances were just that. Chances meaningless. Isn't this the kind of dramatic turn you'd expect in movies or comics? Yes, by the narrative this should happen. No, it has to happen. Bjorn's eyes have changed. A peculiar certainty wrapped around my hand, as if some unseen presence had embraced me warmly. Before that sensation faded, I threw the dice. Go, great warrior. Amidst Einar's shout, the dice rolled. Surprisingly, my mind was clearer than it had ever been. Thump. My heart beat quietly. The air felt crisply cool, and as if time slowed, each second was vividly imprinted in my mind. Amidst this pleasant sensation, thud, the dice stopped. Immediately, the atmosphere shifted. A chilling silence descended. I looked away from the dice to the people around me. Insane. The dwarf, who had been smirking so confidently. My teammates, who had believed and supported me. Even Hans G, already resigned to defeat, opened his mouth wide in shock. Did it really happen? I checked the dice. What? I should have asked Misha to throw it. The loser is left without words. All excuses are just that. Excuses. One must simply endure in silence. Just as I am doing now. Pwah! To roll a 1 with that look on your face. Did you see that? I was actually scared. Your eyes were so certain. Harsh taunts erupted from the dwarf's team. A sense of humiliation enveloped me from head to toe. I'm curious, really? How can someone make such a face? Ka! Don't mock Bjorn. Go on. Great warrior. PFF. Pah. I'll kill you. I held back Einar, who was about to lash out. Stop. But, if I don't smash his head in? Yes, we couldn't silence that mouth any other way. I understood the feeling better than anyone. But now was not the time. They knew that as well. Stop it, both of you. As I stared firmly, the dwarf also restrained his teammates, preventing any further taunting. With the winner already decided, I turned to the business at hand. How much will you give? For the test tube, 15 million stones. That was the fixed price. And the service fee? 5 million stones. That's a good deal for just casting a spell. But 7 million. You're greedy. The dwarf glanced at Hans G's team, S-Mage. Since they had 2 mages, they could potentially ask the other side for help, but we don't have a test tube. Hans G's team didn't have a test tube. What? I had initially quoted a higher price, expecting to split the fee with them. This changes the conversation. We'll give 7 million. At Hans G's words, the dwarf accepted my offer without a moment's hesitation. But the train had already left the station. It's too late. The price just went up to 15 million. In essence, the service fee was now the same as the price of the test tube. Don't push it, Barbarian. The dwarf muttered as if he was fed up. It wasn't hard to understand. Being shorter might make it harder to see the world widely. Naturally, he didn't understand the basic principles of a market driven by supply and demand. Pushing it? I think this is a reasonable price. Especially since he won't refuse it. 10 million stones. No bargaining. Take it or leave it. Think rationally, Barbarian. Are you really going to throw this money away? It's your choice. Either throw away the essence or pay us and take it in the test tube. I pushed hard with tough bargaining. It's also the reason why a monopoly can be so ruthless in a capitalist market. Business is business, even if it's shitty. Fuck. The dwarf trembled with anger, then spoke. I'll give 15 million stones. Good, that's sensible. Not to you, to them. The dwarf looked at Hans G and said, What? What do you mean? If you pay us this amount, I'll transfer the ownership of the essence to you. A sale right here. That's what he meant. An emotional decision abandoning reason. I almost regretted it for a moment, but then it seemed there wouldn't be a major issue. We don't have that kind of money right now. You can barter. Let us discuss this for a moment. Hans G and his team took some time to consult. From their muted conversations, it appeared they had activated team voice magic. Naturally, this discussion didn't last long. The conclusion was not far from what I expected. Even so, selling equipment is a bit too much. Hans G's team would have to sell equipment for more than 3 members to raise this amount. But giving up equipment in a rift for an essence that's not immediately useful? That doesn't make sense. So, what if we arrange to pay from the city? That's not possible. It's unlikely these guys from the underground city would offer Hans G a line of credit. Backed into a corner, the dwarf exhaled deeply. Then he looked at me, clearly reluctant. Barbarian, at the price you said, 20 million stones. It just went up again. This fucker. Or we could buy the essence for 15 million stones ourselves. How about that? I'll pay 20 million stones. The dwarf cursed under his breath, but it didn't have much effect on the outcome. Even paying that much for the essence was still a profitable deal. Around 17 million stones in profit. Wait, doesn't that mean we ended up gaining more? Is this the sweet taste of having a monopoly? Despite rolling a 1, the lowest possible, we ended up securing the largest share. Ironically so. After the negotiation concluded, things progressed smoothly. First, we received goods worth 20 million stones from the dwarf. Of course, he couldn't possibly have that much money on hand. He initially tried to pay with equipment, but I refused. They eagerly pulled piles of unused equipment from their packs. Just how much plundering had they done? Give it to me in potions so it's easier to cash out. We can't pay that much in potions. Then give what you can in potions, and we'll take the rest in equipment. I pushed for as many potions as possible, as we might end up fighting them. It was wise to reduce their strength as much as possible beforehand. It would have been so much easier if they had handed over their current equipment. 7 top-grade potions and 11 high-grade ones. Plus the equipment should just about cover it. With Raven's help as a general appraiser, the barter transaction was concluded without much argument, and then we set up camp at a suitable location. We organized a watch system with 1 person from each of the 3 teams, rotating throughout the night. Hans G, the dwarf, and Mr. Bear were first. Then it was my turn. Jandel, it's your shift now. Anything unusual? Did those 2 have any suspicious conversations? Hans talked to himself most of the time. It might be easier and more pleasant to stand guard alone. All right, thanks for your effort. Go get some rest. My watchmates were a fairy archer named Malin and the beast tribe warrior from the dwarf S team. It was uncomfortably silent. I see why he thought it would be easier alone. The silent beast tribe warrior. And the fairy archer, who kept giving me uncomfortable looks throughout the watch. Got something to say? Could you keep it down a bit? Everyone is trying to sleep. Typical of pointy-eared ones. Why do they dislike us kind-hearted barbarians so much? There must be a problem with their character. Except for Erwin, of course. Let us just focus on keeping watch. I was more wary of their betrayal than any monster attacks. After all, the likelihood of them stabbing us in the back had just increased. I wasn't too sure about Hans G, but the dwarf definitely had a knife up his sleeve. He paid in barter so willingly because of that, I suppose. 20 million stones was a lot of money, even considering the monopoly. Yet he paid it coolly. Well, maybe that's true for me too. I hadn't given up on the essence in the test tube yet. Just waiting for the right moment. Misha, wakeu. It's time for your shift. After an uncomfortably silent watch, I swapped with Misha and went to sleep. And the next morning, the exploration resumed. We devoted all our time, apart from eating, to moving through the forest. And as a result, we were able to find and eliminate the remaining 2 mid-bosses. You have defeated Yagiksu. EXP plus 5. You have defeated Kulfs. EXP plus 5. Sadly, I didn't get any essence, but hey, isn't that it? The thing you guys mentioned. We successfully discovered the 3rd chapter, which I had expected would take another day. Your character has entered the Shadow Altar. As soon as we discovered the altar, dark shadows enveloped us. Suddenly, a massive barrier had formed around us. As clear as this chapter-esque concept, so was the task I needed to undertake. A plunderer that was sealed has possessed one of the exploration members. Now let us start the politics. Dwarf, you look a bit off. Something wrong with your head? Let's start with this one. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 184. The rule of the 3rd chapter, the Shadow Altar, is simple. Find the exploration member possessed by the doppelganger and sacrifice them at the altar. If correct, the doppelganger possessing the body will be removed. What if it's incorrect? They become incapacitated until the rift is cleared. In other words, this can also be used to strategically eliminate troublesome characters. Dwarf, your expression is odd. Is there something wrong with your head? Seeing how you're pushing me from the start, it seems you're the more suspicious one. The dwarf, the first target, counterattacked without panic. He is not an easy one after all. But the real attack starts now. Suspicious? Strange. When we first met, you clearly acted as if you knew nothing about this place. And now you're talking as if you do? Oh, now that I think about it, that seems true. Raven chimed in, and the rest of the Hans G team began to express their doubts. Naturally, we had just arrived here, and hadn't even discussed what the 3rd chapter was about yet. So how did the dwarf know enough to counterattack? The dwarf hesitated for a moment, then spat out with visible displeasure. I heard it from Hans Kryson. You're lying to avoid a crisis. No, it's not a lie. I told him. Hans G steps forward to assist the dwarf. Told him? When exactly? Having kept an eye on the 2 throughout the journey, this was a hard story for me to believe. It was when I was on guard duty last night. True, the dwarf was out of my sight at that time. However, I had placed Mr. Bear beside me as a precaution. Abram, is that true? That's impossible. Those 2 didn't have such a conversation. With Abram here saying so, Hans Kryson, why are you covering for the dwarf? Stepping forward threateningly, Hans G flailed his hands wildly. No, it's not covering, it's the truth. We used a magical device to converse, so Mr. Urikfried couldn't have known. A conversation using a magical device. It doesn't seem like a lie. Shit, when did they get so close again? I'd be in trouble if I didn't know. What exactly did you talk about? It's necessary to find out what was discussed. As I deliberately pressured him, Hans G faltered. Just when I thought a little more would do it. Why should we have to tell you that? The dwarf stepped forward, as if protecting Hans G. It was a private conversation, and I think that answers the question of what I knew about this altar. The dwarf ended the topic decisively, leaving no room for doubt. Of course, this did not yet interfere with my plans. There were countless reasons to attack these guys, even if this wasn't one. Let us start discussing each other now. The dwarf is an explorer from Nork, and Hans G is an evil spirit in this world. Targeting this aspect could inevitably lead to problematic responses. Dwarf, what rank of explorer are you? Family? Do you have any siblings? I don't want to talk about myself. A refusal then. I grinned slyly. Silence is free, but the responsibility for it is theirs. There is a reason for every question in this place right now. Look, rather than going about it like this, it might be better to do as Mr. Jandel says. Not just because he's our team leader, but because there's definitely a doppelganger among us, right? Raven provided logical support, and apparently convinced this approach is right. A mage from Hans G's team also supported our view. That's right. We can't just blindly sacrifice anyone at the altar. Let us all gather and talk. Maybe then we can find out who it is. It's not like there's no way to detect a doppelganger. With this, the opinion quickly shifted. Eventually, the dwarf had to step back. Fine, then what shall we do? The dwarf asked. It seems the best option would be verification magic. Hans G replied. Typical of a player. He suggested the most standard method as if he had been waiting for it. You know, there are a lot of people that the verification magic doesn't work on, right? It was a sharp question, unlike the usual ones. Indeed, verification magic does not apply to everyone. For instance, I am one such case. In the past, it didn't work on me at the guild either. Raven mentioned that it's not just about magic resistance. It seems I have a naturally strong mental barrier. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. I've heard that it doesn't work on doppelgangers either. Yes, that is correct. At least it will reduce the number of suspects, won't it? Well, that alone would indeed be helpful. As Raven and Hans G, who had been the brains during the exploration, agreed, no further objections were raised. Thus began the formal screening process. Are you a man? Why do you ask that? Just confirming if the magic is working properly. Just answer casually. As you see, I am a man. Truth. The two mages went around and tried verification magic on everyone. And the results. 9 people. 9 people were identified as not being affected by the verification magic. Hans G's team. Hans G, mage, and the fairy archer. Dwarf S team. Dwarf, archer, sorcerer, priest. Bjorn S team. Me, Raven. For the record, these numbers far exceeded my expectations. It was understandable for the mage or the sorcerer with high magic or mental resistance. But there were more? Because they are seasoned explorers, is that why? I never thought it would be more than half of the entire group. My head was starting to hurt, but the task at hand hadn't changed. Are you a doppelganger? We asked the same question of those who had been through the verification spell, and all replied no, significantly narrowing down the suspects. So there's a doppelganger hiding among the 9 of us? The glances exchanged between us became more intense than ever before. For me, it wasn't a bad atmosphere at all. Let us start with me then. As soon as the no-s were eliminated, I swung my sword like a madman. My targets were just 2 people, the dwarf and Hans G, the leader of each team. Where did you get the equipment in your backpack? Why are you asking that? Just answer the question. I want to say, exercising the right to remain silent. That is not bad either. Hans Kryson, you seem to know a lot about this forest. Where did you get that information? I read it in a book. What is the title of the book? I want to say. With each question, the stack of no comments grew. That was exactly my intention. While the questions might seem unrelated to whether one is a doppelganger, appearing to hide something would surely seem suspicious to others. Even though verification magic doesn't work, not a single one of you is answering properly. As I murmured with a meaningful tone, the dwarf let out a hollow laugh. Do you think you're any different? It seems I really drew the aggro. The dwarf, who had been beaten down by negative strategies, couldn't hold back any longer and started to fight back. What essences are you carrying? I can't tell. Is it because you're a doppelganger that you can't remember properly? Once the dwarf started shooting, his teammates, who had only watched their leader getting beaten, joined in attacking me. Come to think of it, this guy started accusing people without evidence. It's like he wants to throw anyone onto that altar. Moreover, his behavior was too logical for a barbarian. Amid these attacks, I just quietly took the beating. Then, members of Hans G's team also began to ask me various questions. We've heard doppelgangers can't remember well. Do you remember when we met in the land of the dead? What happened then? That I don't remember well. You forgot, did you? I am a barbarian. That's a convenient race, isn't it? The fairy archer sneered derisively as I failed to respond. It seemed she was annoyed that Hans G had been attacked earlier. Noobs, seeing you all gang up on me, you must be the doppelganger. Misha, Einar, you think so too, right? Niang? Well, it's the great warrior Bjorn, so it must be true. Even my teammates were ambivalent and didn't support me. The atmosphere toward me grew colder. Finally, the awaited moment arrived. Midnight. As the clock hands overlapped, a brilliant white light burst from the altar at the center. A stone of truth has been created, a key item for conquering this chapter. Without me needing to say anything, Raven took the initiative to explain. This is a stone of truth. It forces one to speak only the truth once, even if they're a doppelganger. Is there a way to obtain another one? I've heard it appears every midnight, but each time it's used, the doppelganger's power grows stronger. That means we must use it wisely. I clench my mouth shut, like someone uneasy. I surveyed the expressions of the people, and during this, my eyes met the dwarf's. Let us decide by voting. I vote for this barbarian. He looks suspicious no matter how you look at it. Smirking, the dwarf taunted me. Without needing a ballot box, several people raised their hands, and quickly 8 votes were gathered. That meant more than half had voted. With the majority of votes quickly gathered, the atmosphere was tense. Think again. I'm not a doppelganger. I sincerely advised them, but they completely ignored my suggestion. How do you use this thing? I like this. The dwarf fiddled with the stone of truth, which began to emit a white glow. In that state, he asked, Barbarian, are you a doppelganger? A doppelganger? I'm not a doppelganger. I answered as if I had been waiting for this moment. And then, crack! The stone of truth, having fulfilled its purpose, shattered. Mage, what does this mean? What else? It means he told the truth. Having gotten what they wanted, it was time to stop playing the fool. I stretched and loosened my stiff neck muscles. Didn't T.I. tell you to think again? I had secured the civil rights needed for my plan. Simply put, from now on, no one could doubt or attack me. So, dwarf, why did you accuse me of being a doppelganger? Could it be that you were the doppelganger? Let the pot-licking begin. That's because you were acting suspiciously. The dwarf exclaimed in a defensive tone. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation. I was the one who had attacked first and shown several vulnerable aspects of myself. However, that is no reason to let him off the hook. What suspicious actions are you talking about? I answered all your questions. You didn't talk about the essence. Do you come from another world or something? Do you not understand how rude it is to ask an explorer what essence they possess? Then how do you explain that? The fairy asked earlier. I already told you, didn't I? I forgot. I shrugged my shoulders boldly, without a hint of shame. After all, if a barbarian says he forgot, what can you do about it? Realizing that he had been fooled by my cunning, the dwarf shut up. Perhaps it was hard for them to watch their leader being humiliated. Stop it, barbarian. The voting results show you look suspicious enough. He had a point. Being verbally beaten by a so-called mindless barbarian. That's because you all ganged up on me. The indignant roar of the wrong barbarian echoed powerfully. The dwarf's archer tried to say something, but it was drowned out by my overwhelming voice. Did you even give me a proper chance to explain? Who snatched the stone from Raven and used it? No, that's not. I find you all suspicious. Take responsibility and enter the altar. That's not what happened. Take responsibility and enter the altar. The archer who had been muttering suddenly shouted with all the force he could muster. We will also use the stone of truth tomorrow. Then it'll be settled. It seems they finally realized the advantages they could gain from the stone of truth. But what now? It's already too late. Yes, it was you. As the expected line came out, I stepped forward without hiding my excitement. The atmosphere instantly turned hostile. Say it again, archer. Not content with wasting it on me, you want to use the stone of truth again? Are you the doppelganger? I shifted my target from the dwarf to the archer. This was my original plan. After all, no matter how much they objected, it would be impossible to put the dwarf or the priest on the altar. It was you. Every time I spoke, you sneered and sweet-talked the dwarf. That wasn't just me, everyone. Take responsibility and get on the altar. It's not like you're going to die. We can break the rift even without one archer. My booming voice made rational thinking difficult. Suddenly caught in the crossfire, the archer's face turned pale. Maybe that look felt strange to others? Perhaps it's a more rational choice than using the stone. After all, it's not like it leads to death. Some from Hans G's team began to agree, and finally, unable to bear it, the dwarf stepped in. Fine, put him on the altar. What? What do you mean? Enough, listen to me. That is if you're not the doppelganger. With his authority seeming strong, the archer couldn't move against the dwarf's word. Mart, are you really going to put him on the altar? Despite his teammate's anxious looks, the dwarf nodded firmly. It was obvious what he was thinking. He was trying to turn the tide. He was trying to do exactly what I had done. If we put the archer on the altar and he is not a doppelganger, then the attack turns back on us. He can't attack me, so he'll probably target Raven. Sacrificing the archer and targeting our key mage next, a strategy that would benefit them more. Mages are, after all, a class known for their incredible effectiveness in PK. Idiots. They thought it was a no-lose option. If the archer turned out to be a doppelganger, that would be a good outcome. But, like hell, a doppelganger would walk to the altar voluntarily. I watched, barely concealing a smile, as the archer was dragged to the altar by the leader. Don't worry too much. Once we defeat the guardian, you'll be released just fine. I'll be waiting. The archer stood in front of the altar. Everyone watched silently as he placed his hand on it. Whoosh! The altar began to emit a black glow as the archer touched it. And then, the soul of exploration member Archipetre is sealed. The archer's soul was extracted and floated in midair, connected to the altar, displaying a visibly painful expression and posture. Mage! No, Hans Christen. What does this mean? It means he's not a doppelganger. The dwarf exhaled deeply, closing and opening his eyes. Even if it was his choice, seeing that sight seemed to trouble him. But maybe he thought it wasn't the time for this? Barbarian, are you ready to take responsibility for your words? The dwarf growled. So I immediately responded. Why should I take responsibility? Because of you, my comrade ended up like that. If we're following your logic, we should check your side too. TSK. I spoke as if it were a trivial matter. What kind of childish talk is that? What? Is finding the doppelganger a game to you? Set aside your emotions and think logically. Despite my nonchalant words, the dwarf had no response. After all, he probably didn't expect such a retort from a barbarian who had been screaming moments before. Grow up, dwarf. Well, his height will stay the same, but still. Son of a bitch. As the dwarf cursed, I calmly raised my hand to stop him. Hold on. You're not trying to attack me, are you? There would be absolutely no reason for that if you're not the doppelganger. The dwarf began to tremble. I decided to end the personality play there. I'm sorry about your comrade. I didn't think he'd go like that. You seem like a good guy. Enough. Get to the point. I may have gotten carried away too. But why don't we forget the past and focus solely on breaking the rift? If we lose more power here, surviving to return may well be uncertain. That was the reason I could be so nonchalant about it. Even the dwarf must know this. If we fight among ourselves now, it would only lead to ruin. So, how do you propose we find it? I suspect your priest seems a bit dubious. Enough of this. Just then, the mage from Hans G's team shouted. His name was Pertian, a man who still carried a certain middle-aged charm. Let us stop this pointless expenditure. I have a way to find the doppelganger. This was an unexpected statement for everyone present. There is a way? Given his resolute expression, this was clearly no joke. Speak up. Prompted by me, the mage pulled an item out of a subspace. It was a small disc about the size of a compass. Instantly, I had a hunch about what it was. Number 7234 Misaligned Trust. A consumable item that, when activated, prevents lying within a 10-meter radius. You had such a thing? Hans G, originally a player, shivered as if he had encountered his natural predator. Only I could fully empathize with that feeling. It's not something you'd typically need to use. But while life does call for it occasionally. This will be the last time, though. Sorry for not bringing it out sooner. I haven't dealt with that priest bastard yet. I cleanly put away my disappointment. The mage, unable to stand our squabbling, had brought out his saved item. It would be strange not to use it here anyway. Since finding the doppelganger early also has its advantages, there was nothing bad in it for me. Good. I agree. The dwarf, temporarily shelving any hostility toward me, took a step toward peace. It seemed we had similar thoughts. Well thought out. Now, could everyone please gather here? As everyone still suspicious gathered in the center, the mage activated the misaligned trust. The effect would last only 10 minutes. Who shall we start with? I'll go first. The dwarf was the first to speak. He displayed not a hint of unease about whether he was the doppelganger. However, this was only for a brief moment. Well, let's first check if it's working by asking something. The mage asked, just as he had done with the verification magic before. Something trivial, really. Which city are you from? It was a minefield. Damn it. The dwarf couldn't possibly answer this question. A cold silence fell. The corners of the dwarf's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Had he just realized it then? Why aren't you answering? Is there a problem? The mage cut himself off and closed his mouth, realizing why the dwarf couldn't answer. You don't tell me. The moment the mage's mouth dropped open, I shouted with all my might. Prepare for battle. Shit just got real. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 185. If anyone has ever been hit by a car, they'd know. It happens in an instant, and there's no going back. Just like this very moment. Prepare for battle. As I shout, cutting through the silence, the dwarf's axe, swung with a lightning speed, digs deep into the mage's shoulder blade. Crunch. The gruesome sound of tearing flesh makes the reality sink in. By the time the sound reaches my ears, my body is already surging forward. Tap tap. The goal, Raven's rescue. Ah! I quickly close the distance, pull Raven into my arms, and swiftly retreat. It's the same for Hans G's team's tank. Both of you snap out of it. Their tank grabs the fairy archer and Hans G by the nape of their necks, pulling them behind him, thus naturally forming a surrounding formation. Numerically and qualitatively, we have the advantage. So, what will the dwarf do to resolve this disadvantageous situation? As everyone watches his next move, whoosh, the dwarf yanks the axe out of the mage's shoulder and cries out a name. Hans Chryson. Amidst the tense air, all eyes are focused on him. But Hans G says nothing, just trembling violently. Then the dwarf shouts again. Are you okay with your secret being exposed? It felt like my head was ringing. If it's about Hans G's secret, it could only be that. Fine, if you insist, I'll erase your place to be. Hans Chryson is an evil spirit. The evidence is in my backpack. Stay away from him. I issued the warning first. If the dwarf truly has solid evidence, then Hans G's betrayal is practically confirmed. But, an evil spirit? Like I believe. It was too late. Hush. Hans G summons a lizard that spews intense flames at the tank. A stop. Engulfed in flames, the tank falls to the ground. I'm sorry. Hans G, with eyes tightly shut, runs towards the dwarf. Then he blurts out something incomprehensible to the fairy archer. What are you doing, me, Marin? Come over here. What are you talking about, after causing such a horrific scene, asking me to come to you? Don't tell me you're going to abandon me like this. We came from the same place. We should go together. I've always been the one facing danger. This sudden conversation catches everyone off guard. Ha, you damn little brat. When I see the distorted expression on the fairy archer's face, everything clicks in my head. No way, both of them were players all along. Even the dwarf looks surprised. Apparently he didn't know this either. He probably just happened to find some evidence and used it to blackmail Hans G during the night watch. Dwarf, you must keep your promise to take me to Noah's Ark. Of course. Help me now. The fairy archer, having no other choice because of Hans G's drowning strategy, moves towards the dwarf, shouting irritably. Things are really tangled up. I feel a headache coming on. Just moments ago, we were numerically superior. Now we are one person short. Hans G's team scout is already unconscious from shock, and even if he wakes up, he has no combat ability. Even if we defeat them under these harsh conditions, it doesn't solve everything. An ominous future awaited us, where the 5 of us would have to face a boss battle. Fuck, there's also a doppelganger among us. The situation is beyond complicated. I can't help but curse. Even for Hans' effect, isn't this too much? I sigh, but what can be done? Bethel Raya. Might as well try. There was no need for long conversations between us. The situation had long passed the point of talking. Quong. As I activated gigantification and charged forward, a gray whirlwind swirled around me. Swoosh. One of the many attack skills possessed by the sorcerer. As it was not physical damage, I could not avoid getting injured even if I endured it bare-bodied. But we are a team after all. Tehran Sheer DM. A magical barrier covers my skin, commonly referred to as mana shield in the game. This is why mages are crucial in PK. Though it's too mana inefficient for hunting, it's effective against people. Both sides face heavy costs. Whoosh. When my vision clears, the dwarf is in front of me. Quong. With his short legs, he jumps up and slams my face with his shield. The damage itself wasn't too much, but my body was knocked backwards because of the gigantification. It was due to his skill Bipolar Shield. It gives a knockback bonus when pushing and reduces the impact when blocking. Sliding back. Just as I'm pushed back, the human swordsman lunges at me with his sword aimed at my vulnerable eyes. Not so fast. Misha, who was hidden behind me, jumps out and deflects the swordsman's blade. Okay, I'll leave him to Misha. Whyish. I blocked an incoming arrow with my shield, and, having just landed, swung my mace at the dwarf's head. But what's this? Clang. It was a strike combined with swing. Even though he raised his shield to protect his head, it should have been crushed entirely. That's what happened when I faced the doppelganger before. Why isn't the shield damaged? Damn it. The cause was quickly apparent. Earrings emitting light, just like the shield. Number 2988. Huh? It makes sense that the outcome is different from the doppelgangers. Numbered items cannot be copied. With such high-grade items, the difference is like night and day. Quong. Then, an explosion sound comes from the dwarf's rear formation. Mr. Bear shot an explosive arrow. Though Hans G, the summoner, conjured a wall with Earthbird just in time to prevent any casualties. Do-do-do. As the wall collapses, Raven's magical interception follows. Boom. Lightning split into dozens of bolts from the sky, striking Hans G, who collapsed momentarily. Of course, it didn't last long since there was a priest on their side. Hush. A few seconds later, Hans G regained consciousness and used his summoned creature to spew flames. The target is our backline. Raven had just cast a spell, and I couldn't block it due to the angle. So Mr. Bear's tank summon, Iron Guardian, took the brunt with his body. Whoa! Iron Guardian roared, as if it was nothing. Summoned spirits typically have high resistance to magic. Phew, the scale of team battles is something else. Soon after, Karui's priest finished preparing and began to summon earnestly. From a menacingly glowing portal in the air, an undead legion began to pour out. Fortunately, there was a fitting counter on hand. Bethel Raya. Without needing to give an order, Einar rushes forward swinging her greatsword. Bang! Boom! Bang! Each use of repeat slash causes explosions and sparks, and any injuries are regenerated through her wings of greed. Of course, using skills so liberally will deplete her MP, but Einar Fenelin has slain an enemy. Devour activates, restoring soul power. Ainar's Slayer engraving specializes in reaping souls. Bang! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Whoosh, whoosh. Skills explode from all directions, creating a cacophony of derived sounds. This wasn't a series of solo fights. Everyone dynamically shifted between attacking their foes and retreating momentarily to assist allies. How much longer could this fierce battle continue without a clear winner? Do you know? The dwarf, who had just slammed a knockback shield into my face, spoke for the first time during the battle. I considered ignoring him, but I responded. That you're about to die? No. That the key to your team is you. He stated the obvious. I kept darting around, breaking formations and inflicting damage on enemies, deflecting every arrow and spell that crossed my path with my shield. Meanwhile, the dwarf's role was merely to follow me around and prevent me from getting too rampant. So, if both you and I disappear, it becomes much more advantageous for us. What? The dwarf grinned and shouted. Jinan! Now! Jinan! The name of Karui's priest, repeatedly called by the dwarf, who lacked team voice magic for orders. Your character has entered the special terrain, Crossroads of Destiny. The surroundings, which had been ablaze with explosions, suddenly darkened. The intense noise of battle also faded into silence. I couldn't help but chuckle. What were they trying to do? They used the Crossroads of Destiny. Did the dwarf think I was easy to handle? Crossroads of Destiny. Only Karui's priest could use this power, which simply transports two designated opponents to a secluded space. This skill was only possible if the two were enemies, and one must win or an external force must interrupt the power for them to return. Click. A switch sound, and the surroundings lit up. I found myself standing on the palm of a statue the size of a skyscraper. Well, more precisely on its palm. Looking up, I could see the face of the statue staring down at me. The face of the evil god Karui, as seen only in books. You're surprisingly calm? The dwarf, about 10 meters away from me, muttered leisurely. Eventually, I couldn't hold back and asked, what makes you confident to bring me here? Do you know about this place? Of course I do. This is a kind of dual arena. A place to fight solely on personal skill, cut off from external environments. And they brought me here? That's ridiculous. Seeing my expression, the dwarf frowned. You overestimate yourself, barbarian. So, he genuinely thought that. He believed he could just hold me here while his team wins outside. Snort. I could say something, but it seemed like a waste of time. No need to find a reason. Just prove it with action. Like a barbarian. Bethel Raya. No need for words. Ending the small talk, I charge at the enemy. Tap tap. The dwarf steps back as if he's resigned to defeat. It was a futile struggle. How far could he jump with those short legs? Indeed, the dwarf must have realized this too, as he didn't get far before raising his shield. Whoosh. He swings the shield, intending to push me away. But the only reason I was hit earlier was because his allies kept distracting me. Swoosh. I dodge with a slight twist of my body and slam my mace down. Clang. A clear striking sound erupts as the dwarf raises his shield overhead. Of course, there was no issue. Clang. If once doesn't work, try twice. Clang. If twice doesn't work, try 3 times. Clang. Really, it's like playing whack-a-mole. No matter how many times I struck, the dwarf's shield held strong. So didn't I say I could hold on? Breathing heavily after such exertion. Anyway, he must have been really counting on this. Somehow, I feel a bit sorry for him. To think he'd actually fall for a feint I gave him just like that. Clang. It was after the 13th strike that I made my move. Whoosh. I faked another mace strike and quickly reached out with my hand. And I grabbed the dwarf's earring. Well, a numbered item wouldn't break from this force, but flesh isn't a numbers item, is it? Rip. The delicate earlobe tore as the earring came off. Number 2988, Mark of the Guardian Squad. No special stats or usage effects, but when worn, it adds a whopping 50% shock absorption to the shield. An extremely valuable item. I didn't expect to snag such a core item like this. Give it back. The dwarf, realizing the situation too late, charged at me like a madman. Of course, all I could offer him was a solid hit with my mace. Clang. A satisfying clang resounds from the shield he hastily used to protect his head. Ah, that's the stuff. It feels like it clears the frustration. In that spirit, one more time. Clang. The dwarf wobbled heavily, still clutching his now partially crumpled shield. Crack. Seizing the moment when his guard was down, I slammed my mace onto the dwarf's head. With that, the dwarf collapsed to the ground. However, the space didn't collapse, so it seems he wasn't instantly killed. Knocked out. After all, his physique was quite robust. Anyway, that worked out well. I rummaged through the dwarf's bag and pulled out an item. A vial containing the essence of a manticore. Looking at it, I recalled the phrase this guy had uttered when rolling the dice. "You're in luck." The most unfitting phrase for my life. Ironically, the one who said that was now fated to die soon, and I was in the opposite position. Sometimes I think luck might just be a harbinger of misfortune. But the fact that the vial in the expandable bag didn't break and was perfectly intact. I chuckled to myself. Lucky me. This should be fine. Everything else was obtained through my own efforts. The essence of the manticore seeps into your soul. I downed the essence in the vial in one shot. And then, rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire space began to vibrate. It seems he was alive after all, but not anymore. Anyway, the body will return to its original location, so I'll handle that later. When I opened my eyes, I saw the familiar scenery of the forest. I quickly scanned the surroundings. It had been less than 5 minutes since I was dragged away. Boom! Crack! Boom! The battle was still raging fiercely. It seemed my absence had caused some retreat, shifting the battlefield slightly. About 70 meters from where I was before, it was clear I needed to rejoin my struggling team as quickly as possible. This distance seems just right. Thus, I activated my newly acquired ability, an active skill contained in the yellow essence of the manticore. Leap! Feeling unusually light, I leaped powerfully into the air. And your leap power temporarily increases tenfold, causing a strong impact on landing in the surrounding area. My body, soaring in a steep arc, struck like a meteor at the center of the dwarf's remnants. Boom! At last, I had acquired a mobility skill, surviving the game as a barbarian episode 186. If only you weren't here, we'd have the upper hand. It turns out he wasn't just talking nonsense. But my body shot out like a cannonball against air resistance. From up high, I can see the whole situation at a glance. Just hold on until Mr. Jandel arrives. No one was seriously injured or killed, but my colleagues were suffering. Without me as the wall, their burdens had increased manifold. The Iron Guardian was desummoned, while the undead summoned by the priest of Karui swarmed from all sides. That's when Misha and I locked eyes. Niang? Ms. Karlstein, where are you looking at? I also locked eyes with Raven. Despite the distance, their mouths seemed to be agape. Why is a barbarian flying? To correct that, I'm not flying. Falling would be the right term. This is called the Barbarian Meteor. Kwang dash. The moment I braced my waist and landed on both feet, a crater-like imprint was deeply etched into the ground. And then, zitzit. Electric sensations tingled through my legs. Had I not adjusted the bone density, my bones might have shattered. With that thought, I surveyed the surroundings. Whoosh dash. A ring-shaped cloud of dust spread out from my landing point. This is an added effect of the leap ability used as a movement skill. Temporarily increases your leap strength by tenfold, causing a strong impact to the surroundings upon landing. The area damage inflicted to the surroundings. Of course, the actual damage was minimal. Why else would it be categorized as a movement skill? Unless it's a narrow area that I completely crushed, there's no extensive damage. Swoosh dash. The undead legions are blown away by the wind pressure. The dwarf's teammates were merely startled by my sudden intrusion, but they remained firmly in place despite facing the strong gusts. But the character's total weight exceeds 500 kilograms. The special terrain effect recoil is additionally applied to the damage range. Sorry, I'm in my gigantification state. Kwang dash. Like thunder following lightning. As soon as the wind pressure disappeared, the ground shook and catapulted everything standing on it into the air. Kayak. What? Hundreds of undead and the dwarf's team floated in the air. My lips stretched into a wide grin at the overwhelming sensation. Luckily, I weigh enough. I'd been worried. Although my union skill had applied gigantification to my equipment, many parts still hadn't been adjusted. Well, even without this, the leap skill has its own major advantages. Temporarily increases the threat level significantly. A bonus to threat level that applies briefly after landing. This is significant for me. With gigantification, it adds another technique that can permanently raise my threat level. This guy being here means, that dwarf bastard, is he dead? You said we could hold on. I shouted, looking at the dwarf's teammates, who already seemed demoralized by my arrival. Bethel Reawe. It's also a condition for activating Wild Burst. Temporarily triples the character's threat level, and physical stats increase proportionally to that level. A physical bonus that scales with the threat level. Yeah, that's it. I truly feel like I've become an ogre. Grook! Summoned monsters, judging me hostile, began to swarm me like mad. On the other hand, the intellectuals reacted differently. Retreat, retreat, run, run. They abandoned their formation and ran away as if they had fallen into a state of fear. Maybe this is just rational judgment rather than threat level? Kwang. Quang. Whoosh. Thump dash. An oversized mace and a shield. And legs that were practically human weapons themselves, I trampled and beat down the undead summons while chasing after the dwarf's teammates. Gong, gong, gong. The sound of a giant monster's footsteps echoed with my every run. Block him. You're a warrior. Block him. Crazy. How can we block? A fairy archer, in a panic, plunged a dagger into the thigh of the Beastman swordsman. Ah, damn bitch. The Beastman swordsman, propelled by inertia, rolled across the ground. Soon he was caught in my hand, a grip large enough to hold a human head with room to spare. I surrender. I'll surrender. I slowly exerted pressure, but maybe because of wild burst, even though he must have invested in physical resistance or something similar. Crack dash. He felt softer than a watermelon to the touch. Next then, soon, wild burst ended, and the frenzied vitality that had been surging within me faded, but it didn't hinder my pursuit. After all, we hadn't even finished the third chapter yet. A 500-meter radius was blocked by a barrier, and now that I have acquired a movement skill as well. Quang dash. Using leap to block their path, the dwarf's teammates didn't hesitate for a second before throwing down their weapons and surrendering. They judged it better to throw themselves on my mercy. Well, they had their reasons. Please spare us. We'll do anything. You'll need us if you want to defeat the Guardian, right? This part needed some consideration. With the help of my comrades who arrived shortly after, we disarmed the remaining group. Now, it would be okay to turn off gigantification. Bjorn, what was that earlier? I want to do that too, Einar shouted. Perhaps a barbarian's instinct? Seeing leap, Einar's eyes sparkled with a fierce greed, incomparable even to the look she gives when she sees cotton candy. Heh, I'll find you something similar later. Really? You promise? Yes, it's a promise. Einar's skill tree does have something similar to leap. It's a tier 3 essence, so it might take years to obtain. Well, if you're a barbarian, jumping is a must. Please help. Huh? This plea came while I was stripping the dwarf's team of their equipment. I turned and saw a woman. She was alive too. The new scout from Team Hans G. Her name was... Rather than asking, let's just call her Scout Girl. Potion. Please, lend me a potion. I've given him what I had, but... Following Scout Girl's gaze, I saw their tank collapsed on the ground. Is he alive? Yes, yes. She nodded vigorously, a glimpse of hope in her expression. I pondered for a moment. Saving him was the obvious thing to do, but using a potion might be a waste. Eventually, I grabbed the Karui's priest by his arm. Hike! He whimpered, scared. Does he think I'm going to kill him? Holding the priest, I strode forward and placed him in front of the tank. Heal him. Yes, yes. Despite being a follower of an evil god, the priest of Karui could also wield conventional holy power. After all, if he couldn't, his disguise would be totally useless. Swoosh! As holy power infused in the tank's body, the burns filling his body slowly disappeared. Before long, his breathing became much more stable. Thank you, thank you. Really? What about the mage? He has passed away. Are you sure? Yes. When I checked, his heart had already... I see. We'll take care of this side. Just stay by his side until he wakes up. He'll be confused too. Yes, yes. Thank you. When I returned to where my comrades were, the dwarf's companions had already been captured, dressed only in their underwear. Where did those gags come from? I asked Raven. I carry them around. What? Why would you carry gags? Out of pure curiosity, I asked why, and the answer was unexpected. I have an interest in that area. Okay. I was genuinely surprised. However, I didn't want to upset her with my reaction. Yeah, that's not bad. I made sure to express that I had no negative opinions to avoid misunderstandings. But what is this all about? Not bad? Mr. Jandel, are you also interested in monster studies? Monster studies? As I tilted my head, Raven did the same. Suddenly, a hypothesis occurred to me. Are the gags for monsters? Yes, that's right. I was thinking of capturing one at some point for research. Wait, you don't mean Mr. Jandel uses them for... Raven's voice trailed off, and her face turned red in an instant. Stay away from me in the future. How far? 1 meter. Understood. With that semi-joking agreement on distance and place, I approached the group of prisoners. Then, I removed Hans G's gag. There was something I was curious about. I have a question. Yes? Oh yes. Anything. How did you end up being discovered by the dwarf as an evil spirit? Huh? Hans G looked at me as if the question was strange, but answered without offending me. The truth was truly unexpected. That person was also a PL player. No, an evil spirit. The dwarf was also from Earth. That's why Hans G could tell his identity just by observing his actions. Tell me exactly what happened between you two. I listened to the more detailed circumstances. Apart from his stuttering, It wasn't a long story. The dwarf had initiated a conversation with Hans G during a night watch using a magical device. He revealed his origins, which only someone from Earth would know. Hans G, happy to meet another from Earth, acknowledged this. But it was a trap. The dwarf had used a magical recording device. Using this as leverage, the dwarf had blackmailed Hans G into a plan to capture the Guardian and make a fortune afterwards. Not to mention, there was also a carrot along with the stick, fairly dividing the spoils and, if things went wrong, promising to take him to Nork. I refused. But then, seeing an excuse was forthcoming, I cut him off and gagged him again. All my questions had been answered anyway. What? Out of 15, for players. The fairy archer, Hans G, the dwarf, and me. Not to underestimate it, but ultimately I was the winner, though the final battle was still to come. With that, I moved on to the next matter. After turning on the team voice, I'd like to hear your opinions. What should we do with these people? Yes, it wasn't about democracy. In reality, once I made a decision, my team members would all follow my lead. But first, I wanted to hear their thoughts. These are the ones who attacked us. They obviously need to be killed. I'm not sure. If we can break the rift ourselves, then obviously killing them is right. Can we really trust these people to cooperate properly? The opinions were mostly similar. It's hard to trust them. An unreliable ally is more dangerous than an ogre. Even if we fight together, if we're constantly worried about their betrayal, it could backfire. But the Nork guys might be somewhat better. Better. Once they leave the rift, we won't have to deal with them again, right? If we promise to spare their lives, they might be more inclined to take that route. Raven's gaze shifted to the fairy archer and Hans G. But those two were different. Evil spirits. In some ways, they felt even more sinister and repulsive than the explorers of the underground city. That's right. The chief also said it. Evil spirits must be killed immediately upon discovery. Yes, I didn't understand before, but after today, it's clear. I see why people say not to trust demons. To hide their true nature, they will do anything. It's wise to deal with them when the opportunity arises. We've seen what happens to those who trusted the evil spirits. Each word felt like a dagger stabbing into my heart. What if my identity were exposed? How would they look at me then? Would I be viewed with the same eyes? So, Mr. Jandel, what do you think? Shaking off the meaningless thoughts, I shared my conclusion. It seems better to kill them now. I never had any intention of sparing them. It was just a matter of whether to kill them now or after defeating the Guardian. I had adapted well to this world. Can we manage to defeat the Guardian by ourselves? We'll have to try. While it might sound like a plan without a backup, it wasn't entirely baseless. First off, the tank was still alive. That brought our numbers up to 6. Moreover, among the spoils we had gathered, there were usable items like the insignias of the Guardian. And, if my guess is correct, we might even gain another mage. Then we just need to find the doppelganger. Yes, it will be a while before the Stone of Truth emerges. And since we've decided not to cooperate, we might as well kill them all. If they are sacrificed at the altar, they can be released later. Turn off the voice control magic. I asked Raven to disable the team voice magic, then approached the group of prisoners. The silence was cold, yet strangely fervent. Looks of both hope and anxiety were fixed on me. They must realize if they have any sense. The meeting had ended, and a decision had been made. No need for many words. It won't hurt. Probably. Ugh. The prisoners writhed and tried to speak as I opened my mouth. Like candles flickering in desperation for life. I swung my mace without hesitation, starting with the priest of Karui at the far end. Crack dash. Then the sorcerer. Crack dash. Hans G. Crack. And the fairy archer as well. Even if a doppelganger had possessed them, the force was enough to be instantly fatal. Crack. The entire process took just about 5 seconds. Until then, they had been thrashing violently, but now they were eerily quiet. For corpses with crushed skulls lay on the ground. I had only one thought. Good thing I had the gags in place. Mr. Jandel, how can you just strike them down like that? Huh? Even if it's meant for beasts, you'll break your mace if you're not careful. But isn't that not the important thing right now? Stay calm. What? What do you mean? You're the only doppelganger candidate left. 9 had failed the verification magic. Only Raven and I were left standing. But since I used the Stone of Truth, I'm excluded. Did she realize the current situation too late? Raven's eyes widened as she exclaimed. It's not me. Why would I be the doppelganger? No, this can't be right. There must be some mistake. Yeah, that's the typical reaction. Raven is the doppelganger. Everyone, back away. At my shout, the trio next to Raven startled and stepped back. Niang, never thought you'd be the doppelganger. I really had no idea. Give her back. Even if she is a human mage, she's still my precious comrade. Einar shouted. The Melee sisters couldn't hide their horror. And then, it's really not me. Please believe me. Once the Stone of Truth is available tomorrow, I'll use it right away to prove it. Okay? Trying to use the Stone of Truth, even after everything has ended. Truly a cunning monster. Mr. Bear quietly raised his crossbow, entering a defensive stance. Raven's face looked as though she might burst into tears at any moment. No, it's not me. I hadn't seen her make such a face before. It's really not me. It was also the first time I heard her raise her voice so loudly. This is precious. It wasn't a common sight, which somewhat sparked my interest. But pushing her further might actually make her cry. So it's time to end the joke. Now you're the only one left. But if it's not you, then who could it be? That's... You were the one who said that if the host dies, the doppelganger is released without needing to be sacrificed at the altar, right? I pretended to corner her, subtly giving a hint. Our mage should be able to pick up on this hint and consider a possibility. What if maybe someone is still alive? You said doppelgangers are experts at playing dead. That was the line I was waiting for. Someone is alive. Where are you going? Raven cried out in panic as I started walking. Thud. I stopped in my tracks soon after. The unfortunate mage whom the dwarf had struck in the shoulder. It was exactly where Pertian had lain down. I bent down to check his pulse. Is he alive? Be quiet for a moment. There was no heartbeat. He also wasn't breathing. Thump thump. I stood up and kicked the wounded area with my foot. There was no reaction. Can he endure this much? I took out a potion and poured it. HSSSSSS. The wound fizzed and bubbled as it healed. Kiyik. So, you can't handle the potion after all. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 187. The Shadow Altar. In this chapter, the doppelganger acts solely with two objectives in mind. To make the exploration waste their Stone of Truth. If that fails, to keep causing discord until the number of exploration members' numbers decline. In that regard, there was one likely suspect. What city are you from? Kaelman Pertian, the mage from Hans G team who would have the exploration with a single sentence. At first, I thought he had accidentally stepped on a mine. Since Team Hans G, including the mage, seemed unaware that Team Dwarf was from Noark. But then, Dwarf, could you be the doppelganger? I aggressively questioned the Dwarf's team. Where they got their gear from? What exactly did the officials say when they received their dog tag? I bombarded him with countless questions he couldn't answer, making him look suspicious. However, I hadn't thought of one thing at that time. From the doppelganger's point of view, how would a dwarf stammering at such simple questions look? It must have seemed strange. Then it would have become suspicious. Inhabiting the body of a clever mage, the doppelganger, through questions the dwarf could not answer, must have reached the truth about Noark. It probably also got greedy. Considering the body it had taken over had suitable items, and it could use them to easily conceal its identity. He is dead. Doppelgangers know how to pretend to be dead. In the game, I've been tricked by them several times. Unless you kill them instantly, these damned creatures enter a dormant state, maintaining life and playing with the players. Just like this. Skriek. The doppelganger convulsed the moment the potion was poured over it. If I hadn't known about this trait, I would have had to use the Stone of Truth on Raven after killing all other candidates. It's the doppelganger. Raven, finally freed from suspicion, shouted with joy, and the doppelganger, despite screaming, initially denied it. No. Hey, I. Skriek. It's ridiculous how lightly they take humans. But arguing with a monster is also a ridiculous thing. I just grabbed its neck and walked towards the altar. The closer we got to the altar, the more it struggled. How can... Finally, giving up on excuses and expressing doubt. I smirked. There was actually a separate decisive reason. At least act properly if it's an act. The greatest weakness of a mage is close combat. Yet this creature managed to dodge a dwarf's axe aimed to split its head, taking the blow with its shoulder. It would have been impossible unless it anticipated the surprise attack. It's ridiculous to think it was instantly killed. Dying from excessive bleeding maybe, but to say it stopped breathing before the lady could even administer the potion? You have successfully identified the plunderer inhabiting a member of the exploration. As soon as I smashed the doppelganger's head on the altar, a brilliant white light began to flow out. At the same time, the forest vibrated as if an earthquake had occurred. Kiyak! Something shadowy, ripped from the top of its head, screeched horribly as it darted between the trees. And then, hey, it's running away. It disappeared in one direction. There was no need to panic. It simply meant that the third chapter had come to an end. One true stone used. Seal breaking rate 10%. Hurry to chase and defeat the plunderer before he regains his sealed power. It was time to head for the final boss battle. Bjorn, let's follow it quickly. Stop. There's something we need to do first. First, I calmed Einar down and check on Pertian's physical condition. Of course, it wasn't me, but Raven. How is it? The injuries have mostly healed, so he should regain consciousness soon. I see. Raven, who had hurried over at my call and checked on Pertian, finally slumped down. His mental state seemed to have returned, draining his energy. Phew. The Melee sisters and Mr. Bear approached awkwardly, each mumbling a word. Wow, so this guy really was the doppelganger. I told you it wasn't Team E. Cough, but a mage is still a mage, huh? To think of who could survive in that situation. Aruru, you know, I trusted you. What trust no? Rather than that, where did Aruru even come from? What? You don't like Aruru? Einar looked disheartened, as if hurt. Of course, that wasn't going to work on Raven. How could I like that? I love a Raven. Please call me by my real name or surname. I really hate this. I wanted to call you by your name, but it was hard to pronounce. As Einar hung his head low, Raven, who had been irritated, shut her mouth tight. Then she cautiously asked, You want to call me by my name? What do you mean? You are a human and a mage, but also a valuable comrade. Einar, true to her barbarian nature, said something embarrassingly sentimental without changing her expression. Really that damn pronunciation. Raven sighed as if resigned, then swiftly turned her head. Forget it. Call me whatever you want. Is that really okay? Yes. It's similar to how I'm called at the academy. So, getting angry about it is strange, isn't it? Thank you. Aruru. A heartwarming scene of friendship between colleagues overcoming one adversity. Watching this, I thought, hey, she might seem unfazed, but she is sensitive in these matters. I'll have to use this sometime when I mess up. With that mental note, we wrapped up the brief conversation and moved on to prepare. There was a mountain of things to do before the boss battle. Stop standing around. Both of you come here. I first called over the scout and the tank who had regained consciousness. You've heard the situation, right? Yes. The fact that Hans G and the fairy archer were evil spirits had clearly shocked them, their eyes vacant. Snap out of it. There's still time to live and make amends. What should we do? First, tell me what you can do. I checked the combat capabilities of the tank first. What essence he had consumed, what kind of combat he was capable of, and so forth. Normally, these would be personal details he'd never share with outsiders, but given the circumstances, the tank was very cooperative. I see. And you? I'm not much help in combat except for navigating. I'm sorry. A rank 6 tank and an unranked scout. Still, Lord Pertian will be a great help to you. He's a rank 5 mage after all. What? 5th rank? Yes. He specializes in areas other than offensive magic. He usually plays the most roles in the team. It would be best to hear the specifics from him once he awakens. I was genuinely surprised. After all, Raven was still a rank 6 mage. How on earth did Hans manage to travel with such a high-level talent? So I have to deal with the Guardian with 7 people, including a rank 5 mage. The picture still wasn't clear. There weren't enough colors to paint what I wanted. Therefore, while Pertian was regaining consciousness, I thoroughly searched the loot left by the dwarf's teammates. Check everything. If something stands out, have Raven inspect it. If it's usable, we need to use it. Hans G, the fairy archer, the beastman swordsman, the dwarf, the sorcerer, and Karui's priest. The archer sacrificed at the altar had turned into a spirit and could only be dealt with after clearing the rift, so that was a pass. Aruru, how about this? I can feel the magic in it, but since I can't read the formula, it's probably not a magical tool, it's likely a numbered item. Oh, these shoes. They fit me perfectly. They're made from half-troll leather. They also have an acceleration enchantment. They're expensive, so wear them carefully. We'll need to account for them later during the settlement. One by one, valuable items emerged. Each bag opened like a treasure trove, typical of veteran explorers nearing their prime. It felt like opening a treasure trove. Raven, can you check this too? I can tell it's made of latinium, but why would they make a necklace out of it? It's because of its magical conductivity. The same enchantment can vary in efficiency depending on the material. So let us see this necklace. Raven, finding her niche, rapidly appraised the value of various items. But even then, it took more time than expected, and by some point, Pertian also awoke. The middle-aged mage was confused, looking at his comrades' bodies and the forest filled with various equipment. I had the tank explain in my place. Was a doppelganger inside my body? No, Arca, that explains why my bag was full of unused equipment. It makes sense now if they were from there. Chryson and Marin were evil spirits? As the explanation continued, the mage's complexion turned pale. But being a mage, even in such a situation, he came over to thank me. Thank you. It would have been terrible if it weren't for you. If you're thankful, go help Raven. It's not the time to be leisurely. I shall. With Pertian joining, our work sped up significantly. Surprisingly, he was an expert in this type of work. Emotion magic? Were you from an Armang school? Now that you mention it, we haven't introduced ourselves. That's right. I am a Luva Raven from the Artemian school. I knew it. There's only one place that embroiders such fine patterns on robes. My master is a bit over the top. A mage from the Narmang school specialized in unique appraisals. With Pertians joining, not only were numbered items categorized, but also items that had not been clearly identified became manageable. How much time had passed? It seems like we VE found all the usable items, so let's gather everyone now. Having finished sorting, we gathered together to start an interim settlement. Just to clarify, I've noted down everything we've taken so far for a proper settlement later. If you want to keep using it, you'll have to pay for it then. Understood? Understood. Then Einar, come here. I looked at the organized list and transferred the acquired items to each person one by one. The criterion for distribution was simple. Who would benefit the most efficiently from using each item? Take off the shoes and give them to Misha. But how can I? They want to even fit. Don't worry. I've verified that they're enchanted with size adjustment magic. Although some of the decisions could seem autocratic and there was some grumbling, this is when a leader's authority really counts. Einar. All right, I'll give them over. Starting with Einar, the rest of the comrades picked up useful equipment, ranging from a single item to as many as 4 or 5. How much would all this sell for? It's an afterthought that always crept up after fighting with other explorers. It's clear why everyone lives by plundering. That should do it. The remaining loot was stored in the subspaces of Raven and me. It wasn't just for safety reasons. There was simply too much of it. Grin. Looking at my newly added equipment, I just couldn't stop smiling. Indeed, is this what they call Han's Law of Reaction? Character has equipped the mark of the number 2988 guard. Total item level increases by plus 1,485. Character has equipped the Outlaw of the Wilderness number 8667. Total item level increases by plus 315. Character has equipped Idiom Made Greaves. Total item level increases by plus 400. That doppelganger bastard, he's really done for. Bjorn Yandel. Rank 5. Physical, 555, new plus 5, / mental. 198, new plus 15, / special abilities. 191. Item level, 3068, new plus 2200. Overall combat index, 1731, new plus 570. Essences acquired. Corpse Golem rank 7 / Orc Hero rank 5 / Ogre rank 3 / Manicore level 5 new. See you on Monday. Enjoy. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 188. Walking through the dark forest. Endlessly following the direction where the doppelganger vanished from the shadow altar. Moving through the tense atmosphere. By the way, I'm leading at the front and the rest are several meters behind following me. It's not the usual formation distance, but, well, what can I do? This is just the life of a carry-type tank. Prepare for battle. The moment I sensed a presence ahead. Dozens of doppelgangers appeared from beyond the darkness, unreachable by the light sphere magic. This is the change that happens when we enter the 4th chapter. After the seal on the doppelgangers is broken, the number of copies spread across the field increases exponentially. And then, Empire, the enemy of the Empire. They no longer transform into our appearance. At least not until we meet the original directly. I don't know why. It was just something I accepted when playing the game. Maybe there is some hidden background to this phenomenon now that I think about it. But now is not the time to think about that. The character has cast Leap. Before the distance closed further, I leaped right into the midst of them. Boom! As soon as I landed, the ground shook with the special terrain effect recoil. Dozens of doppelgangers were simultaneously thrown into the air. Crack! I swung like swinging a baseball bat and cast Wild Burst. Bethel Reawe. The threat level increased 3 times. The soldier-shaped doppelgangers rushed at me like crazed beasts. Being monsters, they could not ignore provocation. For the Empire, though the soldier-shaped doppelgangers lacked skills, they were still quite troublesome enemies. This was because their base stats were very high, as evident by how the shield bearers withstood my mace attacks. If we look solely at stats, each one is at least as strong as Einar. Furthermore, the variety in their military types like archers, spearmen, swordsmen, mages, crossbowmen, and shield bearers also contributed to the increased difficulty of the battle. But, crack. While I could block, I never avoided. Avoiding was pointless. Enemies surrounded me on all sides. All I could do as a tank was to endure the hits while waiting for support from my allies. Luva Raven has cast a level 5 attack magic, Thunderbolt. The long-awaited magic was finally complete. Lightning poured down extensively. Kaelman Partian has cast a level 5 support magic, Spell Enhancement. Thanks to Partian's support, the power of the spell was about doubled. Thus, the magic caused a temporary stop. Boom, 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 boom. The duration of the natural lightning strike was only about 5 seconds, but it was enough to send the doppelganger army into a state of semi-paralysis. Indeed, hunting is best when it's a drive hunt. The remnants were dealt with over time by my allies who had stayed back. With the battle over, the tank flicked the blood off his weapon and muttered, "Mr. Pertian, I hope Miss Arman is okay. I keep worrying. Didn't you see? The doppelgangers couldn't even approach the altar. She'll be fine as long as she doesn't go outside. Still, perhaps it would have been better to bring her along." The tank seemed troubled by the woman we had left in the altar. But for me, it was an unavoidable decision. While it's not entirely impossible to utilize the scout given the nature of the doppelgangers, that would be a strategy only if we were to use her as a disposable sacrifice. If she was with us as someone we needed to protect, the losses would far outweigh the gains. Let it be. Miss Sarman agreed to it, didn't she? After all, if we fail, we all die. Partian glanced at me and decided to end the conversation there, and I resumed the exploration without further comment. There was nothing to gain from wasting time. Thud, thud, thud. As we continued to fight and move through the dark forest, a slight vibration came from underfoot. This meant that the seal release rate had reached 20%. Indeed, with about 1% increasing every 10 minutes, it was about time. Mr. Jandel, can we go a bit faster? Let us do that. We increased our pace as if chased by time. And we've arrived. We finally reached our destination. A sinkhole that I hadn't seen when searching for the mid-boss in the forest before. Now, if we go down here, the boss battle will begin. But first, we need to do this. Let us search around here for a bit before we move on. Under Raven's direction, we scoured the area around the sinkhole for something. It didn't take long. Just as the book said, there had to be one hidden near the entrance. A white tombstone emitting an eerie sound. In the game, it was referred to by the proper noun seal stone. However, calling it a hidden piece would be an understatement. By the 4th chapter, these start appearing sporadically throughout the entire forest. What do you mean by as the book says? Information about the seal stones could be naturally learned through the Book of Sacrifice, which was generated at the Shadow Altar at the end of the 3rd chapter. Well, the information essentially just tells us to find and activate it. There was nothing like that in the manual. Not from the manual, it was a different book. Raven, responding vaguely to the Mage Partian's question, placed her hand over the seal stone. Whoosh! A pillar of black light shot up into the sky. The seal stone has been activated. Seal release rate 10%. With this, the doppelganger seal release rate decreased by 10%. Of course, according to our strategy, this number isn't very significant, but since we're passing by, there is no reason to skip it. Then, that is all the preparations we can do here. We soon returned to the sinkhole. Is everyone ready? It's time for the boss battle. The character has entered the Raider's hideout. The boss battle is a rift of challenges. However, the boss battle in Doppelganger Forest takes a slightly unusual form. First, the exploration must split into 2 groups. One team engages in the boss battle. The other team will search for seal stones in a forest full of doppelganger soldiers and manage the seal release rate. This is the standard strategy written in the Book of Sacrifices. The concept sucks. Here, only by trusting each other and fulfilling our respective roles can we win. Likely, we would have also divided into 2 teams for the boss battle, selecting 2 or 3 appropriate members from each team. That is, if it hadn't all blown up. We can't use that method now. There are only 7 of us left. The expedition was halved, complicating matters. There simply weren't enough people to split into teams. So, what should be done? After checking the loot left by the Dwarf and Hans GS team, I had a quick answer and gave Raven a hint to lead her to the same conclusion. All in. Rather than dividing the already small group and ending up with nothing substantial, the strategy was to concentrate all forces in one place and aim for a quick victory. In other words, a veteran player-esque strategy. It might be a bit risky. Is everyone okay with that? We don't have much choice, do we? Thus, the strategy was set. I estimated the success rate at 90%. Of course, probability is just a number, and the only way to really know if it will work is to try it out. Life doesn't always go according to plan, does it? Boom. True to a barbarian-esque nature, I first jumped down into the tunnel to check for safety. After sending a signal upward, the rest of the team followed one by one. The air is chilling. The cool temperature of the cave. Inside, something had sensed our presence and let out a bizarre howling. I chuckled. This was one of the barbarian-esque roles. What are you freezing up for? Let us go smash it. Giving courage to the team members. Without a moment's hesitation, I led the way down the straight passage, and the others, regaining their spirits, followed closely behind. Thud, thud. After about 40 steps, the fog scattered throughout the cave cleared, revealing the boss room. A cavity with a huge magic circle drawn on it. Stones of truth scattered around like toys on the floor, and something humanoid crouching at the center, its back turned to us. And then a whimpering sound. Did you come to kill me? Something turned its head to look at us. The revealed face was none of ours. Just an ordinary kid. If only his facial features weren't upside down. I haven't done anything wrong. The kid looked at us as if wronged. Soon, the emotion in his eyes turned to anger. A typical boss fight intro. I am just like you. Before it could finish its next line, I skipped it. The hell, Ray? The environment wasn't too good for leaping, so I just dashed and swung my mace. Thump. The kid, still sitting, had his head smashed in. But it didn't feel the same as usual. It was like hitting a sandbag filled with water. Eek. An unknown scream filled the entire cave, and at the same time, the kid transformed into a black, viscous form. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Something black, expanding and contracting like sea urchin spines. Is it starting with me? When the process was over, another version of me was standing there. Mimicry, a unique ability that only a doppelganger could possess, unattainable even by extracting its essence. But it was slightly different from the field. Eek. The creature no longer mimicked my words and actions. And then, the nameless plunderer has cast swing. It didn't just imitate. It became stronger than before. Think of it as a level 5 monster with added stats and skills of the entity it's mimicking. It wasn't considered a level 4 monster for nothing. Hush! As a test, I stepped back to dodge. At the same moment, its mace slammed into the ground. Boom! The impact vibrated through the entire cave, leaving a crater, a power that seemed it would require an increase of at least 200 in strength. It was enough to make me feel a bit proud if I considered it a glimpse of my future self. But I can definitely block this. Any deficit in stats could be compensated with the right gear, blocking its wild swings with a shield to prevent it from reaching my comrades. Boom! The crisp sound I expected did not occur. The weight felt by the shield was beyond imagination. This was with 50% reduced impact? Raven, true to my explorer nature, I pinged for support. Magic flew immediately. Facing a high-level monster, the attack began not with offensive magic, but with curses. Boom! Its attacks, now easier to withstand, continued. However, this was only the first prerequisite for the attack. The real first phase starts now. The nameless plunderer has cast self-replication. From the body of my doppelganger, black, viscous matter splattered indiscriminately, falling to the ground in countless tiny droplets. Hander. Raven's staff emitted flames to melt the droplets, but it was impossible to handle them all. The persistent droplets on the ground grouped together, undergoing a transformation process, and began to mimic our appearances. There are 4 of them. Raven calmly relayed the information to me. I made a quick decision. Since they were mere copies, they couldn't perform as well as the original. So, the plan continued. Don't worry about me. Take them out first. I delegated dealing with the clones to my comrades and focused solely on the main body. Every one of them is Hans Kreisen. Raven's additional briefing made my body freeze. What? Doubting my ears, even in the midst of battle, I scanned the surroundings. Naturally, there was no mistake in the information Raven gave me. Fuck. How could they all turn out to be Hans G? Whether dead or alive, wasn't he supposed to mimic 1 out of 15? Then what are the odds? Unaware of my turmoil, Raven exclaimed. It's lucky there's no Mr. Jandel among the copies. Let us clean up quickly. Her voice sounded almost like she was bearing good news. I couldn't blame her for feeling that way. Hans G was relatively weaker in combat among us, and 4 summoners together made a poor combination. Certainly, it was a fortunate turn for us. But my heart started racing wildly. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 189. Overgeared 4. Doppelganger clones are different from the original doppelganger's body. It can only use the abilities of the individual it mimics, and those freshly summoned in the boss room are less intelligent. No, should I say, skill? Unlike the real Hans G, who summons all his minions at the start of the battle, the clones fumble and summon 1 at a time. 1 down. Before the clones could do anything, Mr. Bear's crossbow pierced through the forehead of 1. The rest soon followed suit. We defeated them all. The victory cry came in less than 30 seconds. Though there were 4 Hans, I was worried something tricky might happen, but for now it seemed easily resolved. So now is the time. Before it could summon more clones, we needed to quickly deal significant damage to the original. Well, it wouldn't be easy. Scream. As everyone focused their attacks, the original started rampaging, screaming. The nameless plunderer has cast Flesh Explosion, a skill that I stopped using after losing my regeneration. With the physical capabilities of my body, plus the average stats of a level 5 monster, the boss mob exhibited a truly monstrous presence. Everyone fall back. Eventually, Raven pulled the melee line back. It was a good decision. With 2 mages and 1 archer, the damage output was already sufficient. There was no need to push the melee to the front line, especially since the doppelganger, mimicking my appearance, reduced the effectiveness of physical damage. You 3, please protect us? Misha, Einar, and the tank. As the 3 melee fighters switched positions to protect the dealers, the rear of the team could more comfortably continue their long-range assault. Where do you think you're going? As powerful ranged attacks continued, the original tried to ignore me and move backward, but I kept managing the threat level with wild bursts to maintain aggro. How much time had passed? PZZZT dash. After a volley of flesh explosions, the creature's body was in tatters, and a brain spear stuck into the head transformed the doppelganger into a black slime. Well, we managed the first tough part at least. Of course, the first phase was far from over. The first phase wouldn't end until all the exploration members who entered the boss room had transformed. But, it's my turn now. Whoever came out next wouldn't be as difficult as me. In fact, the battle with Einar, who was next in line, ended even before going through 2 rounds of clone summoning patterns. Now there was no need for the melee to stay back. Kiaik. That was when the doppelganger transformed into Einar was defeated. Dash. The magic circle drawn on the floor began to glow, and the entire cave started to shake. It wasn't some kind of special attack pattern. It meant that the seal's release rate had increased by 10%. The seal release rate is at 20%. Although the boss fight had just begun a few minutes ago, this was something I couldn't control. The release rate of the seal increased dramatically once the fight started. For every 10 clones summoned, it increases by about 5%. This is the most frustrating part of the strategy. No matter what we did, it was impossible to preemptively stop the summoning pattern, so the increase in the seal release rate was inevitable. Well, if there was a second team outside activating the sealing stones, it would be less of a burden, but we didn't have such a luxury. We have no choice but to end it before then. It's game over if the seal reaches 100%. At that point, every single clone becomes as strong as the original body. Furthermore, the clones start reproducing themselves through self-replication. It's my turn this time. Next up was Raven. Surprisingly, there was a moment when I felt a little giddy. Since magic requires casting time, the plan was to quickly finish the fight, but the problem was the clones that were summoned in the middle. 2 of the 4 were me. Bethel Ra. I don't know what magic the doppelganger was trying to use, but the fact that Raven shouted that we'd all die if we didn't act suggested that it would have been serious if the spell had completed. Well, we blew up their heads before that could happen. Crack! After that, the doppelganger transformed into Misha, the tank, Partian, and Uncle Bear in that order, and we did our best to defeat them as quickly as possible. This signaled the end of the first phase. Dash. As soon as we finished the phase, the magic circle lit up again, prompting me to lick my lips. 40% unsealing rate in the first phase. It was precisely the figure I had expected. Still, I had hoped to reduce it as much as possible. Everyone, take positions as we discussed. I issued the order, trying to shake off the disappointment. The doppelganger that had completed the first phase was now in the center of the cave, repeatedly expanding and contracting as it transformed. If it's something nobody knows, then the doppelganger's voice echoed throughout the cave. That meant the next phase was about to start. What's the difference from the truth? Soon after, the doppelganger completed its transformation. The nameless plunderer has cast Swap. It was time to start the second phase. One of the doppelganger's abilities, Swap. This effect is quite intuitive. This skill swaps the positions of the clone created by self-duplication and the original. But that's the story when the skill is fully mastered. Why is it me from the start? Raven had doubled. The faces were identical, and there was no discernible difference in their speech or expressions. It was impossible to differentiate by location. I remember a mage I worked hard to recruit died because of this in Dungeon Stones. It was a significant shock at that time. I glanced at the Stone of Truth rolling around on the floor like a toy. Normally, using this stone to distinguish between the doppelganger and the original is the standard strategy. Well, it does increase the seal rate in exchange. Without external support, it's absolutely critical we don't use it. So how would we discern the real one? Smirk. I smiled as I looked at the 2 ravens. Initially, their dialogue matched, but here their words and actions diverged. Don't shoot. What are you all doing? That one is the fake. One was using defensive language, while the other took a somewhat aggressive stance to defend itself. I murmured briefly. What are you waiting for? Shoot. Click. The sound of Mr. Bear pulling the trigger came from behind. And then, boom. A large arrow, akin to a siege weapon, shot out and smashed Raven's small head. Thud. The small body collapsed powerlessly. Oh, was that actually Aruru? You murderer! You killed Aruru! Everyone, including Misha, stiffened. But that can't be right. Everyone, calm down. Soon, the body of Raven that had fallen to the floor transformed into black slime and floated in the air. And I guessed correctly. And for the record, the aggressive Raven was the real one. Now, go back to your place. I sent Raven, whose place had been swapped with the doppelganger, to the wall and approached the transforming slime. This time it's you. Raising my mace, I waited briefly until the doppelganger finished transforming. Niang, put that down, you barbarian brute. Whatever. Thwack. Without further ado, I smashed its head with the mace. Once again, I was correct. It was expected. The doppelganger can't copy numbered items. Still, should I have thought about it a bit more? Misha is the holder of number 5991 Viper S. Fong. What do you expect from a barbarian, Mississippi Karlstein? Raven holding the misplaced trust handed over by Pertian throughout the boss fight. It's finally my turn. I'll handle it. Mr. Bear had the Necromancer-esque deception. Bethel Rayu. Einar was wearing a ring called Foxfire Knot, obtained from the Fairy Archer. It wasn't a great option, so I'd probably sell it outside. Crack dash. Thus, if you have the right items, the second phase of the doppelganger can be a breeze. And had it finally realized that? The Nameless Plunderer has cast Swap. Transformed into the tank, the doppelganger launched a surprise attack without a word. Its target was the mage, the one with the lowest defense. Had we been in our usual close formation, dodging that attack would have been difficult, but I'll block it. As soon as we entered the second phase, we had spaced out and pressed against the walls. In simple terms, it meant we had enough time to respond to the ambush. Boom! Einar's great sword collided with the doppelganger's blunt weapon, causing an explosion. Misha then stabbed it from behind. Mr. Bear and Raven followed up to finish it off. Everyone back to your positions. After completing one turn, I gathered those who had been transformed by the doppelganger earlier into a tight formation. What's wrong? Aren't you moving? Spurred by my words, the tank hurriedly moved. A dim light shone from his shoes. Tracks of Prosperity, a rather cheap item in the 9000s numbered series, but it had decent options for a warrior. It was a reasonably good option for a warrior. It wasn't a looted item. He originally owned it. Maybe he saved up money to buy it? The Nameless Plunderer cast Swap. Anyway, the next target was the middle-aged mage, Pertian. He had lent misplaced trust to Raven, but that was no issue. The magic staff he carried was a numbered item. Crack! Since the target of the transformation was a mage, it didn't take long to defeat the transformed creature. Now, only I was left. Mr. Pertian. That's right. I'll get ready immediately. The mages, who had previously struggled against a doppelganger that had transformed into me, were now preparing their most powerful spells. Bethel, Ray. As soon as the doppelganger finished transforming, I pushed it back with my shield. The one in the back is fake. The mages quickly identified it and unleashed the prepared spell. Of course, being a tank, I didn't go down with just one hit. But since there were no summons in the second phase, the magic wasn't interrupted. Whiz, boom, whoosh, a literal barrage of high-powered attack magic. Eventually, the creature couldn't withstand it and collapsed. Watching it fall, I felt somewhat bitter. I need to set up magic resistance soon. The path of a tank is still long. The doppelganger's third phase. In other words, we had reached the final phase. Everyone come here. Raven quickly gathered everyone into a new formation without needing my order. And at that moment, thud, 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 thud. The cave shook violently as if there were an earthquake. Bits of dirt fell from the ceiling with a rustling sound. Kee, hee, keekat, kee. The doppelganger, reverted to a slime-like form, burst into a bizarre laugh. Honestly, I wasn't even sure what was creepier at this point. The only question I had was, how is it talking without a mouth? Be careful. If Mr. Jandel falls. Don't worry. That won't happen. I quickly dismissed Raven's concerns. It wasn't because I was completely confident of victory. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't shaking. It's a long-standing habit of mine to always assume the worst and guard against any possible variables. But sometimes, showing confidence and leading the team is also a quality of a leader. Crunch. I maintained just enough tension to keep alert and clench my mace tightly. The final phase was essentially a berserk mode. From this point on, every second was crucial. It began summoning clones on a scale that made the first phase look trivial. Boom! The black, viscous substance that had swelled to its limits exploded. Black particles spread throughout the cave. Two mages immediately unleashed flames to eradicate them, but they couldn't even clear half of it. Meanwhile, the explosions continued. The Nameless Plunderer cast self-replication. The The nameless plunderer casts self-replication. The nameless plunderer casts self-replication. The particles gathered and formed shapes, soon taking our appearance. At a glance, there seemed to be dozens of them. Hans G., the fairy archer, the dwarf. Faces we wouldn't see again after today were everywhere. The spacious cave was suddenly packed. Don't be too scared. These clones aren't as strong as the ones before. As Raven said, these were much weaker than the ones we'd seen earlier. Likely, a few hits from me would cause them to burst into smoke and vanish. However, the scary part of the frenzy state was something else. Seal release rate 50%. Seal release rate 60%. The fluorescent magic circle kept emitting light, indicating that the release rate was being updated. If things continued like this, the seal would break in a few minutes, and the doppelganger would regain its full strength. So, it was about time to pull it out. Character uses: Outlaw of the Wasteland. Physical melee damage increases temporarily in proportion to the number of humanoid monsters. The item that instilled confidence that I could beat the doppelganger. Current increase rate 112%. Current increase rate 157%. Current increase rate 278%. Current increase rate 342%. Current increase rate 4. It gave us a 90% chance of winning. Bethel, Ray. Items are also a form of strength. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 190. Number 8667, Outlaw of the Wasteland. A numbered item worn by a member of the dwarf team. Being a lower numbered item, it lacked any stat boosts and was relatively inexpensive. Its use is a bit ambiguous. It increases melee physical damage against humanoid monsters. The increase rate depends on the number of humanoid monsters. No wonder it had little demand among explorers. There weren't many humanoid monsters in the labyrinth, and they seldom moved in groups anyway. Besides, it has a cooldown of a whole day. Unless one was targeting doppelgangers or a specific creature on the 5th floor, it was a difficult item to use effectively. Thanks to obtaining this item, our odds significantly improved. Without it, maybe it would have been a 50-50 chance. Seal release rate 70%. Suddenly, the magic circle emitted light again, signaling that the seal release was nearing completion. With a 5% increase per 10 creatures, it meant that over 60 clones had already been summoned. Current increase rate 401%. But there was still a long way to go. Thus, we stuck to the plan and formed a tight formation along the wall. And then, Barton Wire. Raven used her magic to summon a stone wall. We made a decision to hold out until the moment came. However, she didn't barricade the entire area. There was a gap left on one side, large enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through. It was Raven's idea as well. If it were completely blocked, the doppelganger would try to break through, but if there was a path, it would likely take it. It actually worked. I stood blocking the only pathway. In my current state, I could knock out any clone, even those that looked like me, with 1 or 2 swings of my mace. But I forcefully suppressed the urge. Our goal wasn't to hunt these clones. Boom! As if on cue, the clones pushed against each other and rushed towards me. Not all of them did, however. There is a hole over there. One of the clones broke through the stone wall and forged a path. I glanced over to confirm, and it was the clone that looked like me. Mr. Jandel, focus on that side. We'll handle things here. The melee line and the Iron Guardian summoned by Mr. Bear hurriedly formed a human barrier to block the clones, but it wasn't too easy. We had a significant handicap. Don't kill them. Blocking without attacking. A task difficult to perform unless one was a specialized tank. The sound of a strenuous battle continued from behind. But there was nothing I could do. If I tried to help, I might make things worse. Dear. About 2 minutes later, the cave shook again. Seal release rate 90%. It was time to settle the score. Mr. Jandel. The ceiling wasn't high, so I only exerted a little force and performed a short jump. In professional terms, a low jump. Total weight of the character exceeds 500 kilograms. Special terrain effect, recoil, applies additional damage to the area. Including my comrades, the clones were all momentarily suspended in midair. As soon as I landed, I quickly rushed forward, stepping over the clones. Temporarily increases threat level significantly. Due to the increased threat level, the clones scrambled to their feet and charged at me like zombies, and soon I felt tremendous resistance behind my shield. Bethel Reawea. About 10 seconds later, I bulldozed through all of them and finally reached my destination. Boom! Boom! The main doppelganger was continuously exploding bodies in self-replication. No need to see more. I swung my mace. Thwack! It felt like smashing tofu, but it was enough to confirm the damage inflicted. Kaik! The original, now transformed into me and in berserk mode, ended the infinite self-replication. It looked a bit different from before. 2 heads sprouted from its shoulders. Me Anar. Damn it, of all things, why her? The doppelganger now had not only my skills but also the essence of Anar. The nameless plunderer casts swing. The nameless plunderer casts, repeated slash. The impact was on a different scale. If it weren't for the Guardian S mark, I would have been thrown backwards. Moreover, the summoned clones were attacking me from all sides. But, whoosh! I completely ignored them and swung my mace. The two barbarians at the neck of the main body smiled a sickening smile. A laugh that held the meaning. Do you think I would work? I simply smiled back at it. Current increase rate 771%. Because it's not just you who S buffed. Introducing extreme damage barbarian mode. Qua. As I cast swing with all my might, the doppelganger, usually blocking with its shield, staggered. That exposed a gap. I didn't give it any time and swung my mace again. Crack! With just one hit, Anar's head was crushed. Since it had two heads, this alone didn't bring it down. No problem. Just one more hit was all it would take. Crack! The doppelganger, now headless, immediately reverted back to its slimy form. It hardened. The doppelganger casts crystallization. It's their last desperate attempt when they are about to die. Though calling it a desperate attempt might be undermining its difficulty. Magic damage reduced by 99%. Physical damage reduced by 90%. Essentially immune to magic. Physical damage is reduced by 90%, a truly overpowered skill. If not destroyed in time, the cycle starts all over again. It's laughable, but that's the original strategy. Mass summoning, transformation, crystallization. Repeat this sequence to accumulate damage to the crystals and smash them. Qua. But we have to risk everything in this one attempt. That's why I left the clones alone. Raven. At my shout, Raven and Protean immediately used their magic. It wasn't an attack spell. It was the mana shield they had used during the PK with the dwarf team. Raven urgently shouted. We can't hold it much longer. I knew it without having to be told. How many clones were around me? Since it was a spell that consumed a lot, the 2 mage mana would run out in less than a minute. That's why. Qua. Trusting in the thick layer of magic on my skin, I focused only on smashing the crystallized doppelganger. Qua. If it weren't for Outlaw of the Wasteland, I would never have used this tactic. Maybe I would have dealt with the clones first, and then all attack together, worrying whether the damage would be enough. Crack! The fourth swing finally made a crack on the crystal. It was surprisingly effective. I had encountered the crystallization pattern several times before, but never this quickly. How much damage was I actually dealing? The numbers were unknown, but it was impressive. I still had something up my sleeve. The character casts Leap, another low jump. Temporary threat level greatly increases. And then, Bethel immediately followed by Wild Burst. Temporarily, the character's threat level triples, amplifies physical attributes. Tremendous power surged through my body. Of course, this boost was only for a brief moment, but I judged it to be enough. The destructive power of blunt weapons greatly increases in proportion to strength. The threat level turns into strength, and that strength into the destructive power of the blunt weapon, a miraculous exchange law. Current increase rate 771%. And adding Outlaw of the Wasteland to that, even a 90% physical immunity seems nothing. Because my damage is now exponential. Doppelganger defeated. EXP plus 6. Guardian kill bonus. EXP plus 3. How many times had I swung my mace like a man possessed at the crystal? I'm not sure, but around the time when the mana shield ended and injuries rapidly accumulated on my body. Crackle dash. The crystal, cracked like a shattered mirror, eventually exploded into fragments like a grenade. It's a bit too close to call it a close call. About a minute, even though I had in mind the plan to gather everyone and push the damage to the limit. At the last moment, an unexpected variable arose, and there was no need to resort to plan B. Yeah, days like this should happen too. While happy, I also felt a bittersweet emotion. Nobody would call it good luck just because an unexpected accident didn't happen. No, it's too early to relax. Putting aside my distractions, I refocused. Right after the boss fight started, wasn't it against all possibility that 4 members of Hans G appeared? It might also be a variant rift like the Blood Castle. Swish dash. Then, the shattered fragments of the main body transformed into a cluster of light and scattered in the air. The same happened to the clones that filled the cave. Whoosh dash. In addition, a portal to the 4th floor opened in the center. It really meant that the rift had been cleared. Hey, what's that? Did we defeat it? I thought I was going to die. Ururu. Can you give me a potion? That's for later. You're not seriously injured, so we should check that first. Essence? Numbered item? Rift stone? What came out? Ah, right, I need to check that too. Being on guard in case something else happened. I hadn't properly looked yet. Now it was time to collect the rewards from the Guardian. I swallowed hard and shifted my gaze to where the doppelganger had been. There was nothing there. Could this be the effect of Hans? The thought crossed my mind, but it's not good to always make excuses about Hans. The drop rate for essences or numbered items is only 33% after all. Well, it hurts a bit that the rift stone didn't appear even with a 66% drop rate. It's common. This often happened in the original game too, equals struggling to break through the rift and then not getting any reward. Mr. Jandel, snap out of it. It can happen. Yeah, that's right. We've already gained a lot. Haven't we? Seeing that I was frozen in place, my teammates offered words of consolation. So it's not like I'm angry. So, was the reward from the PK all we got? It felt somewhat empty, but on reflection, feeling disappointed was also silly. I can't even imagine how much the equipment would sell for. We've probably already set a new record for highest profit. And Haven T, we even secured the essence of the Manticore? Yeah, this alone is practically like getting the essence of the doppelganger. Is this what they call the power of positive thinking? Suddenly, I felt a bit energized. Misha, are you okay with your injuries? Niang? Just a scratch. Just a scratch. Have a potion first. Pushing my disappointment aside, I began to take care of my teammates and wrap up the aftermath of the battle. Watching me, Raven chuckled. You really do seem like a leader when you do that. Are you mocking me? No, I was serious this time. Aruru, don't be like that. It makes Bjorn embarrassed. What are they talking about? Then, we should head back up now. After tidying up, we returned to the forest. All the doppelgangers above had already vanished. You were safe. I'm so glad. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss Sarman. We picked up the scout we had left at the altar and handed her over to the tank. Incidentally, the archer from the dwarf team we had sacrificed at the altar was already dead. That concluded our business with them. You should take this. It served you well. Keep that. Really? Partian gifted the misplaced trust to Raven. Although all its uses were depleted, it wasn't a worthless gift. There's a way to recharge it, after all. It would still fetch hundreds of thousands of stones if sold. Thanks for saving us. If you ever need my strength, feel free to find me anytime. While I was thinking that his words were just empty pleasantries, Partian handed me a visiting card marked with the emblem of the Narman school. It seems it wasn't just empty words after all. I'll keep it and visit them if needed. It feels like I completed a side quest. After briefly exchanging greetings with the tank and the scout, I escorted them to the portal. Aren't you guys leaving? We've come into a rift after all. We want to explore and study it a bit more. Is that so? Partian nodded meaningfully, and Raven smiled awkwardly. Well then, I'll be going. They soon took the portal back to their original location. Those folks, will they be alright? Why worry? That is not like you. Mages naturally look out for and take care of each other, you know? It's needless worry. It's the 4th floor after all. Although Hans G and the fairy archer had died, the Sky Tower was a layer where, if desired, one could hold out indefinitely. Probably, like us in the past, the 3 of them would bide their time until returning to the city. Well, you have a point. We left the portal behind and climbed back into the forest. There was still more to take care of. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 191. 11th day into the labyrinth, 7 a.m. After seeing off 3 people outside the rift, we returned to the forest. And then, hey, how about we eat something? That sounds good. Only then did we feel hungry and gathered to cook together. But it's human nature that when you're full, you get sleepy. Let us just sleep today and start fresh tomorrow. Feeling extremely tired, we set up camp, and without further ado, everyone fell asleep. It wasn't just because we had pulled an all-nighter. We had wasted mental energy playing the Mafia game in the 3rd chapter and had a series of one-on-one PK battles, followed by the doppelganger boss fight. DRRRRR. As soon as I closed my eyes, a wave of fatigue hit. When I opened my eyes again, a whole day had passed. 7:12. I had gone to sleep after 8 a.m., but checking the clock, the hour hand had moved back by an hour, meaning I had slept for nearly 24 hours. Niang, you're awake? Why didn't you wake me? We just woke up ourselves. It wasn't like they were considerate of me or anything. I took out my water bottle and washed my face quickly. Then I smelled something delicious nearby. If you're awake, come and get your dishes. Oh, but wake up Einar first. You know she won't wake up easily if it's not you. After waking Einar, we all had breakfast together, and then wandered through the forest to gather necessary items. Don't just follow. Check the ground carefully. This root is worth 10,000 stones. A herb native to the doppelganger forest. Jandel. Boom. Crushing the now useless eel stones, which had a probability of dropping sealed fragment of evil. How much is this worth? About 1,000,000 stones each. I see. I'll buy up to 5. I ended up consuming 5 of the 7 fragments we collected. After that, the effects wouldn't be effective. Character has consumed a sealed fragment of evil. Magic resistance permanently increased by +1. Incidentally, the remaining 2 fragments were bought by Misha for consumption. Me? You made a lot of money. Haven to you? Don't be stingy. It's not that it's too precious. Misha looked guiltily at Einar. She really should be more selfish as an explorer. After all, Einar would later consume an essence with significant magic resistance, so it made sense for Misha to use the fragments. It's not like she was paying for it. Phew, but no matter how much we look, we can't find it. We have a day, let's keep searching. Although there were no monsters, the forest was so vast that it took a whole day just to find it. However, we invested the next day as well, thoroughly searching the forest once more, and soon found what we were looking for. Everyone, cover your ears, no, just stay far away. I'll pull it out myself. Mandragora root, one of the ingredients for an elixir. Raven protected herself with magic as she uprooted it, marking the end of all tasks possible in the doppelganger forest. However, I'm really sorry, but could you give us a bit more time? I want to explore this place further. Why is that? It's purely personal curiosity. At Raven's request, we decided to stay longer. Surprisingly, no one objected. After all, even the author of the book, The Rift Chronicle, might not know everything. Who knows, we might discover something more. The team's eyes gleamed with unexpected hope. Well, I think the chance of finding another hidden piece that I don't know about is almost nil, but at least she'd asked. When we first met in the blood-tinted castle, there wasn't even an apology. She just used the dwarf and me to assist with her research. So, where shall we start exploring? Let us start with the cave we were in at the beginning. We meticulously checked everywhere from the Shadow Cave, the first chapter, to the boss room, the plunderer's hideout. Well, to be more precise, we searched and smashed everything that looked suspicious. As I expected, there were no hidden rooms or items. However, during the process, we encountered numerous questions. Why exactly was it a cage? Maybe it was because we had to wait until the other teams were all ready? Then it would be more logical to synchronize the timing, like when we enter and exit the labyrinth. Why does Doppelganger's forest start in a cage? What is the Book of Sacrifices acquired from the altar, and why describe it as sacrifice? Why did the clones turn into Imperial soldiers after the 3rd chapter? And what exactly is the Empire? Thinking about it now, it's a shame. Even though it spoke awkwardly, we could have learned something if we captured one. Despite Raven's thought-provoking comment, the whole team discussed it but couldn't come up with any solid answers. Thus, the Rift exploration came to an end. I'm sorry, everyone. We wasted 2 days meaninglessly because of me. Don't apologize. Aren't you our team's mage? It was a legitimate request. We agreed to the search, right? And I actually had fun exploring, right? Aina? Nianger? I was bored. Please be more observant, okay? Seeing Misha scolding Einar, who then looked sullen, Raven chuckled. Thanks, everyone. But now that I think about it, there might be no need to feel sorry. Just selling 1 Mandragora root covers the value of several days of hunting, right? Finally, our mage is back to normal. Back to normal? What do you mean by that, Frid? Mr. Bear shrugged his shoulders, avoiding the question, and Raven also looked suspicious but didn't probe further. You have entered the 4th floor, Sky Tower. On the afternoon of day 14, we returned to the labyrinth through the portal in the boss room and continued our exploration. It took us about 6 days to reach the 5th floor. After that, we took the Hellfire Gorge route as originally planned and concentrated on the hunt for the Malarodon. Oh, and by the way, finding the black moss made everything easy afterwards. I didn't even have to suggest using detection magic. Raven, encouraged by our previous exploration, cast detection magic every 5 minutes throughout. Nothing again. As a result, we managed to hunt 3 Milodons, but all were duds. It's a common occurrence, really. The chance of a Milodon-esque corpse remaining after using distortion magic is 20%. Looks like it's a bust this time. With 5 days to go before it closed, I didn't bother looking for Milodon. There was no point in going in if we couldn't do much anyway. After obtaining the fire orb, I wanted to venture into areas we hadn't been able to reach before, but alas. You have defeated a Stoneburn. EXP +4. You have defeated a Fire Wraith. EXP +2. You have defeated a Redmid. EXP +3. You have defeated a Hellflame. EXP +5. Still, the hunt itself wasn't bad. This was the only good thing about the failure of the No-Arc exploration. With more than 90% of the clans occupying the field gone, the entire 5th floor is overrun with monsters. Of course, this situation wouldn't last long. In a few months, the clans would recover from the damage, and those clans that hadn't entered due to the unstable condition would probably do so soon enough. Time passed. Your character is moving to Rafdonia. The day of return dawned. The sunlight warmly enveloped my skin. As always, I stood idly for a moment, enjoying the coziness. Looking around, I saw other explorers doing the same. Shall we go then? Heading to the checkpoint for our rank, I saw my colleagues already there. Except for one. Is admin not here yet? Oh, there he is, coming with someone else. It's a strange sight every time I see it. No matter how wide the square, how can someone not find their way here? Haha, so the line is shorter this time? It's not because we came quickly. It seems like there were fewer explorers entering the labyrinth this time. Ahem, I didn't say anything? Anyway, as we all lined together, our turn came quickly. The income from converting magic stones was much less than before. It's 7.08 million stones. Split among 5, that's 1.41 million stones each. The income was almost 4 times less than the last time. But it was unavoidable. We hadn't entered the other world, and the nature of Doppelganger Forest made it difficult to gather magic stones. So, is that it? Yes, you all worked hard again this time. We hadn't made a ridiculous amount of money, so we didn't get any suspicious looks from the staff. However, just as we were about to leave after exchanging the stones. Please wait a moment. Huh? Is there a problem? The staff urgently stopped us, and then spoke rapidly. Team Apple Narek and the team leader Bjorn Jandel. Is that correct? And please wait here for a moment. This also applies to your team members. It wasn't like the time when the guards held me down violently, but it was enough to sense that something was wrong. Did our team's mage feel the same way? Excuse me, shouldn't you explain what this is about first? Raven spoke aggressively, possibly feeling a PTSD flashback coming on. And then, Inspector, are these the ones? Yes, that's right. A knight entered the checkpoint. Raven's face turned cold. Why are the Moselins here? Moselin, an enforcement agency composed solely of knights from noble families, infamous for several notorious acts. Bjorn. Misha shivered, having seen Dwaki arrested before her eyes. However, the knight was surprisingly kind. At least, not like the overbearing bastard she'd seen back then. Pleased to meet you. I am Elmras from the Moselin Enforcement Division. Although he speaks comfortably like a superior, this is a characteristic of nobility, so it's natural. It counts as relatively gentle. Moreover, he even offered a handshake. It meant that he was not particularly hostile towards us. This is Bjorn, son of Jandel. I sighed with relief internally and responded to the handshake. But not all unease had dissipated. Why had the inspector detained us? And for what purpose had Moselin sought us out? Hello. And the lady is? I am Oliva Raven, from the Artemian School. I would like to know why Sir Elmras has sought us out. Raven asked, and the knight responded with a smile. There is only one reason an inspector would detain explorers. A warrant has been issued for you all. This news was like a bolt from the blue. What? What does that mean? Don't be too shocked. Looking at the charges, it doesn't seem too severe. But what is the reason for this? The knight grinned and replied. Manifestation of powers within the city, and the crime of entering the labyrinth without permission, disregarding the instructions of the administrators. That. All of us, including Raven, shut our mouths tight. With so much happening in the labyrinth, we had completely forgotten about that. We had thought it would end with just a fine. I really don't understand. Normally, such things would be settled with a fine? I asked a bit argumentatively, without realizing it. There seemed no reason for a warrant to be issued, and even less for Moselin to be involved. So, what was going on? The circumstances are such that it could be interpreted as disobedience to the royal command rather than a simple misdemeanor. That's what it was. I somewhat understood the situation. It seemed Raven understood as well. You're trying to rein in the explorers. Why hide anything from a mage? That's right. It's only been a day, but your story has already spread among the explorers. Our story? They feel foolish for having waited and followed instructions, saying they should have just dived in without waiting. They feel stupid for waiting and following instructions, saying they should have just jumped in without waiting. In other words, an example was being made. Punish 1 to warn 100. If explorers start acting out of line now, bigger problems could arise. Please understand. I also understood why I was chosen. I had gained some fame and had become a topic of conversation due to unauthorized entry, so it was likely easy for the story to spread. So, what is going to happen to us? I asked, cutting to the chase, but before he could answer, he made a correction. To be precise, not you all but you. Only I was to be punished. The rest would end with a fine. From what I heard, it seemed that I was more involved, and since it was a demonstrative punishment, there was no need for everyone to suffer. Oh, how reasonable. Yes, that's reasonable. Seeing Einar delighted was heart-wrenching. Raven did not step forward to argue the unfairness. Mr. Bear was relieved he wouldn't get into trouble with his wife. Was I the only one to speak on my own behalf? That misanthropic thought was swirling in my head when, "Excuse me, Sir Knight?" Since it's just for show, could I take the punishment instead? Misha, the only one who stood up for me. What are you saying? I pushed Misha away with a smirk. I appreciated the sentiment, but it was impossible. After all, I was the main culprit in this incident. And from what it sounded like, the punishment wasn't too severe. It's okay. I'll take responsibility. So go ahead and tell me. What's going to happen to me now? The knight nonchalantly responded. You'll just spend 20 days in Bifron. It was a temporary exile. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 192. Rafdonia. Once merely a small territory, it has transformed into the last refuge for humanity. The only fortress in the world where survivors from across the continent have gathered following the apocalypse. This fortress consisted of 14 district cities. First, District 1, Karnan Royal District. Home to the royal family, nobility, and the privileged classes. The most distinctive feature is that commoners cannot enter without special permission. Districts 2 to 5, Kamalby. Commonly referred to as the free market commercial area. Located on the outskirts of the royal district, it attracts all the notable craftsmen and high-revenue shops. District 7 to 13, Levision. Covering the most area in the city, with an astounding 70% of the city's population residing here. A common feature is the presence of a dimensional square in each district, where a portal opens every month. Finally, District 14, Bifron. Unlike the 6th district, Gnome Tree, which was classified as a special zone from the time the city was planned, Bifron is quite different. Clank. The gates open. To let in one more prison. What are you doing? Hurry up and get inside. Is that all? You've already heard the explanation. As long as you're not trying to escape, you can do whatever you want. The knight who had escorted me here turned away, eager to leave. Boom. Soon enough, the gates closed, and I turned around to check my surroundings. The prison camp, as the nickname suggested, the atmosphere was different from any regular city district. If District 7, where I lived, was abandoned for 100 years, it might look something like this. The buildings were dilapidated and crumbling, their walls covered in filth and graffiti. The streets were no different, cluttered with debris. I guess I'm spending 20 days here. Not wanting to just stand by the gate, I started walking aimlessly. I could feel wary gazes everywhere. They were from the residents of this district, thin, skeletal bodies clad in tattered clothes. Or should I say, from the prisoners? A smirk crossed my face. What would Lee Han-soo of the 21st century have done? He surely would have felt intimidated just by their stares. Their eyes were full of greed, beyond mere hostility. I would have been scrambling to find a place to hide. But now, what are you looking at? Now, I am a barbarian of this era, over 2 meters tall and clad in heavy armor. These frail creatures would stand no chance against me. I could squash them like melons in minutes. Bethel Rayoa. With that confidence, I unleashed Wild Burst, and the hiding residents scurried away as if they'd seen a ghost. It's okay. I'm not going to eat you. I continued on my way, laughing loudly at their reactions. Did that guy just yell out of nowhere? He must be crazy coming all the way here. Better to stay away. I heard their faint whispers from various corners. Exactly the reaction I was hoping for. I'd rather not be bothered by annoying flies. It feels like I've stepped into a beginner-s field. I've been quite worried about being in a lawless zone. Well, actually Misha had been worried, but now I was certain. In a lawless zone, the strong dictate the rules, which can sometimes be more comfortable than a society governed by law. I should just think of this as a break. My barbarian body, sensitive to the nature of destiny, had already sensed it. There wouldn't be much discomfort for me here. As I aimlessly wandered, taking in my surroundings, it happened. Hey, new guy. A bold little kid about 10 years old blocked my path. I asked to confirm. Did you follow me from the gate? No, I just saw you. But how did you know I'm new? Because I saw you for the first time today, and when someone like you arrives, word gets around. The reply made sense considering the frail figures around. State your business. I spoke in a subdued voice, aware of my surroundings. However, the kid seemed quite bold, not avoiding my gaze and speaking confidently. If it's your first day, you haven't found a place to stay yet, right? I can show you around. I was born and raised here, after all. Basically, he was offering to be my guide. Of course, it wouldn't be for free. He wouldn't have boldly approached a huge barbarian just to volunteer his services. What's the fee? Just 100 stones. It was such a small amount, I wondered if he missed a zero. All right, lead the way. I coolly accepted, and the kid led me to what he claimed was the best spot around. As I followed the kid, I asked him various things. I had read a few books about Bifron in the library, but assuming I knew everything about this place from that would be arrogant. First, I indulged my personal curiosity. Were you born here? Yes. Your parents? They're dead. That is not what I meant. Were your parents also born here like you? The kid seemed reluctant to answer, but eventually gave in before the money. I'll give you another 100 stones. Only my mother. I heard my father came from outside. For what crime? Possession and distribution of seditious literature. I should tell you up front, it was a book questioning the fairness of the taxes paid to the royal family. An intellectual. Then, it wasn't a surprising fact. The nickname prison camp attached to Bifron came about because it was a place to banish those who spread dissent against the royal family. You were dissatisfied? Then try living in a place where the royal family's grace doesn't reach. It was an expulsion, but from the royal family's perspective, it was a clever move. By banishing the dissenters, they could prove their legitimacy more definitively than anything else. It was much more beneficial than execution. How old are you? 11. You'll be able to leave in 3 years then. If I pass the qualification proof. I was puzzled. Qualification proof? I heard you could leave when you turn 14. You only heard half right. Relief is only available to a very few who show potential in any field. Though I said any field, most aim to become explorers. It's much easier, and they recruit more. Are you aiming to be an explorer too? No, I am a scholar. A scholar. No wonder his speech was so coherent. He hadn't let go of his studies even in these conditions. You're an explorer, aren't you? How did you end up here? The kid then asked me a question. It seemed he felt it unfair to be the only one answering. Tell you what, discount me 100 stones, and I'll tell you. It's not that much money. Even a small amount is worth saving for an explorer. Oh, so you were an explorer then? A playfully cunning trap by the kid. However, it seemed the kid realized too late that he might be making a mistake, so he quickly continued. All right, I'll take less. So, tell me, why are you here? I made a minor mistake in the city. They told me to spend just 20 days here, and then I can go back. 20 days? For someone who had grown up here all his life, maybe that was an incredibly short period? The kid chewed his lip and fell silent for a moment before asking another question. What rank were you? A piece of personal information I wasn't too keen on sharing. That's not what you asked for. Forget the 100 stones. Just answer what I ask next. I firmly changed the subject like any cunning adult would, steering the conversation to topics like Bifron's economy and social structure, subjects that are difficult to fully grasp just from books. The kid, true to his local roots, easily answered everything I asked. Among his responses, one particularly caught my attention. The royal family distributes food every month? Yes, but the powerful ones take it all and use it like a form of power. I wasn't particularly concerned about the gangs he mentioned. In any human society, a hierarchy is inevitable. What intrigued me was something else. The more I think about it, the more contradictory this place seems. What? Never mind. Somehow my interest in Bifron grew a bit more. Was there a more intriguing backstory to why one of the stable city districts in the game had turned out like this? We've arrived. After some more conversation, we arrived at the inn the kid had mentioned. A typical layout with a pub on the first floor and accommodation on the second, a common sight in the city. Usually they're run by a gang of thugs, right? So this is the best place, huh? I smirked and entered the inn, which seemed like it could be crawling with bugs. Creak. Surprisingly, the place was fairly crowded. Well-built men and women in ragged clothes, drinking alcohol. Ding! The rusted bell rattled with a dull thud, and all eyes in the room turned to me. The emotions in their gazes were varied. Wariness, confusion, curiosity, greed. I ignored them all and approached the counter. How much for one night? 50 stones. As expected, it sounded like a zero was missing in the price. And for a meal? 250 stones. 250 stones. From my perspective, both amounts were trivial, but when I actually experienced it, I realized the difference from the outside world. Food costs 5 times more than lodging. In Rafdonia, where housing crises are severe, these prices are unimaginable. I'll stay for the day. What about food? Serve it now. Payment first. I paid 300 stones for both room and board and took a seat. I should go now, mister. You haven't taken your money yet, have you? All right. The kid made an oops face, and I handed him 1,000 stones. I don't have change to give back. Keep the change, just sit, and keep me company until the meal arrives. Me? Keep me company while I eat. The kid looked at me with a strange expression, but settled down after a moment of thought, answering the questions I asked. As time passed, here's your order. The awaited food arrived. A meal of bread and a pale broth, no meat in sight. I should really go now. I stopped the kid as he tried to rise from his seat. Sit down. But you said only until the food arrived. Do I look like a complete fool? I repeated myself more sternly, with a hint of menace. Sit down. The kid sensed the change in the air and clamped his mouth shut, reluctantly sitting back down. He might pretend otherwise, but I could feel him trembling even from a distance. I scooped up a large spoonful of the soup. And then, eat. Me? Eat. I'm really not hungry, but thank you. Is that how it's going to be? Eat, and I'll give you 10,000 stones. I made the kid an offer he couldn't refuse. What choice would he make now? His answer was simple. Please, spare me. Quick-witted as one would expect from a kid raised in such a harsh environment. There were two reasons why I was able to see through the kid's trick. Did you follow me from the gate? No, I just saw you. First, the kid casually lied in response to a question asked just to confirm. Well, it was a well-concealed lie. But I'm somewhat confident in my memory. The kid had been lurking around since the gate first opened. Just 100 stones. Secondly, he asked for money too earnestly. That is quite strange. Normally you'd expect to be overcharged in tourist areas, full of people try to make a buck. But this boy, and even the innkeeper, hadn't tried to rip me off. Of course, it could just be a coincidence. Please spare me. Instead of eating, the kid knelt down. I wasn't surprised because I had expected it. Aren't the tricks of the people here lacking in novelty? If you're going to stab someone in the back, at least make it less obvious. I got up, throwing down my uneaten meal. Originally, I had intended to press him to find out who his accomplices were. But that seemed unnecessary now. Stop right there. I spoke as I watched several figures stealthily moving towards the exit. I tried my best to make friendly conversation. Unfortunately, the four men and women, including the owner, were too busy picking up the pace and fleeing. Shit. Run! I clicked my tongue bitterly as I watched their backs. Really, did they think that would work? I picked up the kid with one hand. Then, I quickly stepped outside and naturally activated gigantification, leaping high into the air with a powerful kick off the ground. Boom! My body plummeted to the ground, covering dozens of meters in an instant. The recoil effect sent the men and women into the air. Bethel Rayoa! With wild burst unleashed, the four people couldn't even think of getting up to run. Crunch! I made sure they couldn't escape by crushing 1 foot of each. Broad daylight. And right in the middle of the street, but what does it matter? This place is a lawless zone after all. There's no guard coming to respond just because I used some abilities. Did they finally come to their senses? One of the men, who had a rat-like face, began shouting as if on a loop. We are members of the Western Alliance. The Western Alliance was one of the 4 gangs that had divided up Bifrin. Was their boss an explorer or something? So his rank would be, hey, if you quietly let us go, we want to seek revenge for this. What? Crunch. He was making too much noise, so I crushed the other foot too. Did that make them even more desperate? Our boss is a rank 6 explorer. Despite the agonizing screams, he kept shouting loudly. I couldn't help but tilt my head. Our boss? What does that mean? When I questioned him, this time he tilted his head, like he couldn't understand what the hell I was talking about. I smiled kindly and bent down to pat him on the head. From now on, I'm your boss. I didn't want to subordinate at some point after all. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 193. The 3rd floor of the tavern where Team Apple always met. Raven let out a heavy sigh. This was due to the absence of one member. We managed to gather as promised, but with this, we can't settle our accounts properly. It was their 3rd day back in the city. In the absence of their leader, Raven alone had gone to Commelby and sold all the loot. The total came to a whopping 152.4 million stones. What a million! I've never heard of such a number before. Niang, did we really get that much even without the equipment we took? After all, it's the sum of the equipment from 7 mid-level explorers. And the Foxfire Knot, a numbered item, hasn't even sold yet. It just got listed. I kind of expected it, but it's really unbelievable. As soon as the amount was announced, a gasp escaped everyone's lips. Exactly the reaction Raven expected. But why does it feel somewhat lacking? Raven glanced at the empty seat. I didn't notice it when he was here, but it's kind of boring without him. Bjorn, son of Jandel. Barbarian warrior and the team leader who acted as the guardian of Team Apple. Had he been here, he probably would have been arguing about the distribution ratio by now. You want 40% of the essence value of the mana core as your share? What a strange calculation. If you had won the dice roll that day, maybe, but this came from the dwarf, so it should be divided equally. And what about the 20 million stones you received as a labor fee? I'll naturally give you the cost of the test tubes you used. But asking for 40% of the labor fee? There was no such term in our loot distribution agreement. The conversation would have gone something like that, and he would have smirked and come up with a new compromise as usual. Back then, she thought it was all for profit. Maybe it wasn't just that. Aruru, what are you thinking so hard about? Nothing. Raven shook off her reverie and wrapped up the gathering. If no one urgently needs the money, I'll keep it until Mr. Jandel returns. Yep, that works. I can lend Einar the money if she needs it, Niang. Again? Do I need to borrow more? Niang, you don't have much money to pay back anyway. If I ask for it early, it will only complicate the calculations and make it harder for Aruru. So, just hold on until then. Okay? Okay. Did he say 20 days? Just over 15 days left now. Raven felt strangely. It was her idea in the first place. But is it normal to nod so easily to someone keeping over 1 million in assets by themselves? If she were to ask herself, the answer would definitely be no. Raven, true to her nature as a mage, could not hold back and voiced her doubt. Aren't you guys worried at all about me keeping it? Worried? Why would we be? As if it was strange to even ask. The feeling became even stranger. Not a bad feeling, but it was hard to define clearly. I wonder if that's why he used the awakening magic. In the past, hearing that story from Bjorn made her think how naive he was. After all, no mage from the magic tower would ever do such a thing. But now, she might understand that action a bit. Just about 1%. Anyway, that wraps up our agenda for today. After concluding the purpose of their gathering, they had a meal together and chatted about this and that. Naturally, most of the conversation was about the absent team leader. Aruru, what kind of place is Bifron? A nasty place. Even a noble person would turn ugly there. Poverty and hunger do that. Did you have such times too, Yurkfrat? I lost all my gear in my 3rd year. I spent a whole year eating only rock bread and saving up money to make a comeback. I remember just barely managing to pay my taxes too. The mood grew a bit heavier. Misha cautiously voiced her concern. Bjorn is doing well, isn't he, Niang? Why worry so much about Miss Karlstein? He has plenty of money and strength. What could be tough for him there? He's probably relaxing as if he's on vacation right now. I hope so. Raven chuckled and shook her head. No matter what she said to a woman in love, it wouldn't be heard, but her demeanor appeared quite lovely. She's just 1 year older than me. For some reason, Raven felt a tinge of envy. Will there ever come a day when I can look that serene? It's hard to imagine right now. As she stared openly, Misha, embarrassed, turned her head away and pinched the waist of the stern Einar. Einar, stop eating meat for a moment and say something too. Aren't you worried about Bjorn? Bjorn? Why worry about Bjorn? Bjorn is a great warrior. He'd live even better without laws. A typical barbarian answer. Normally, this would be the moment to shake heads disapprovingly and scold. But surprisingly, everyone just kept their mouths shut as if by agreement. The reason was simple. It really seemed like something he would do. He was the kind of guy who could get away with anything he wanted, even when there was a law against it. I scream, louder than ever before. Bethel Reawea. Currently, I am standing on the 4th floor terrace of the old administration building in District 14. By the way, there are 514 subordinates lined up on the ground below, and their job right now is one thing: to respond to my call. Bethel RA. This is the accomplishment of my 3rd day here. I became the boss of the Western Alliance that occupied Bifron's Western District. It wasn't difficult. In a place without laws, power becomes law, and that's just natural. I just stormed in and smashed everything up. Your voices are too soft. Bethel Reaya. Louder. Be Bethel Reaya. I taught my subordinates the barbarian battle cry, but it's not quite satisfying. Maybe it's because none of these people are barbarians? It'll be a while before I'm satisfied. Why am I teaching this, one might ask? If someone were to throw such a fundamental question, there is only one answer I would give. I am a K-barbarian, inheritor of the spirit of benefiting all mankind. Of course, I have to share the good stuff. Bethel Reaya. Somehow unsatisfied, I gripped my mace tightly, and their voices grew louder. Okay, that is good enough for a pass. That's it for today. Go back and enjoy yourselves. But don't cause trouble for others. Yes. I dismissed my subordinates after concluding the regular morning assembly that started today. Quite a few of them were on crutches due to shattered legs, but they all made it out of the hall with the help of their colleagues. Then, it was time for me to start my morning. Your tea is prepared. Inside, a man with a shaved head and a jellyfish cut bent down to serve me my breakfast. Until yesterday, he was the boss of the Western Alliance. Incidentally, he has severe circular baldness, so he usually wears a wig, but I told him to go without it from now on. How could a subordinate hide anything from his boss? Tea and bread. Looking at the breakfast laid out on the table, I couldn't help but sigh. Are you joking? Bring me alcohol and meat. Excuse me? Yes. Sorry, I just prepared what I usually eat. That's why you're losing hair despite being young. It's because of a witch's poison. What nonsense. If that were true, everyone here would be bald. Don't make such ugly excuses. After waiting a moment, the table was set with crispy roasted meat. I tore into it with my bare hands as usual. The skin on my hands was thick and my resistance to fire was high, so heat was not an issue. What was your name again? I can't remember. You never asked. Is that defiance? Just as I thought that, he quickly realized his mistake and corrected himself. Yinkasarpilyan. That's a unique name. Where's it from? It's a South Central name. His ancestors were from the desert. No wonder his skin was so tanned. I pondered for a moment looking at him. Yinkasarpilyan. Such a cumbersome name to pronounce. For practicality, it needs to be shortened. Well, since his last name starts with Jean. Jingjin. Yes, that'll work better. I'll call you Jingjin. Yes? From now on, you'll be Jingjin. The response came after a long pause. Yes. And add boss at the end. Yes, boss. Jingjin seemed not to like his new name at all. But what could he do about it? If he disliked it, he should win over it. Or he could manage his subordinates well enough to keep them from messing with me. Water. What? Water. Ah, yes. After I finished eating, I swallowed the antidote the knight had given me with water. It's annoying that I don't know the ingredients, but Raven assured me it's safe, so I should be fine. Not taking it would be more disturbing anyway. Bifron is a region where the guardian magic circle is broken. The witch's poison, which once brought the world to the brink of apocalypse, is seeping in even now, and all the residents here are exposed to it. One could think of witch's poison like radiation for simplicity, although with a fantasy twist. It doesn't manifest until one is 15, and after that, the longer the exposure, the higher the chance of manifestation. To put it more game-like, Bifron is covered in a probability-based instant death zone. For adults, the expected lifespan after exile is 8 to 9 years. That is somewhat manageable, because the guardian magic circle is still half-functioning. Outside the walls, one would die within a day. Well, no one has actually gone outside. The world outside the city is unknown even to me. It was blocked off in the game system as well. So, in that sense, I'm full. Let's take a walk. I will accompany you by your side. I took Jingjing for a walk. We walked aimlessly in one direction while I asked about various things I was curious about. Having been the leader of a group, he knew much more than the little kid who guided me on the first day, and he earnestly answered even the slightly strange questions. He is completely playing along with the boss game. Ask me anything more you want to know. I, Jinkasar Peljan, will answer all your questions. Well, his eagerness to please was quite obvious. He probably thought it was enough to play along for the 20 days until he left. If he backstabbed me and failed, he knew it would mean his demise. Should I at least thank that kid? While I had no plan to take over the Western Alliance upon being exiled to Bifron, I hadn't acted without thought. Like it or not, I had to stay here for 20 days. It seemed less troublesome to establish some sort of control. There was also something personal I wanted to investigate. Though, not being bored was also a reason. But boss, how far are we going? We've already entered the Eastern Territory. Just follow me. As our morning walk stretched beyond 2 hours, Jingjin expressed his concern. But if we go further, there's just the wall. That's our destination. What could possibly interest me about a barren wall? His eyes briefly flickered with this question, but Jingjin did not voice it further. He had learned how to converse with me in just a day. Thud. Thus, we reached the street near the wall. I climbed to the rooftop of a relatively tall building and looked out over the wall. It's the same here. As in other districts, soldiers stood guard on the wall. I'd always wondered, why were the soldiers watching this side, not the outside? Maybe they're worried someone might try to go outside? That was Jingjin's reply when I asked him. I had assumed the same. Everyone thought that way. But, is there really a need for such measures in Bifron? To the royal family, these were people better off gone. In fact, dying from witch's poison while trying to climb over the wall would only legitimize the royal family's actions. It's strange, isn't it? That was the contradiction I felt as soon as I arrived here. Bifron's guardian magic circle was broken. So why feed the soldiers antidotes just to have them stand guard on the wall? There's something more. That was my intuition. The same intuition that had helped me uncover countless hidden pieces before. But as I looked up at the wall, trying to piece my thoughts together, no clear answer came to mind. I had a plausible hypothesis, but there was not enough evidence yet to support it. Let's go back. I'm hungry. Yes. I turned away from the wall and started to leave when suddenly, I froze in place. Among the group from the east that appeared in the path below, I recognized a face. Amelia Rainwiles? Why was she here? Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 194. Once beneath the sewers. Once by chance in front of my lodge after Nork was sealed. Counting today, that makes 4 times. At this point, it's too much to call it a mere coincidence. So it was time to change my attitude towards her. Aren't we leaving? I've changed my mind. There's a saying that knowledge is power. I had been deliberately avoiding any involvement with her until now. Not a normal woman. Amelia Rainwiles. Somehow, we even ended up knowing each other's names. It was clear that avoiding her was no longer the wise option. It's time to find out what the hell she is up to. If someone keeps lurking around my house, it's natural to want to find out who they are. Whether there's someone you need to call the police on and kick out, or someone so dangerous I should abandon my house and flee. I need to know that so I can react in the right way. After a moment, the rooftop door burst open. The one who entered was a bald man with a black eye patch. He seemed to be the leader of the Eastern Alliance. How dare you enter our territory without notice? You must be prepared. But your hair? The bald man, who had made a grand entrance, trailed off. The The sight of Jingjin with a jellyfish cut seemed to shock him. Could it be you were using a wig? Jingjin bowed his head deeply without a word. The silence lasted for a while. But was there too much resentment between them for them to feel sympathy? After a brief pause, the conversation resumed. Do you think I would pity you enough to let you off? Today will mark the end of our bad karma. Huh? Thinking you can defeat me just because you have the numbers? Even though you've never been to the labyrinth, and I'm a rank 6 explorer? The bald man declared war, while Jingjin laughed exaggeratedly, oozing confidence. To clarify, he wasn't even rank 6. He was so weak that upon questioning, he admitted he was actually rank 7. There is no way he'd be this relaxed against dozens of people. Is he confident because of me? It's funny, but Baldy suddenly got serious. Yes, I know you were a rank 6 explorer, but that's why I brought someone impressive. Guys, clear the way. As Baldy spoke, dozens of henchmen behind him stepped aside, and a woman appeared. Amelia Rainwiles, an 8th floor explorer from Noah's Ark. Barbarian? Why are you here? She pushed her way through the men, looking annoyed, then frowned when she saw me. I had been just as surprised the first time I saw her. What I want to know is, why are you here? Amelia chewed over her words, and then Baldy cautiously spoke. Do you know this barbarian? He had come trusting this woman, but it seemed he was worried by the appearance of a connection between us. Quiet. Amelia murmured shortly, and Baldy flinched and closed his mouth. About 3 seconds passed. Bjorn Jandel, hand him over to me. Having sorted her thoughts, Amelia suddenly made such a demand. Of course, I had no intention of complying. He asked my subordinate. A barbarian does not abandon his men, unless there is a reason to. Boss. As I responded without hesitation, Jingjin looked at me with a touched expression. On the other hand, Amelia seemed puzzled. A subordinate, the rising star in the explorer industry, me why I was here and acting as a gang leader, was baffling to her. I muttered briefly. I have my reasons. That's so. Amelia nodded coolly. She could have asked what those reasons were, but probably didn't tee out of character. If that is the case, I'll take him by force. With negotiations broken, Amelia immediately pulled out a dagger and took a combat stance. Does she think she's a barbarian? I quickly spoke up. Wait, let us talk first. Talk? Yes. The situation was different from when we had met at the lodge. There were no allies to help, and Bifron was a lawless zone where strength ruled. Naturally, it made sense to resolve things through dialogue. I hadn't managed my setup to block aura. When you're physically weak, you have no choice but to strain your brain. It's curious. I didn't expect you to bring up talking first. Are you planning a surprise attack? Surprise attack? I don't resort to such cowardly tactics. I did not hide the insult in my tone. In the sewer, while we were talking, I charged at her with a mace, but there was no reason to not be bold now. That memory of mine was erased, at least from her perspective. That's not even funny. It was a situation where she wanted to argue but couldn't. However, Amelia passed it off with a single remark, still prepared for a surprise attack. She was still prepared for a surprise attack. Was she now acknowledging me as a worthy opponent? First, get rid of these guys. Agreed. After a short agreement and a glance, Baldy prudently took his minions and went down the building. Next was Jingjin's turn. Don't worry. I won't abandon you. Yes. Jingjin, looking uneasy but trusting me, went down. Now, only the two of us were left on the rooftop. It was time for an open and honest conversation. Amelia Rainwiles, what brings you here? Why should I answer that? Isn't it ridiculous for adults to fight like children? Aren't you just 20? Well, Jingjin and Baldy might be older, but in this industry, strength determines seniority. So, your answer? Amelia thought for a moment before speaking. You first. Why are you in Bifron? I used a special ability in the city and got caught. I thought it would end with a fine, but I was told to live here for 20 days. Today is the 3rd day. And the subordinate? The guy tried to rob me, so I turned the tables and took him down. Amelia chuckled. You really live as you please. It wasn't a sarcastic tone. No, it was more like a hint of envy. It's your turn now. Why are you here? The question I've asked many times already. Finally, Amelia shared her situation briefly. I'm looking for an explorer who might be here. In exchange for these guys' help, I agreed to assist with something. I see. I had a rough understanding of the situation. At first, I wondered why she would trade with such weaklings. She wants to handle things quietly. If she causes a scene like me, word would inevitably get out. It seemed like things would go smoothly. I should say, I wasn't planning on breaking any promises. Huh? As I cocked my head, Amelia continued as if to excuse herself. I also didn't expect to meet you here. That? The promise that she wouldn't seek me out again. I never dreamed she'd be concerned about that in this situation. Did she have some sort of compulsion about promises? Don't worry. I don't think you broke your promise. Is that so? Now that I had a good grasp of the situation, I got to the point. Anyway, it's good. There's absolutely no reason for us to fight over this issue. Does that mean you will hand him over? No, there is no need for that. You need someone at your command, right? I'll lend you my subordinate. I've heard that the Western Alliance is the smallest faction here. You're quite well informed. I've been here for more than 10 days now. Amelia answered. I see. I nodded. Indeed, as Amelia said, the Western Alliance was a minority. While they might be called elite, they were far too weak. The Eastern Alliance guys might do a better job of finding people. However, don't worry about having fewer people. There really wasn't a problem. It was almost incomprehensible why she hadn't thought of such a simple solution. Worried about having fewer subordinates? Why bother with such unnecessary concerns? From today, the Eastern Alliance is also my territory. Subordinates can simply be duplicated. She seemed inflexible about promises, but surprisingly, she was like me in this regard. Amelia was also a person of efficiency. Not a bad method. Does that mean you agree? Before that, this first. What do you gain by helping me? Just do me a favor later. Then I'll have to decline. I sense you'll ask for something unbearable. That didn't work. Well, it didn't matter. The important thing was the favor anyway. Then consider it a service. It's better than wasting energy fighting you. Whether this was a convincing enough explanation or not, Amelia finally nodded and agreed to the terms. Therefore, what about him then? That's rather informal of you. I went down to the first floor where Jingjin and Baldy were in an awkward standoff and kicked Baldy in the stomach. Establishing dominance in recruitment is crucial. Arg! Baldy, hit in the solar plexus, collapsed on the floor. You bastard! This was the trigger for the Eastern thugs who filled the first floor to rush at me. Swords, hammers, spears, spikes. They mercilessly jabbed their weapons from all directions, but there was no need to even block them. Why isn't this working? Despite aiming for exposed skin, their weapons couldn't even scratch me and were repelled. It was predictable. These guys had come in dozens just to capture Jingjin. What did they expect? My physical resistance is too high. Is it over? No. Bethel Ray. It didn't take long. After instilling fear with wild outburst and crushing a few as a demonstration, the fight was over. Dozens of men, overwhelmed by the stark difference in force, dared not even think of escaping. I grabbed Baldy by the collar and lifted him up. What's your name? P.H. Philip Laser. From now on, I'll call you Baldy. Okay, then introductions were over. Just as I was about to proceed to the next step, Baldy asked in a daze. Who are you, sir? I corrected him immediately. Not sir. Your boss. Boss? Baldy, with a confused look, glanced towards Jingjin, who was hiding in a corner. It seemed he finally understood the situation. Yes, he had been dealt with the same way. Then Amelia just arrived. Just in time. Hand me a potion. Potion? If a subordinate is injured, I should at least take care of it, right? Amelia, looking at me as if I were some fascinating creature, pulled out a bottle of potion and handed it over. SSSSHHHH. As soon as I administered the potion, Baldy screamed and writhed, but after a moment he regained his composure, sweating profusely and still looking as if he was in a dream. Seems like enough stick. Time for some carrot. I'll be leaving in 17 days. What? Just so you know. Simply put, think of it as stepping in poop and just endure it for the time being. I then turned to Baldy and Jingjin and ordered them to gather everyone. A gathering in the Dimension Square should do. Would 5 hours be enough? That's unreasonable. Yes, that's plenty. Jingjin, cutting off Baldy's protest, boldly shouted his agreement. Was this what being a senior was like? Responding with yes to anything is the greatest virtue for a subordinate, especially if your boss is a barbarian. All right then, off you go. Given the urgency, the subordinates rushed out to execute their orders. I was quite pleased with their performance. Is this why everyone clings to power? I smirked and turned my gaze to Amelia and asked casually as if uninterested. So, who are we looking for? I had been curious since earlier. Since she is from Nork, it's possible she was searching for someone under Nork's orders. In this climate, someone is pulling strings from the underground city. It could be a crucial clue. The more you know about information others don't, the better. If it's irrelevant to me, I could still use it to appear knowledgeable at the round table. Either way, I saw no loss. However, contrary to my expectations, Amelia only provided a description of the person. An old man, but he might be disguised. So, we can't rely on appearance. How do we find him then? A tattoo on his back. I've heard that no magic can hide that. Does that mean I have to check everyone's back? Any other useful details? None. Don't you know his name? It would be a pseudonym anyway, so it's meaningless. But you never know. Just tell me. I asked casually, and Amelia hesitated for a moment as if pondering. Perhaps she figured I wouldn't know anyway? Then she finally spoke a name. Oral Gavies. What? Oral Gavies? Do you know him? No, just pretending I knew. I casually brushed it off while managing my expression. Thump, thump, thump. My heart raced uncontrollably. Naturally. Oral Gavies? Wasn't that the name of the author of the Chronicles of the Rift series and the creator of Dungeonstone? Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 195. Oral Gavies. A person from at least 150 years ago. Back when I asked Raven for a specific year, the record showed that paper from that era was used. That's why it's all the more astonishing. She's saying that the bastard is still alive. I naturally thought he would be dead. Of course, I don't know why I thought that. He is likely the prime suspect who created Dungeonstone and sent many players, including me, to this world. It's literally a fantasy world. There is also a possibility that he could still be alive. Even the dragon tribe lives for hundreds of years. Thump. When I realized this, my heart pounded violently. It was a different feeling from when I first heard his name. Not a shock, but I was filled with anticipation. Thump. And if I can find and meet him, there might be a way to return to the original world. The vague probability of return appeared before my eyes for the first time. Calm down. I forced my racing heart to settle down, regaining my composure. Right now, it's better to focus on the present. Barbarian, you are definitely unique. Amelia said to me with a meaningful expression. For a moment, I thought my bluff had been exposed. But, are you brave, or what? To joke in front of me after everything. Aren't you scared of me? It seemed she was just amazed. Or maybe, because she had never met someone like this in her life, such conversations felt a bit awkward. The important thing is, fortunately, it passed smoothly. This is why I should live like a madman, so that whatever I do doesn't seem weird. What are you saying? Human woman, I'm not a barbarian, but Bjorn Jandel's son. Yes, Bjorn Jandel. Amelia chuckled. To me, that seemed like a sign that I could relax. That said, the next question, but is that person a man or a woman? A man. Could he have disguised himself as a woman? Probably not. The records say he was a staunch male supremacist. So, regardless of ability, he wouldn't do such a thing. What about as a child? Could he disguise himself as a child? He wouldn't. Why? He cared about his dignity. I see. I nodded subtly and asked nonchalantly. But why are you looking for him? The easy question ended, followed by the next one. I read about this in a book. This kind of questioning tends to increase the likelihood of getting an answer. Of course, whether it would work in practice was uncertain. But there was no reason not to try. And indeed, the answer came soon after. It's a personal matter. Personal matter. A phrase often used by people when they don't want to talk or draw a line. Also a phrase used when people want to evade a question. But when she says it, I'm not so sure. I don't need to tell you. Why should I answer? She may refuse to answer outright, but she has never lied to cover something up. Maybe it really is a personal matter, not just an order from Noark. Well, that's not important now. Oral Gavies. If he really isn't Bifrin, I must find him. There is a mountain of questions I want to ask. After the conversation, Amelia said she would stop by the city and return at night. She had some business to attend to in the afternoon. At first, it seemed so natural that I nodded without thinking. Wait a minute. How are you going to the city? Do you have a way to avoid the guard's eyes? There is a secret passage beneath the sewers. I would have regretted it if I hadn't asked her. A secret passage connected to the city. Could you possibly share that with me? What are you hesitating for? It's not like I made an unreasonable request. All right, I'll tell you. When I subtly reminded her that I was helping in the search for Oral Gavies, she readily shared the secret passage with me. She even seemed relieved. Does this mean she no longer owes me anything? I've gained something good out of this. A pass that allows me to go to Bifrin whenever I want. Of course, I have no plans to use this passage during my exile. I know I tend to stand out. Going out recklessly and getting caught would complicate things. The knight who sent me had given me the only warning. Do whatever you want, but don't escape. Then go and come back. Go and come back? Didn't you say you'd return tonight? Yes, that's right. I accompanied Amelia down to the sewers to get the location of the secret passage and bid her farewell there. Afterwards, when I checked the time, it had been 3 hours since I had given the order to gather. So, I headed to the gathering place, asking for directions from people around me. The Dimension Square, once bustling with explorers. When I reached the square, someone called out to me. Hey, do you know why the boss suddenly called all of us here? What about those guys from the Western Alliance? My name is not Hey. I'm your boss. What does that mean? I do not entertain questions. I pushed through the crowd towards the center. Members of the Western Alliance kneeled before me, and the Eastern guys just gave puzzled looks. Hail! Yes, that's right. What the? Members of the Western Alliance kneeling before me, and those from the East just showing confused expressions. Fortunately, they made way, making it easier for me to reach the center. Have you arrived? Please go up there. After reaching the center, I was assisted by Jingjin and headed to the platform. Had he prepared something in advance because it was necessary? Wow, he's doing a good job. Somehow, I thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to take him outside and put him to work as my butler. With a secret passage, it'd be a waste to just keep him here. Though if we're caught by the guards, it won't just end with a fine. While I was thinking this, I was about to ascend to the platform. Crack! The wooden stairs shattered. Such thin boards could not support the weight of me and my equipment. I couldn't hide my dismay and said, Jingjin, what is going on? Sorry. An immediate apology, without any excuses. It softened my heart a bit. Whoever built this platform must hate barbarians. Otherwise, they would have made it strong enough for a barbarian to climb. Yes, that means this platform is harmful. Yes, I will burn it immediately. Jingjin brought a torch and set the platform on fire. With a liquid that seemed like oil added on top, flames shot up quickly, engulfing the 3-story-high platform in fire. It almost felt like a campfire. Fwish dash. The warm flames were as comforting as the fire itself. Back then, I was alone, but what about now? Aren't over 1,000 subordinates with me? What will you do now? The inauguration ceremony will proceed as planned. Inauguration, yes, that's right. That's why you gathered everyone. You didn't know? Sorry. I patted Jingjin's shoulder as a sign of forgiveness, and then leaped high. My destination was the rooftop of a nearby 4-story building. Boom dash. The rooftop cracked a bit under my landing, but fortunately, it didn't break. Somehow, that felt like a relief. If I had smashed through the floor and fallen, it would have been quite embarrassing. Is this what they mean when they say a position makes a man? Even without realizing it, I try to maintain my dignity. Ahem. Anyway, as I approached the railing, the crowded square became visible in one spectacular view. Now it was time to start the inauguration ceremony in earnest. Behel, Reawawa. I led the chant. Behel, Reawa. The senior members of the Western Alliance immediately responded. The Eastern folks just blinked and watched. They looked as if they were witnessing a crazy scene. I clicked my tongue shortly. TSK. There's still so much to teach. After the inauguration ceremony, which imprinted the new boss's face on the members, I called Jingjin and Baldy and issued an order. Check the back of everyone in Bifron. Bring me anyone with a tattoo. Of course, women and children under 14 who hadn't undergone credential verification were excluded, and before the first day was over, a total of 37 suspects were brought before me. However, this ISNT the tattoo. Amelia, who returned at night, checked each of them and shook her head. Yes, it wouldn't be this easy. I pushed Jingjin and Baldy, the vice leaders of the Bethelare Union, to increase efficiency, and many more suspects were caught on the second and third days. Of course, the one we were looking for was not among them. Even the quality had diminished as the quantity increased. This looks more like a birthmark than a tattoo. So it seems. How did this happen? I will rectify it. In simple terms, he meant he would push his subordinates harder for efficiency. Fortunately, from the next day, there were fewer instances of them bringing people claiming they had tattoos when they didn't. Days 4 and 5 passed like this. Still, there were no significant findings. It was ridiculous to think that such a brute force method could find a big fish like oral gavies. But what else could be done? We have to try this. Their ISNT a better method. If there is a chance that the needle in the desert will send me home, it's worth a try. Thus, I continued the search. Of course, I changed the method slightly. Nothing big, just added incentives. Those who don't meet their daily quota will undergo re-education that night. Some might question how that is an incentive, but happiness is always relative. Simply put, doing better off than others is a reward in itself. Weren't people happy in the Stone Age, even though they ate raw meat and slept naked in caves? Day 6, 7, 8. Time passed inexorably. Still, there was no sign of oral gavies, and I began to somewhat give up hope. It was the first clue I had gotten about returning, so it would be a lie to say I wasn't disappointed. The real reason I started this endeavor was because of something else. It was Amelia Rian Wales. What on earth was this woman doing? Using oral gavies as a contact point, I talked with Amelia every day and gathered information. Surprisingly, she answered well to my questions. Except for sensitive information. I don't eat food with wheat in it. It makes my skin itch. Perhaps a wheat allergy. Her hobby might include reading. She easily answered such questions, but avoided answering who the barbarian she owed a debt to was and what had happened. That's none of your business. But I'm curious. You seem like you were a great warrior. Tell me about this person. Well, if you must know, he was a bit like you. She added more than usual, but it wasn't meaningful information. Anyway, such casual chit-chat may have lowered her guard a bit. Why do you go plundering? Honestly, it doesn't seem to suit you. It doesn't suit me? Amelia, faced with a potentially sensitive question, showed curiosity rather than anger. I played the line I had prepared easily. I've met many plunderers besides you since then. After that, it became clearer. You're not someone who would kill for money. That's funny. What do you know about me? I don't know. But I do know that someone like you could find other ways to make money without plundering. Amelia was silent for a moment. Then she briefly explained her circumstances. I don't usually do it. In that time, those people deserve to die. Amelia looked into the distance, as if recalling a distant memory. I became curious about the deep reasons behind it, but I couldn't hear what the personal grudge was. Amelia had come to her senses. I don't know what I'm telling you. Don't make a fuss about trivial things. We'll be parting in a few days anyway. There are things you can only say because we're strangers. Because we're strangers. That remark seemed to make an impression, and Amelia chuckled before getting up. It's late. I'll be leaving now. Will you come by tomorrow at this time? Probably. Just like when she arrived, Amelia vanished from sight without a trace. Well, that's it for today. For a change of mood, I stepped out onto the terrace. The night view of Bifron was completely different from the city areas outside. Streets and buildings buried in darkness, without a single light. Not many days left now. I sat in the rocking chair on the terrace, absent-mindedly organizing my thoughts and staring into the darkness. How much time had passed? I checked the time and then headed to the bedroom. 23:57. It was about time to go to bed. Well, it would be a while before sleep came. The character's soul resonates and is drawn to a specific world. Everyone must have logged in by now, right? Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 196. Master Key 1. As soon as I entered the community, I switched on my computer and checked the chat room. Then, I froze. Long live Korean independence. 2 people are currently online. Why 2 people? Could it be that another Korean joined this term? No, it's unlikely that a newbie would find and enter the chat room so quickly, right? Click, click. Despite my confusion, I double-clicked the room title with my mouse. Then, unusually, a message appeared. This room has a temporary access restriction. Remaining restriction time, 9 minutes, 51 seconds. What's this now? At first I was confused, but I soon understood the situation. Setting an access restriction is one of the unique privileges of the chat room creator. In other words, it means, as soon as the community opened, someone came looking for life.Ho, and life.Ho locked the community to have a conversation. That seems a reasonable assumption. Probably that someone is an acquaintance of life.Ho. If they were strangers, he would have kicked them out instead of locking the community. life.Ho's acquaintance. Now, I'm curious. life.Ho is an old user who could only use the community for an hour after taking an early version of the pill. He has been in this community for well over 10 years, and he surely knows many people here. But surely, the other person must be someone like life.Ho, who has been around here for a long time. After all, it was life.Ho who gave me the invite code to enter the Watchers of the Round Table. Tisk. It would have been nice to see the nickname of the person who was logged into the chat room. Feeling a bit disappointed while watching the time decrease, I noticed that the number of people had decreased to 1. Long live Korean independence. 1 person is currently online. The access restriction had also been lifted. Has the visitor already left? That's what I was thinking as I entered the chat room. Are you the hometown friend of Mr. life.Ho? Shit, what is this? Startled by the unfamiliar voice, I turned around hurriedly to find a white man standing there whom I hadn't seen before. Or had I? life.Love. Seeing the nickname floating above the man's head, I was momentarily dumbfounded. Surprisingly, it was someone I had a connection with. When I was digging around for information about a mage named Shernal Fergus after hearing rumors about dimensional collapse, this user had sold me the information. Thinking about it, never mind that. It seemed you might be a fan of that person. Watching him decline the 20,000 GP I had promised as a reward, I realized I was still a newbie here. I had resolved to climb up quickly, but who would have thought this person knew life.Ho? But where did life.Ho go? I quickly regained my senses. Sure enough, the other party also gave me a peculiar look upon seeing my nickname. Ah, so you're the person I saw before? Right? He recognized me too. Given the unsettling nickname life.Love, it seems my own nickname life.Nuna had left an impression. Yes, nice to see you here again. Feeling somewhat uneasy, I held back on speaking. Although I had many questions, sometimes asking them can also leak my own information. For now, I decided to wait for the other side to start the conversation. After waiting for a bit, life.Love, or a love for short, awkwardly scratched his head. I feel somewhat sorry about this. What are you talking about? It feels like I've taken away a hometown friend you just met. Are you talking about life.Ho? A love nodded in response to my question. Yes. As you know, there aren't many Koreans here. I understand how important someone from the same region can be. No, that's not what I don't understand. What do you mean you've taken him away? This time, it wasn't an act of playing dumb as a newbie. I genuinely didn't understand. What was he talking about? Could it be that life.Ho left the chat room because of him? No, but how? life.Ho was supposed to be the chat room's owner, right? As various doubts swirled in my mind, he continued. Literally what I said. From now on, you won't meet Mr. life.Ho here anymore. I had left him alone until now thinking he might serve as a key. The white man continued. Unfortunately, he has committed a grave mistake. I was just going to leave, but I thought I'd waste your time by making you wait unnecessarily. Have a good time then. Before I could say anything more, Elf Nuna Love left the chat room. I stared blankly at the empty space he left behind. Fuck, what's happening here? Suddenly alone in the empty room. Committed a mistake? Can't come here? My mind was a mess. But the more complicated it got, the more I needed to calmly sort out my thoughts. What exactly is Elf Nuna Love up to? As I reviewed the conversation, a conclusion quickly formed. It's still just a hypothesis. He must definitely be an administrator of Ghostbusters. Administrator, like the Soul Queens I met when I first arrived here, tasked with guiding newbies and keeping the community from becoming chaotic. Otherwise, this situation is inexplicable. He has committed a very serious mistake. Elf Nuna Love isn't the room owner, yet he managed to kick Lee Beck-ho out. Or rather, it wasn't Lee Beck-ho who placed the access restriction. It was him. Certainly, as an administrator, he would have considerable authority. Only administrators can permanently ban someone from the community. And he's not just any administrator. Wait. Following that train of thought, I hurried back to my room. Then I quickly started the computer to open my message inbox. Elf Nuna's transaction history exceeds 50 times. EXP plus 50. Member grade adjustment. Orc-troll. Sender. Ghost Master. Ghost Master. The Supreme Administrator of Ghostbusters, whom the community members call GM or Operator, and whose identity no one has managed to reveal. Suddenly, a conversation I had with Beck-ho came to mind. Do you know who the Operator here is? I don't know either. Actually, the pill came from looting the headquarters of the secret security headquarters in its early days. Then they probably don't know who you are either? Still, they might have a guess? I have some idea of who it might be. Who? 3 people. Should I tell you all of them? Lee Beck-ho had named 3 suspects at the time. They were all mages, each well-known in the city. Lee Beck-ho's guess wasn't without credibility. The GM is a wizard. It's not certain, but with that premise, I recalled my first encounter with Elf Nuna Love. Is it okay to just tell me all this? Why not? I'm not a master of that school. As he spilled the secrets of the Terudian school, which spread the dimensional collapse rumors, I thought, this person, he speaks like a mage. Having reached a conclusion, I swallowed hard. It might just be a leap on my part, but if my conclusion is true, damn, I might have just met the GM. A momentary thrill ran through my body. I soon returned to my usual state. Even if Elf Nuna Love is the GM, it's not a serious problem for me. Though the nickname is a bit annoying. I'm not in a hostile relationship, or anything. It's unlikely he'll come to cut my throat just because his identity is revealed. Probably. Alright, let's start by erasing that. I went into the forum and deleted the comment I had left on a post by a Canadian friend, now blurred out. Just deleting that wouldn't make it possible to identify me, but it's better to be safe than sorry. While I was at it, I deleted all the traces I had left since coming here, except for a few comments on humorous posts. Then when the dimensional collapse rumor spread once. After the battle with the Dragon Slayer, I had placed a purchase order on the exchange to gather information about Orcules. So I can't meet Beck-ho anymore. After erasing my tracks, I also thought about Lee Beck-ho. It was somewhat disappointing. Apart from no longer being able to access high-level information through him, honestly, hanging out with him had been quite fun. But what did he do to get the administrator to ban him? Directly? There was no way of knowing the whole situation now, but it wasn't hard to speculate that it was something closely related to the Norhark raid. If there had been a major recent event, that was it. Tadadadat. Afterwards, I spent time browsing through the forums. Mostly just surfing the web. I checked if there were any posts left by Elf Nuna Love, but there wasn't even a single comment to be found. By the way, the same was true for Beck-ho. Maybe I should just lurk from now on. Originally, the real veterans tend to keep their distance from the community and quietly do their own thing. Taking this incident as a lesson, I have added a new rule to my list of community usage principles. And how much time had passed? 3:03. It's time to join the round table. This time, I didn't wait until the last minute to enter. I just went in. Given what had happened, I thought I might be able to glean some information from the casual chatter before the meeting. Will everyone be there this time? Starting in the customization room as usual, I hurriedly donned my usual navy suit and put on the lion mask. Creak! The door opened as if it had been waiting for me, and I followed the carpet to a huge round table. The first to greet me was the clown. You're early this time, Fizzit. It was the distinctive laugh I hadn't heard in 2 months, having skipped a month. I approached my seat while surveying the figures around me. Crescent Moon, Deer Horn Mask, Fox. Including the clown and me, there were 5 of us at the meeting. The fox, who caught my gaze, turned away and spoke to everyone. By the way, Mr. Goblin is late today, isn't he? Fizzit, isn't he dead? I heard the Paladin Corps suffered severe damage this time. Let's hope not. As expected, the main topic of conversation before the meeting even began was the recent raid. I'm just surprised I made it back alive. If there's hell, that was it. I regret going there so thoughtlessly. I sympathize. Who would have thought that Noark had such hidden forces? When the raid team was first formed, I thought we had enough power to storm the royal palace. Pish it, but everyone got nicely beaten, didn't they? Clown, you talk as if it's someone else's story. Well, if it's not about other people, then what is it? It doesn't matter to me how many people die, does it, Mr. Lion? Well, I'm not interested. I lean my chin on the armrest and just listen to the conversation, feigning boredom. The Dark Sorcerer of Noark. The Priest of Karui. The severe damages reported by the major clans and stories of other races were flowing out under the guise of casual chat. I did well to come in early. Trying hard to hide a satisfied smile, I was listening to their latest political opinions when it happened. Oh, Mr. Goblin. Beyond the open door, the goblin mask appeared. You're alive. Ah, yes. It really was dangerous. Truly, it must have been divine intervention. The goblin, not of this world, naturally discussed gods. The clown laughed mockingly. What gods? You've probably been hiding behind the scenes like a goblin, haven't you? Fizz. Why do you always do this to me? Because you're easy? Despite the outright dismissive words, the goblin just chuckled hollowly and took his seat. Scared. Initially, I couldn't understand why the goblin was so submissive, but on second thought it made sense. Isn't he the goblin whose identity as a paladin was exposed? It's obvious he wouldn't dare openly clash with the powerful-looking clown. Thump! Soon after the goblin took his seat, the door firmly closed. It was time to start the meeting. Lion, is the promise still valid? Before deciding the order of speakers, Crescent Moon threw a question at me. The subject was missing, but it wasn't hard to understand. He was referring to the promise that if I brought interesting news, he would give me information about the Resurrection Stone. I nodded briefly, and Crescent Moon looked determined. Fizz, from your expression, it seems you're really confident this time? I'm just desperate. It's something I need more than anything. Crescent Moon replied. The answer was clear. He was determined to find out about the Stone of Resurrection at all costs. So, who will start first? And just like that, a game of guessing began to determine who would go first. Creak! The tightly shut door opened with a noise. It had never happened before. What? Another member? No. Wasn't it that no one could enter once the meeting had started? Surely that was the rule? Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, it seemed I wasn't the only one who found this occurrence strange. Thud. Soon, the thick wooden door was fully opened, and a figure appeared beyond it. It was a man wearing a plain white mask. The only visible skin in his hands was wrinkled and rough. Ha, nothing's changed here, then or now, came an old man's voice from behind the mask. A moment of silence weighed heavily in the room. The first to regain composure and speak was someone wearing a fox mask. Master? Through this murmuring, I realized, Master, the one who created the Watchers of the Round Table. But there's a mask I haven't seen before. Who are you? Asked the Master, and the fox mask, which had been fooled by me a few times, raised its head. Weren't you invited by the Master? I'm sure you said something like that. Strictly speaking, that wasn't what I said. I had just skillfully avoided giving a clear answer. But such excuses would hardly be acceptable. Damn it. What'd I do? It looked like I was about to be exposed for pretending. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 197. The Watchers of the Round Table. A secret community created for the exchange of high-quality information. When I first entered this place, the existing members were curious about my relationship with the Master. The reason is simple. It had been a year since the Master, who used to recruit members via the direct message feature, had disappeared. They assumed that they could get an update on the Master from me, and once the concept of Lion Mask was established, it became clear that we knew each other. My response to all inquiries in this regard was no comment. The answer is no. I was worried about the aftermath. To deny it seemed inconsistent with the mysterious persona I had built up. Perhaps I got greedy. Do you perhaps know where the Master is? At the second meeting, I had shrugged nonchalantly in response to the fox mask's question, as if to say I could reveal anything if she brought something interesting. I leaned back casually, resting my chin in my hand, as if I were the supreme ruler. It was clearly intended to be misleading. Wasn't he at the Master who invited you? I'm sure that's what you said. The fox mask's voice was incredibly confused. The other masked figures were also wondering what was going on. I invited him? The Master feigned ignorance, stroking his chin. The other masked gazes turned to me. Curiosity and eyes full of intrigue about my identity. If it wasn't the Master, then how did this person get in? Maybe he used an invitation code he received a long time ago? The goblin speculated, and the clown countered. How silly. Don't you know that invitation codes expire after just a month and can't be used? Is that really true, Master? What the clown says is true. Well then, as the Master nodded in agreement, the stares directed at me grew even more intense. Why did you lie to me about knowing the Master? The fox asked me in a cautious tone. I held my breath and closed my eyes for a moment. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't flustered by the master's unexpected appearance, but losing my cool would only ruin things. I quickly decided on the stance I would take. I didn't lie. I never directly boasted that I knew him. It was just their misunderstanding. Pushing forward, they really had nothing else to say. Well, they might feel a bit of uncomfortable, from the half-caught hostility to various pieces of information. Henty, I shown them more than just one or two things. After all, they couldn't possibly reach the truth that I'm a cyber thug with just this. Yes, so? You didn't lie, you say? I went on brazenly. After all, the lion mask is that kind of character. Exactly as I said. Do you have a problem with your ears? Oh no, it's not like that. Even without exuding hostility, the fox mask was visibly flustered when our eyes met. I laughed out loud, and I was about to deliver the line I had prepared, claiming it was all a misunderstanding on your part, but then, let us all stop this. The master spoke to me. I don't know what happened among you, but he deceived nothing. Huh? Now I see. I understand who you are. My heart sank momentarily. Of course, that moment was fleeting. To know who I am? Impossible. Even if he asked the master, he asked just the admin of a private chat room. How could he know? Huh? I thought you were more the tiger sort. The master's laughter caused me to clam my mouth shut. Not because he hit the mark, but because I couldn't understand at all what he was talking about. I chose silence. Saving words saves half the trouble, I figured. That's Sergeant. That judgment was not wrong. Sergeanter. Now I see. This old man must have mistaken me for someone else. Sergeant Lee. That's the nickname of life.Ho, the unfortunate player dragged into this world on his discharge day. Pretending otherwise is useless. You're the only one I gave a code without an expiry. Thinking about it, it was an understandable mistake from the master's perspective. After all, it was Beck-Ho who transferred the invitation code to me. With our masks on, it's impossible to distinguish between me and Beck-Ho. Is this a lucky break? I'm still not sure. It all depends on how close Beck-Ho was to the master. Never thought you'd show up here. When you first visited, didn't you criticize me for engaging in foolish activities? I'm curious. What changed your mind? I didn't need to ponder long to reach a conclusion. Not close, then. The term criticize could mean anything. After all, there are friendships where people fight but still care deeply about each other. But, I didn't tell you. I can only stay here for an hour because of the initial pill I took. Beck-Ho can only stay here for an hour. Therefore, attending a meeting that starts between 3 o'clock and 3:10 p.m. is impossible for him. And the master doesn't know this? Lee Beck-Ho told me this on the very first day we met. It's starting to add up. The master doesn't know much about Beck-Ho, so it's quite possible for me to pretend to be Beck-Ho. I shouldn't be the one to say this, but honestly, someone like you wouldn't benefit from participating here. The clown grumbled in response to the master's subsequent remark. Gain nothing? Master, you really underestimate us, don't you? My apologies if I offended you. But he is really that impressive. I see. The clown's eyes lit up at the master's high praise. I then quickly surveyed the other masks. Their reactions weren't much different, just filled with astonishment. Master has never praised someone like this before. I had no idea it was this serious. The crescent moon continuously exclaimed in astonishment, and the deer horns looked somewhat annoyed. By the way, the fox flinched and bowed her head as soon as our eyes met. What to do? Seeing them like this deepens my dilemma. Their essay saying that every crisis is an opportunity. Just from the changed looks in the member's eyes, it's clear. If I successfully continue pretending to be Beck-Ho, it could significantly help maintain my act. Moreover, I might learn what kind of person Beck-Ho is through this old man. The returns are certain. So, what about the risks? There really aren't any significant risks, are there? If it doesn't work out, I can just reveal the truth that I'm Beck-Ho's friend. Birds of a feather flock together, as the saying goes. Now that the master has mentioned how remarkable he is, being his friend, I should be seen as equal to Beck-Ho. All right, let's take the plunge. Having made up my mind, I broke the long silence and addressed the master first. What should I call you here? I can't address you as usual. Can I? Why not? Just call me old man like you used to. Drop the formal speech too. All right, old man. I shifted my stance naturally, yet it was a thrilling moment. That was a close call from the start. I hadn't expected that we were on informal speaking terms. But this revelation helped me understand one more thing. Lee Beck-Ho is a proud adherent of Korea's Confucian values. And yet, he uses informal language with an older person? It's not just that they weren't close, it's that they didn't get along at all. This gave me a sense of how I should treat him. So, naturally, I made up for my earlier mistake by saying, strange taste you have. Even when I try to show respect, you turn it down? My tone suggested genuine bafflement. Whether it worked or not, I couldn't be sure, but the master chuckled as if delighted. That is more like you. Anyway, let us end this topic here. I'm glad to see you after so long. But there is no time. Master, you say there is no time? Due to circumstances, I can't stay here long. What? What has been happening all this time? Enough. The master cut off Fox Mask's question with a brief murmur. I understand that Miss Fox has many questions for me. Why I disappeared without a word, what I mean now, but I cannot tell you. Is it that urgent? No, it has nothing to do with time. With the master drawing a firm line, the fox did not press any further. Instead, she asked one more question. So, will you come again? Well, I'm not sure, but I'll definitely return in a year. If something comes up that I need to announce, I might come back sooner. That means you had something urgent to announce today too, Master. Clown, you're right, admitted the Master. The Master's shocking announcement shifted all attention from me to him. For me, it couldn't be a better situation, especially considering the content itself. He'll return in a year. In simple terms, this meant I wouldn't have to sweat over being exposed at every meeting. Still, my curiosity was greater than any relief. He says he has no time, but that doesn't seem to be a lie. What situation is he in? What urgent information did he have to share? Surrounded by many questions, I focused intently on the Master. I wasn't the only one. All the masks were doing the same. An eerie silence naturally formed. Haha, don't tense up too much. It's actually good news. Trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere, the Master slowly began to speak. And then, within 2 years, a binding magic capable of involving up to 6 people will be created. It means the keys to open the abyssal gate will increase to 6. Silence pressed down on the room. Members glanced at each other with awkward expressions, saying nothing. Seeing this, the Master tilted his head. And why such faces? I thought you'd be more surprised. That's because it's old news. The creation of a 6-person binding magic. The moment it was known, it was indeed information that would have shaken the entire city for months. But you were the first to break this news? Ah, no wonder everyone reacted so blandly. Realizing the clown had discussed this at the last meeting, the Master clicked his tongue. But it's quite unexpected, clown. I didn't think you'd talk about such things here. Have you started to like these people a bit? As if. I was just curious to see their reactions. The clown, chuckling, looked my way. Following his gaze, the Master gave me a meaningful look. It seemed like he was about to say something, and I tensed up. But then, FZZT. At that moment, the Master's figure began to flicker like a hologram. Oh, it's already time for me to leave. Master, Fox cried out in disappointment, but the flickering only sped up. In that situation, the Master looked only at me. It was an extremely uncomfortable and eerie gaze. Was it as if he could see right through me, just by our eye contact? Old man, is there something you wish to say? Finally, I couldn't hold back and asked. And then, it's not old man, it's old guy. A voice echoed in my head like telepathy. The voice's owner was clear. That damn kid always called me that. Shit, just when I thought it was too easy. He knew from the start? I stiffened involuntarily. Of course, it was so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, and it lasted only a moment. But then, your reaction was so natural I was confused until now. But seeing your heart rate spike, you're definitely not that kid. Was he just testing the waters? Don't worry. Whatever you do here, I have no reason to interfere. Just curious, but unfortunately I'm out of time today. We'll talk more about who you are when we meet again. With those words, the Master's figure dispersed like mist. Huh. I laughed out loud. It was the kind of involuntary chuckle that comes out when faced with something utterly ridiculous. There are really no easy assholes in this world. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 198. The Master, the creator of the private chat room called Watchers of the Round Table. When he disappeared without a trace, the members let out a collective gasp. Phew, he really left. It felt different from when he usually leaves the chat room. Yes, almost like logging out. Their voices were filled with nothing but questions. Well, I guess I feel pretty much the same. Wasn't he logging out something you could only do if you returned to the room? From what he said before he left, it seemed more like he was kicked out. Lee Beckho's case was different in many ways. He had taken an initial pill from the start, which limited him to 1 hour. But what about the Master? He was originally fine, but then something happened to him. Not in reality, but while using the Ghostbusters community. Perhaps the fox thought something similar to me? What on earth could the Master be experiencing right now? Because I don't know what it is, but one thing is for sure. What is so sure? The clown mask lowered his voice at the fox mask's question. That his year-long disappearance is related to the GM. There was a moment of silence. Not a shocked silence, but a silence of thought. Mostly, they seemed to agree with his theory. Yes, I suppose that is the most likely explanation. But there is a contradiction. If the Master is really restricted by the GM, how could he possibly reappear here? He is a very mysterious person after all. This space was created by magic, so perhaps he found a solution through magic? Then, that means our master might be a more skilled mage than the GM who created this community. That is a distinct possibility. Pissed. Afterwards, the members exchanged various speculations, and I, finding the content quite interesting, just listened quietly. Of course, that didn't last long. Mr. Lion, do you perhaps know something? Soon, all eyes turned to me. It was to be expected, pretending to be life.Back and spouting inspirations in front of them. They must have thought I might know something. But, well, how could I know? I was just as curious about his identity. Of course, I had no intention of saying so. That would be embarrassing. Yes, I see. As expected, Mr. Lion also. It didn't suit the lion character to admit ignorance. Perhaps this kind of feeling then. There is something I've noticed. I interrupted the fox's words and said briefly, as the disappointed tone in the fox's voice rose sharply. Something you've noticed? Is that really true? I mean, I'm not doubting you, but... Meanwhile, anticipation was brewing in the fox's eyes, now visible through the gaps in her mask. The same was true for the other masks, though in fact there is nothing I've noticed. My modern-day conscience squirmed, but I ignored it and interrupted the fox again. Hurry, please tell us what happened to the master. Stop. Huh? The fox, obviously thinking I was going to tell, looked at me with blank eyes. There was no need for a lengthy explanation. A simple shrug was enough. Now, no one here didn't understand the meaning of this gesture. It means you've got to bring something interesting. Plus, if they wanted something from me, they had to bring something of equal value. That's the ironclad rule of lion mask established at the round table. So, what would the fox mask reply? Okay, as expected. It was the fox who had shown an obsessive interest in the whereabouts of the master. Still, it should be a bit easy for me, right? It's not something certain, it's just something you noticed. I didn't bother to reply, and soon the fox let out a deep sigh. It seemed she hadn't expected to find herself in such a predicament. Following the clown who bit on the holy relic bait and the crescent moon that went crazy over the stone of resurrection. It feels like our ranks are growing. The future looks tough for Miss Fox. The fox mask smiled bitterly at Crescent Moon's words of comfort, meaning the quality of information had to rise. All that's left is the deer antler and the goblin. I put my satisfaction aside and spoke indifferently. This is getting boring. Shouldn't we wrap up the chit-chat? Yes, let us start the assembly. The bait was set. Now it was time to harvest. The fourth session was underway, following an empty third one. The goblin started. We are brainstorming at the mage tower to find a way through notoriously's barrier. At first, everyone seemed to wonder why he was stating the obvious, but they were convinced by the goblin's detailed explanation. It seems that a significant amount of divine power is needed for the process, and we might be able to reduce the time it takes for the barrier to dissolve. That means there has been some research progress. Yes, that's right. To sum up, the magical shield protecting Noark might be peeled away sooner than expected. Well, who knows what will actually happen. Raven thought it would take about 2 years. Afterward, the Mage Tower set a new goal to reduce it to 6 months. Next was the deer horn mask. The royal family has created a new type of identification badge. It's an engraved magical device that cannot be forged. It seems they've been preparing it for some time, and distribution to explorers will begin next week. Starting next week, isn't that too unhelpful? It's not the kind of information we can take advantage of in advance. Then here's something else. The royal family is keeping an eye on clans that have backed out of explorations. What exactly do you mean by keeping an eye? It looks like, though I'm not certain, they will definitely impose significant disadvantages. Although she tried not to show it. The fox mask seemed relieved upon hearing the deer horn mask's information. Fox, she is most likely a clan member. She can't be a regular member, so maybe a clan master. Of course, this was still speculation, so I listened closely to what the next speaker said. It was the fox's turn now. The major clans are preparing for a large-scale boycott. A boycott? What else? They're collectively refusing to enter the labyrinth. There has been a lot of discontent lately, especially after the recent raid, and an incident that added fuel to the fire. Ah, that matter. I see. The crescent moon chimed in as if he knew. Bjorn Jandel, right? Huh. Why is my name coming up here? Yes, that's right. Normally, it would have ended with a fine, but they banished a perfectly good explorer to Bifron. Ah, that. While it's up to them to enforce, most clans see this as a warning to them. The public opinion must not be favorable. Yes, if we back down further, next time we might even face forced conscription. My hands clenched and my lips dried at the mention of my name, but fortunately no one seemed to notice my reaction. No one seemed interested in Bjorn Jandel either. Phew, I thought my heart was going to drop. With a few more responses from the fox mask, the third turn also concluded. So, who's next? Shall we keep going clockwise? Clown, would you like to start? If you insist. Crescent moon, prompted the clown, and he took the fourth turn without complaint. The one I was looking forward to the most. But had he failed to secure interesting information this time? Honestly, it might not be something Mr. Lion would find it interesting, but I'll share anyway. Unlike when discussing binding magic, the clown seemed just to pass the turn. Right before the blockade at Noark, a few were sent up to the surface. The goal was to kill a single explorer. Surprising, isn't it? Assassins, do you know who the target is? Well, I'm not sure about that, but with a cryptic smile, the fourth turn also ended. The clown didn't even bother to ask if it was entertaining. How would he know? Of all the things I heard today, this was the most intriguing. An assassin sent from Noark. As soon as I heard it, a person came to mind. Amelia Rainwiles. Could it be she was one of the assassins they sent up? Her abilities would certainly fit the bill. Then the target they're trying to kill is Oral Gavies? That thought occurred to me, but somehow it didn't seem right. It didn't sound like a lie when she said it was a personal matter. Anyway, I'll think about this later. Now it's my turn. The Crescent Moon spoke. The much-awaited fifth turn began. This time it was Crescent Moon who was desperately seeking the Resurrection Stone that, judging by his question about whether the promise was still valid, he seemed quite confident. What had he prepared? Do you all remember when I spoke about the trace of the relic thief before? Of course. As Crescent Moon started speaking, the rest nodded, except for the goblin. What? A relic thief? The goblin, who attended the meeting back then, tilted his head, but no one paid any mind. So what is it? Is it related to the creation relic again? Fox said, not hiding her curiosity at all, and Crescent Moon nodded. And then, the creation relic no longer exists. He dropped a bombshell. The creation relic. The key that leads to the last floor where the door of the abyss is located. The creation relic no longer exists? I don't understand at all. Is this reliable information? It's not just something you believe alone? This is quite shocking. How can it just disappear? With everyone wanting to return home, it only took a moment for chaos to fill the room. Was this reaction somewhat expected? Crescent Moon just continued to explain with a bitter voice. I wish it were just my mistake. But this is an undeniable fact. The creation relic does not exist anywhere in this world. Was it destroyed? At least that's the conclusion we've reached. But it's supposed to be indestructible. The goblin raised his voice in dismay. And then, swoosh, a green light burst from the gem embedded at the center of the round table. This meant that the information was true. Right, so the creation relic might have really disappeared. Deerhorn Mask muttered dejectedly, and a silence lingered for a while. Crescent Moon was the first to break the silence. So, was it interesting? That was a difficult question to answer. Trying to call it boring. No, how can I say it's boring here? Crescent Moon had only looked at me while telling the story. He must have noticed even the slightest stiffening in my reaction. What should I do? After a brief consideration, I made a decision. Saying it was boring here would not be a good choice. So, your skill is impressive. I decided to acknowledge it. But on the other hand, I would mitigate other losses. That means, as if sensing the Stone of Resurrection was within reach, Crescent Moon's breathing grew harsher. I murmured briefly. Honestly, it was quite impressive. Of course, admitting this would come at a great cost. Putting aside the details about the Stone of Resurrection, Crescent Moon, having gotten what he wanted, would not be as eager to gather information as now. Moreover, it wouldn't fit the image of the character I had created. Clearing the Make the Lion Laugh segment on the first try? It really wasn't flattering. But, sneer, it's not a problem. Right now, I'm not Bjorn Jandel, but an experienced player wearing the lion mask. Okay, that should do for the dialogue. Having finished the final check in my mind, I asked Crescent Moon, how did you find out? My surprise wasn't about the disappearance of the creation relic, but rather something else. Precisely. There aren't many who would know the creation relic has vanished. Regrettably, as if I already knew this story. Crescent Moon's eyes widened, catching the nuance. But did he realize I was bluffing? Crescent Moon didn't seem to doubt it. Right, you already knew. He just resignedly lowered his voice. If this doesn't satisfy, what will? Such despair seemed to permeate the air. Not an ideal situation for me. PSSSD, the clown's awkward laughter alone showed that. This would affect every member who bid into this bait. So, in that sense, BFF. I laughed out loud and said, the Stone of Resurrection can be found on the 9th floor. That should be worth a consolation prize. Honestly, I felt a bit sorry. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 199. The Resurrection Stone is on the 9th floor. With just this clue, finding the Resurrection Stone is nearly impossible. The Crescent Moon probably knows this fact as well. He is a player of this perverted game, after all. But perhaps it was still a refreshing change. Why? Crescent Moon, setting his joy aside, asked me, why did you show such kindness to me? He seemed genuinely curious about the reason, but as the lion mask, there is only one thing I can say. Because I thought it would be fun. Crescent Moon pondered the meaning of my words for a moment. His lips sealed tight. Then suddenly, his body shivered. You are truly a terrifying person. Huh? All of a sudden? Not knowing what he meant, I simply stared at Crescent Moon, chin in hand. Then, realizing his mistake, he said, "Please forget what I just said. It was unnecessary. Whatever kind of person you are doesn't matter to me. If I can get that item, I would even sacrifice my soul." As if making a resolution, Crescent Moon added a self-mocking remark at the end. "Well, you probably already know about my situation." It was completely incomprehensible to me. No, how would I know that? Where did he get that misconception? I reviewed the events that had happened at the round table, but I couldn't figure out why, so I just remained silent as usual. As always, when in doubt, stay silent. You really did know. I didn't bother to deny it. In this situation, denying it seemed a bit funny. I just changed the subject as if uninterested. Now it's my turn. As I spoke, everyone's attention turned to me. They seemed to anticipate what I would reveal next. Feeling oddly embarrassed, I threw out a piece of information I had prepared. It was interesting like the Van Demon, but ultimately useless like the Resurrection Stone. Said I already knew that. The clown gave me a disapproving glance, even though the gem on the round table glowed green. Of course, it wasn't my concern. Apparently, the clown didn't blame me, but considered it his own fault for not bringing something more interesting. If it's alright, I'd like to continue. What does everyone think? As everyone had prepared quite a bit after the break, the meeting continued even after the first round. I kept delivering similar types of information, and before I knew it, the third round had started. I will drop out after this round. The goblin, who had been the first in turn, was red-lighted 4 times and struggled through the turn before finally raising the white flag. Perhaps everyone was running low on information, not just the goblin? I guess I should stop here too. The fox also declared her withdrawal, naturally bringing the meeting to a close. I didn't feel particularly regretful. I think I've heard all I need to hear. After the conflict between Noark and the royal family, it was unclear how the situation was unfolding, but now I was beginning to get a sense of it. The city rumors were quite the opposite of reality. It seems the royal side is in a much better position. Though the recent raid had caused considerable damage, the underground city had suffered as well. From what I had heard, the blockade of Noark seemed like a last desperate act. They've even managed to make uncopyable badges, so we don't have to change our plans too much. There doesn't seem to be any immediate danger either. I quietly shifted my gaze back to the round table. The information about orcules that Crescent Moon had mentioned had been greenlit. It seems only Mr. Lion is left? The members' attention naturally focused on me. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sigh, no need to make it this pressuring. Tap tap. I drummed my fingers on the armrest, pondering for a moment. What should be the finale? I already had something planned, but I wasn't sure if it fit the current atmosphere. Soon enough, a suitable idea came to mind. Tap! I stopped tapping my fingers with a sly grin. It wasn't one of the pieces of information I had prepared to use here, but goblin. Yes. Startled by my sudden address, the goblin stammered. I looked at him and said, "Come to think of it, you mentioned earlier that the master might be a more skilled mage than the GM who created this community." "Ah, yes, that was said." The goblin trailed off, unsure of my point, while the fox brightened up. "Could it be? Is it information about the master?" "Better than the clueless goblin, but you're wrong." I ignored the fox completely and continued speaking to the goblin. It seemed they fundamentally misunderstood something earlier. This community wasn't created by a GM. More precisely, it's an already existing place that was remodeled into what it is now. I parroted information I had heard previously from life.Back. At that, all members' eyes focused on one spot. The jewel embedded at the center of the round table. It's green. The result was as expected. Not surprising. I hadn't verified it myself, but I had no doubt about this information. I never thought it was made by a GM. Phew, this is new to me too. Then who exactly created this place? As if on cue, the members fell silent. And once again, all eyes converged on one spot. The only entity at this meeting who could answer that question. Okay, that should be enough to get their attention. In the heated silence, I spoke, with a voice implying no expectation, void of any emotion. I hope it's more interesting next time. I left them with those words. Shouldn't they bring something more worthwhile next time? He gone. There was a heavy silence in the round table room after the lion mask left. It was for a simple reason. The last thing he said, or more precisely, the emotion carried in that voice. "Do you think he was angry with us?" The fox muttered, to which the clown scoffed. "Sit, I think you're overestimating our importance to him. Do you really think we're worth getting angry over?" "That's..." As the fox tried to retort, she clamped her mouth shut. She was reminded of what Master had said earlier. I shouldn't be the one to say this, but honestly, someone like you wouldn't benefit from participating here. The secret meeting unknown even to regular players. The fox had been using the information she gained here to her advantage. That SY was hard to accept at first. But after hearing the Master's words, there was no point in denying it. There is no benefit to the lion mask here. Or should I say, none at all? The fox let out a bitter laugh. Next time, I hope it's more interesting. Fun. Something to alleviate a bit of boredom. Essentially a pastime. If the lion expected anything from this gathering, it was merely that. But what about us so far? Even though we couldn't manage properly. And we're expecting him to just tell us all about it. We must have looked pathetic. That's likely. That man is of a different breed than the master, even though they seem a bit similar. The fox tilted her head at the deer-horn mask's comment. Similar? It was Crescent Moon who responded. At least since he started coming here, we haven't felt the absence of Master. She seemed to slowly understand what he meant. Master was a unique presence at the round table. He was the one who had gathered the current members and imparted precious information and knowledge that no one else knew. If there's a difference, it's that Mr. Lion isn't the type to volunteer information like Master did. Phew. Volunteering. Why, it's not incorrect, is it? Or do you really think the Master created this place just to gather information? The fox didn't offer any retort. No, she couldn't. It was just as the clown had said. The Master always knew everything, and he shared it generously, like a teacher in a classroom full of students. Sit, fox, isn't that why you follow Master so closely? This time, even the fox didn't deny it. Yes, if I didn't see it as a charity, I wouldn't consider him a benefactor. The assembly was maintained thanks to Master's efforts. Just look at the recent attendance. Before Lion joined, there had only been 4 regular members. This was because once Master disappeared, attendance plummeted. The remaining members, like the goblin, would occasionally check if Master had returned and then leave. Perhaps the rest would participate if they knew someone new had joined, just like Goblin did. There was a strange feeling about this. However, the fox set aside those feelings and focused on the conversation with the remaining members. The topic was Master, who had appeared after a year. Or, more precisely, the conversation was about the lion mask, who seemed to have connections with Master. Surely, the lion must be someone we've all heard of at least once. If Master said he is remarkable, he must really be one of the few. Indeed, even the notorious corpse collector was treated like a child by him. A child, yes, that's what he said. Sit. Once again, it was time for speculation. The last piece of information he shared was significant. The community wasn't created by a GM. How could he know such a thing? Maybe he might know the GM personally. You mean that mysterious GM that's only a rumor to us? To us, maybe, but not to the one who called the Master just an old man. There must be a world we know nothing about. I see. The goblin looked genuinely impressed, prompting the clown to ask. But why the change today? Last time you were here, you were skeptical about everything he said. That was when I didn't know much about him. Phew. So your 2 eyes weren't just decoration after all? The clown's taunt made the goblin cough awkwardly and look away. Then, the deer-horn mask spoke up. Am I the only one who felt it? What are you talking about? When the Master left, I felt an intent. If it's that, I felt it too. You too, hold on. Intent? Does that mean he used telepathy? The fox was genuinely surprised. Intent refers to an ability that can only be used in this mental space, similar to telepathy. It's similar to the principle of killing intent. Transmitting intent in the form of language to another person. Even Master said it was difficult to use. Sit, fox. Why are you surprised? Did you think Mr. Lion couldn't use it? Though the tone was annoying, she had no retort. Thinking calmly, the clown's words weren't surprising. After all, the man had emitted such intent from their first meeting. It would be odd if he couldn't use telepathy. Anyway, does this mean Master and Mr. Lion had a conversation before he left? Yes. Surely they had something to discuss privately. Do you know what they talked about, clown? Of course not. Both Master and Mr. Lion are monsters. The fox licked her lips, unable to hide her frustration. If only she could know what their conversation was about, it might provide clues about Master's situation. Sit. But it wasn't entirely without gain. The clown said, What? What gain? Prompted by the clown's words, the fox snapped to attention. The clown, pleased by her eager posture, smirked. I didn't feel it at all. Please, could you elaborate a little more? The telepathy of Mr. Lion. I tried hard but couldn't feel it at all. Unlike Master, who was at least faintly perceptible. Having some knowledge of killing intent, the fox was struck cold. It was inevitable. Even if spoken in his usual playful tone, the implications were far from light. Wait, that means... Unable to finish, the fox was interrupted as the clown revealed today's gain. Yes, perhaps Mr. Lion is an even bigger monster than the Master. This shocking speculation silenced everyone. In the ensuing silence, The goblin cautiously spoke up. Could it be that only the master said something and left? Then it would explain why the clown didn't feel any intent. Why are you all looking at me like that? It was just a thought. Just a thought. I didn't really mean it. The silence continued for a while longer. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 200. Nickname Elf Nuna Love. A player shrouded in mystery, more commonly known to the public as Ghost Master. He slowly opened his eyes and checked the time. It was just past midnight, he was in his private study, located in the upper levels of the Mage Tower. As usual, he sat in his chair for a moment to collect his thoughts. How will he react now? Today, as soon as he logged into the community, he placed a permanent ban on one of the players. Sergeant Lee. He was a South Korean user with the unusual nickname Sergeant Lee. I'm sure he is out on the streets looking to kill me by now. He did not wish to be at odds with Sergeant Lee either. Not only was Sergeant Lee the closest to the key, but he was also the most powerful player in the game. It's his fault for not listening. He was slightly worried whether he had proverbially pulled a tiger's whisker, but it was something that had to be done. It was Sergeant Lee who had refused the man's final attempt at persuasion, leading to the permanent ban. Although he understood Sergeant Lee's situation and had let it slide until now, he couldn't keep being considerate forever. He too had to make a choice. I do feel a bit sorry for him. His thoughts naturally drifted towards another man, a Korean user who used the nickname Elf Nuna. It seems he was a fan of that character. Having encountered many players, he knew how few of them were Korean. Koreans made up less than 1% of all players. Sergeant Lee's desperate plea for a few more words with that guy wasn't for nothing. Funny really, if he misses his countrymen so much, he should think about cooperating with them to beat the game and return home. The Ghost Master smirked and stood up. Just then his crystal began vibrating, indicating an incoming call. Contacting me at this hour. Something must have happened on your end, Soul Queen. Yes, I was just about to leave for the day's work when I found some strange login records. Strange login records? The man straightened up. Given the Soul Queen's understanding of this space, her concern surely couldn't be a fluke. There's a login record, but it doesn't show who it was. And more importantly, the login time is around 3 a.m. That means someone entered the Ghostbusters community in between. Yes, and it seems so strange. Hold on. Can you give me a minute to think about it? While holding the call, the man cast a spell on himself, a combination of thought acceleration and a few other formulas to create his unique spell meditation. Soon a person came to mind. The Watcher of the Round Table. That suspicious person who was banned a year ago. Nickname 0720. He had first learned of this individual a year ago. None of the guides helping newbies had any recollection of assisting his entry. Later, when they had gone into his psyche and seen him wearing modern clothes, they found it suspicious and banned him. He had judged him to be a spy from the royal family who had somehow obtained pills to sneak in here. If not that, he might be a player from someplace other than Earth, especially since he appeared to be an old man. Players are generally young. That's natural. Who else but such people would enjoy such a perverse game? It was hard to imagine a person over 70 clearing this game. Perhaps the Watchers of the Round Table is a gathering he created to evade our eyes. But you deemed the remaining members normal back then, didn't you? Yes, that was the case then. But just to be sure, could you check on it instead of me? That is a private chat room, though. Don't worry about the invite code. It might take a few months, but it's not impossible to break in. Well, if that's the case. Soon after, Soul Queen agreed to it, and the man also prepared to end the call. He would need to give more detailed instructions next month after further checks. For now, there was nothing more he could do. Soul Queen, do you remember a player nicknamed Elf Nuna? The nickname had somehow popped into the man's head, prompting him to ask unexpectedly. That person? He joined a few months ago, and I distinctly remember him because of his unique nickname and more notably his other qualities, which were quite memorable. What was memorable about him? His inner world was completely invisible. In all my time working here, I've never seen someone with such a thick mental barrier. I see. The man felt a sense of unease. It's an unusually thick mental barrier, which can be accepted as an individual deviation. Soul Queen had not been working as a guide for long, either. But still, the man felt like he was missing something. Since meditation also enhanced his intuition, he did not dismiss these feelings as mere impressions. Excuse me for a moment. After asking for permission, he reviewed the written records in his mind. Specifically, he looked at the details of those who had sent messages around the time Elf Nuna joined. They're all newbies. Thinking that perhaps the pill was taken later, he expanded his search to every 3 months, but the results were the same. No player had gone beyond the 5th floor. But could someone really have such a high mental barrier? Bjorn Jandel? As he expanded his search, one name stood out significantly. A barbarian who unusually chose a shield. So he had sent a letter wondering if the barbarian might join, but dismissed the idea when there was no reply. Soul Queen. The man issued a new directive. Check out this user called Elf Nunna. See what posts he has made, his GP, and what information he has purchased. Restore even the deleted ones if necessary. He needed to check further. The morning after the community opened, Amelia woke me up. What's the matter? So early in the morning? Morning? It's already noon. Well, barbarians can be late risers. After downing a glass of water for my dry throat, I asked, so what is it? Amelia usually came in the evening. We had agreed to meet around that time when we last parted. Why would she come looking for me in broad daylight? Her answer was surprisingly simple. Just felt like I had to say something before I go. That means you're leaving. Her tone suggested she wasn't leaving because she had found oral gavies. I probed naturally. Looks like you've got something else to do. Amelia didn't respond at all. But that was enough for me. She was the woman who had been bustling about in the city every day. Just before the lockdown in Noark, a few were sent to the surface. Their target is to kill one explorer. Surprising, right? Maybe the assassination operation the clown talked about was starting today. I had no intention of getting involved. It wasn't something I could stop if I tried. Or rather, are you going to come back and look for him later? I can leave a message if needed. She was the kind of person who was sensitive to gestures. If I owed her a debt, it could come in handy. There's no need. It seems difficult to find him this way, anyway. I see. With Amelia's refusal, there was no need to press the offer further. So ended our brief conversation. Then, see you next time. I briefly said goodbye, and Amelia just quietly watched me. See you again? What does that mean? Ah, that was what she was curious about. After all, I was the one who had insisted on having no further entanglements. To her, it might have sounded somewhat significant. I answered her honestly. I just have a feeling we'll meet again. We had run into each other several times by chance. I didn't know how long it would take until I could go home, but surely we would cross paths again. Strange fellow. With those words, Amelia disappeared from view as usual. Now it was my turn to start the day. Ding! I vigorously pressed the call bell I had installed next to my bed. Did you call for me? Jingjin appeared in less than a minute, true to being my right hand. I gave the order to stop the search. Then I just had a quick lunch before heading out together. In Bifron, there was nothing else to do. Let us go to the distribution center. I asked Jingjin. The distribution center, you mean? Is there a problem? No, sir. I will guide you to the nearest one. Today's walking destination was one of the 12 distribution centers in Bifron. Upon arriving, I saw a long line. It was the queue for the daily ration supported by the city. It was a rare sight just a few days ago. Initially, various alliances had occupied the distribution centers and monopolized them. As you requested, the children can now take their share without any conditions, Jingjin reported. Good, keep it up. Watching the line of children, I turned away with a smile and walked through the city, letting my feet lead me. Then I spotted a familiar kid, the very same one who had guided me to the inn on my first day in Bifron. Come here. Yes. As our eyes met, the kid, who had been slowly backing away, came forward and stood at attention in front of me. Where are you headed? To the distribution center. You seem a bit healthier than before. Yes. Perhaps it was because I had become the de facto leader of Bifron? Even though I hadn't caused any trouble since that day, the kid trembled before me. Ah, I just called out of friendliness. Is this the loneliness of an absolute ruler? How have you been lately? In my spare time, I read books. At the library you arranged to be revived. The library wasn't exactly my creation. Rather, I revived an old, dust-covered one. There were still many empty shelves since many books had been used as firewood. However, I had ordered that every book be collected and placed on the shelves. It should improve. I swear I haven't done anything like that day. If I need money, I register at the labor office and earn it honestly. As I looked at him quietly, the kid, perhaps feeling uneasy, began to make excuses for things I hadn't even asked. You said you dreamed of becoming a scholar, didn't you? Yes. I smirked and gave him a piece of advice. Keep living that way. If you make money by deceiving others, one day it'll come back to bite you, and then your days are numbered. What? If you don't have a head, you can't be a scholar, can you? What? Oh yes. He didn't quite grasp my words, but I didn't elaborate further. I didn't want to become a preachy barbarian. Go on then. I continued my walk with Jingjin. The distribution center, library, residential areas, labor office. Since searching for oral gavies left me with nothing else to do, I busied myself with correcting various injustices in the city, and now the city was livelier than when I first arrived. The biggest change was the elimination of the Alliance's tyranny. Well, once I'm gone, it'll probably revert back to the old ways. With that thought, I led Jingjin toward the sewers. Why are we going here? Jingjin looked at me with a trembling voice, as if fearing the worst. Anyone would think I was about to dispose of him here. I'll be stepping out into the city for a bit. Need anything? What? Jingjin, usually not one to repeat himself, looked bewildered. To the city? Ah, did I not mention? There is a passage that connects to the city. That can't be, can it? Why are you stuttering? Is there something wrong with your head? No, sir. Thinking his liberation was just days away, Jingjin's face fell in despair. Was he regretting not bluffing? Anyway, if you don't need anything. No, I do. Oh, tell me. Jingjin requested one thing before I headed to the city. Skewers from a certain shop in District 9. It'll be cold by the time I bring it back. Want tea it? That is fine. I grinned and nodded. I knew what he was thinking. He wanted to test if I truly had a means to travel to the city. Then you can go back now. Yes, I understand. After sending Jingjin off, I entered the sewers and proceeded toward the secret passage Amelia had mentioned. While on my way, an unexpected sound occurred. Zing. It was when I demanded Dragon's blessing as a price for the Dragon Slayer sword. He said it would take a month or two, and it's been exactly 2 months. What would the result be? Pressing the button that protruded from the bottom, a voice came through. Tear up the paper I gave you. Rather, I'm curious about the outcome. The elders have decided they want to see you in person to make their decision. That's so. As instructed, I tore up the paper I had stored in my subspace. They want to see me in person to decide. It wasn't the yes I was hoping for, but it wasn't a big concern either. Even if they say no, I'll make them say yes. That's the spirit of a K-Barbarian. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 201. A magical circle bloomed from the bottom of the sewer. As I stood still in the light that emanated from it, the stinking smell of sewage disappeared. You've arrived. It was the same dragon temple I had visited before. In front of me, I could see Mr. Dragon with 6 members of the dragon tribe standing behind him. They must be the elders he mentioned earlier. Although their reptilian eyes were vertically slit, it was easy to sense that their gaze was not friendly. So, it was time for a battle cry. Behel Ray! I wasn't here to pick a fight, so I didn't use Wild Burst. But was that enough to attract their aggro? The elders stare at me with frowns. Their expression seemed to say, "What is this?" Ah, sorry. I just felt like it. As I scratched the back of my head and apologized, Mr. Dragon, familiar with me, opened his mouth with a strange expression. You are as ever. That must be a compliment, right? Having finished my introductory shout, I got to the point. So, what am I supposed to do now? Whether or not I, a barbarian, could receive the dragon's blessing. On this matter, Mr. Dragon said that the elders would have to see me in person to decide. But I don't think they only wanted to see my face. What kind of verification were they planning to do? It's nothing big, Mr. Dragon said. Before we reach a final consensus and make a decision, the elders will each ask you a question or make a request. I get the question, but what do you mean by request? Well, I'm not sure about that, but just so you know, you can say refuse if you want. Refuse my foot. That would obviously lead them to vote against me. Dragon's blessing, huh? They're being annoyingly picky. How about it? Will you do it? Despite my internal grumbling, I nodded. It felt like they had a lot of demands, even after returning the Dragon Slayer sword. But surely, the dragon's blessing was worth it. Good. Then it's decided. No need to waste time. Let us begin. Sure. At my reply, Mr. Dragon glanced at one of the elders behind him. It was a signal to start the verification. The first to step forward was one of the 2 female dragon tribe members. I'll go first. As a dragon, it was pointless to guess her age from her appearance, but from the tone of her voice and the look in her eyes, she was the youngest of the group. Bjorn, son of Jandel, what is your greatest wish? Hearing that question, I had a rough idea of what this verification aimed to achieve. It was a literal verification. Before passing on the Dragon Tribe's secret technique of the Dragon's blessing to another race, they wanted to check what kind of person I was. After a moment of consideration, I answered honestly. Perhaps returning to Earth? But in the grand scheme of things, it's merely a secondary goal. Surviving. My top priority has always been survival. However, things have changed a bit now. Survival is still paramount, but there is something else I'd add. If possible, along with my companions. Even as I responded, something about it felt peculiar. Having fallen into this strange world, perhaps this was the most significant change. What would they think of this answer? I see. The Dragon Tribe woman, who had been watching me with a meaningful look, asked another question. What would you do if your sacrifice allowed your companion to survive? Didn't you say only one question or request each? You can refuse to answer if you want. She spoke in a tone that suggested she really wouldn't mind either way, and once again, I answered honestly. I'm not sure yet. Lure Werv Dwaki, the mage of Team Halfling. Before the situation arises, any promise or word is meaningless. Death always tests us. However, when the time comes, I will make the choice I need to. You could have just said that. The female Dragon Tribe member looked at me as if she didn't understand, and I quickly dismissed her. I didn't want to answer that question. Such a thing would be disrespectful to him, too. Not knowing my past, The dragon tribe woman stared at me for a moment before stepping back. That's all for my question. Her expression said nothing about whether she approved of my answers or not. Without a moment to catch my breath, the next turn began. It's Jornabehanu, a middle-aged man, strong enough to rival me, made a request instead of a question. Fight me. He even subtly emitted dragon fury as he made the offer. I answered without a moment's hesitation. Fine. Rejecting such a challenge would be ludicrous for a barbarian warrior. Moreover, it was a good opportunity. An elder of the dragon tribe must be around rank 7. If I could fight without worrying about dying, there was no reason not to. That was my reasoning, but let us stop this. Mr. Dragon intervened midway. We agreed not to make such demands. What is more certain than crossing fists? Isn't that right, barbarian warrior? I was going to use a mace. I think of equipment as a part of skill, but I agreed with him for now. Of course. I like this guy. Pleased with my response, the macho dragon tribe laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to agree to fight without a second thought. Another elder seemed amused by the situation. So, what are you going to do? I asked the macho dragon. I'll just ask a question instead. The macho dragon tribe member sounded somewhat disappointed as he asked me. Barbarian, what are you most afraid of? The first thing that came to mind was death. But giving the same answer as my first question wouldn't look good for the verification. I decided to be more specific with my response. Fighting someone stronger than myself. What? The macho dragon tribe member cocked his head as if he misheard. Did the realization come late? You think I'm weaker than you? He sounded a bit angry as he asked, and I shook my head. Not at all. But you just said, you didn't come here planning to kill me. That is true, but I cut him off, summarizing briefly. One must fight because it is frightening. All the more so. I know that might sound unbarbarian to some. But what of it? This is the essence of being a barbarian. Fortunately, my point seemed to get across. Fearing and yet not running away, but preparing for that moment truly a rational answer. The macho dragon tribe chuckled. Interesting. Are all barbarians like you? Somewhat. The person who truly taught me the life of a warrior was Einar, and her advice showed me the path when I was cornered. That is all for my question. With a satisfied smile, the macho dragon tribe returned to his place. At least I knew one thing for sure. I had definitely secured one vote. The third one was also a question, not a request. Do you have someone you love? No. Your answer was a bit delayed. Seems like you thought of someone. The dragon tribe woman, her eyes sleepy, returned to her seat without asking further. Thus began the fourth round. I would like to test your insight. An elderly dragon tribe with a full head of white hair handed me an object. I immediately recognized its purpose. A ring puzzle. Try to separate all these. I hadn't expected such a mission. To give you a bit of help, only the correct sequence and method will allow you to separate them. After handing over the ring puzzle, the elderly dragon tribe member smirked, giving me a hint as well. He probably never expected me to solve it. Does he really think I'm just some random barbarian? I used to play with ring puzzles a lot in hospitals when I was a child. You can take as much time as you need. Sometimes, perseverance is the way to reach the truth. I took the ring puzzle and began inspecting it from all angles, understanding its structure. With enough time, it should be solvable. Or so it should have been. 5 minutes have passed. Shit. What is this even? 10 minutes now. Still far off, are we? I had to admit honestly. More time wouldn't likely bring me any closer to a solution. So, there was only one approach left. Gigantification. My body swelled in an instant. With my enlarged hands, I grabbed the rings and pulled them apart. And then, crack. I had successfully separated all 7 rings. What are you doing? I separated them. That's not possible. Nobody said I couldn't break them. I answered confidently. After all, I had realized the puzzle-esque trap. Initially, the old man had said he was testing insight, not intellect, and even gave a hint about reaching the truth through perseverance. This meant the ring puzzle was inherently unsolvable from the start. Probably he gave this to me to see how I would tackle an impossible problem. This way. It was supposed to be solved like this. The elderly dragon tribe member murmured helplessly, fumbling with the now more numerous pieces of the puzzle, a look of profound sadness in his eyes. Cough. It's something that can't be replaced. Who's next? Ignoring the elderly dragon tribe member, I looked towards the other elders, and thus the verification resumed. The fifth was a question about my past deeds. How many have you killed up to now? I recalled each person in my head and provided the exact number, and the elder asked why I had killed them. The answer was not difficult. The methods varied, but the reason was fundamentally the same. They tried to kill me. I see. The questioning elder nodded and stepped back, concluding the 5th round. Now only the final session remained. It was unclear how well it was going. The old man who gave me the puzzle is likely against me. the macho dragon tribe would vote in favor. The rest? Hard to say. Now it's my turn. A handsome man in his late 20s stepped forward. He asked one question. Have you spoken only the truth? His tone suggested he had the ability to discern truth from falsehood. Though it felt unsettling, I had answered all questions truthfully so far. If I failed, there would still be time to start negotiations KB style. Yes. Well, that's it then. With that, the hearing concluded. Mr. Dragon, who had been exchanging glances with the last man, spoke. We need to discuss more among ourselves, so you take a break. How long will I wait? Well, it shouldn't take more than an hour. That's reasonable. Following that, I was led into the temple by the dragon tribe woman who had asked the first question. We reached a room. I assumed it was a reception room for guests, but is that the barbarian who was supposed to come today? There was already someone in the room, a dragon tribe child with the appearance of an early teen. The child burst into laughter upon seeing me. Wow, you're really ugly. What in the world? This cheeky kid? Taken aback by the unexpected jab, I responded with adult composure. Looks like you don't have a mom then? Yeah. If you had received proper home training, you wouldn't make such bizarre lies. Bjorn Jandel was certainly a manly man, not at all ugly. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 202. If you set out on a path of vengeance, dig 2 graves. It's a saying by Confucius. However, the book I read only contained that sentence, without explaining the intent behind his words. So, what did Confucius really want to say? The importance of readiness? Or just how self-destructive and dangerous revenge is? It's impossible for me to know that in the 21st century, so I decided to go with the more resonant interpretation. Yes, Confucius knew. When you plan to strike someone, you must be prepared to get struck yourself. But it seems he didn't know that. I licked my lips as I watched the kid. The kid who had started the personal attack from the get-go was now staring into space, dumbfounded. What did you just say? I don't understand. I didn't use complicated words. So, it's not the words that don't make sense, it's the situation itself. Or not. What? Why don't I have a mom? The kid glared at me and shouted, but I snapped back. So, do you have one? No, she passed away. The kid flinched and trailed off. Honestly, I was a bit startled too. I never expected a yes to that question. Of course, there was no issue. As I thought. I nodded, as if I de-expected it. Not having a mother? So, what about it? Bjorn Jandel grew up without a mom too. Moreover, given the characteristics of the dragon tribe, this child could actually be older than me, despite his youthful appearance. That has no reason to stop retaliating against a preemptive attack. But, how did you know? It shows. It shows? Yes, if you had been properly educated at home, you wouldn't resort to such lies. As I spoke as if it were obvious, the kid ground his teeth. Even in a world without extreme profanity, words related to family can still be sensitive. Oh, or not. Apologize, barbarian. How dare you say I lied? I didn't lie at all. The kid, having somewhat regained his composure, exploded in anger at being accused of lying. I felt a pang in the pit of my stomach. To deny it so vehemently. Doesn't that mean he really meant the ugly remark? Bjorn Jandel would have been hurt by it. But there was no problem. I am a K-barbarian who believes in returning to the world. That's exactly who I am. To not even know you lied. I looked at the kid with pitying eyes. Oh no, don't tell me you don't have a dad either. I do have a dad. You crazy fool. The kid interrupted me by yelling. Thus, I also decided to end the harsh words here. By now, the kid must have learned that messing with a barbarian could bring major troubles. Besides, this is the home ground of the dragon tribe. Wait, but why is the elder staying quiet? Only then did I feel something off and turned around. There was the dragon tribe elder, observing me with a look of interest. You are impressive. Huh? You're the first one to anger Lady Penitas Ioros like this. Isn't the elder getting too emotional for the kid? Even now, the kid is staring at me, breathing heavily with a hiss. However, my focus was on something else. Lady. The elder had used an honorific before the kid's name. That means this kid holds a significant position among the dragon tribe. Wait a minute. Could it be she's a shaman? The dragon shaman. Similar to the only shaman of the barbarian tribe. Simply put, only she can use the blessing. Didn't you know? I would have known if you had told me. As I averted my gaze, the kid was looking at me triumphantly, a stark contrast to before. What? Thinking of apologizing now? Her sneer was unmistakable. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to continue my stance. Kid, why should I apologize? You said you wanted a blessing inscribed, didn't you? That's true. But even if she's a shaman, she's below the chief dragon. If he says okay, she'll have no choice but to bestow the blessing on me. That as for the chief dragon to decide. At my words, the kid grinned. My dad? I froze with a smile still on my face. No way. She asked the daughter of the chief dragon, the tribe shaman and the daughter of the chief dragon. Her status is indeed tremendous, but now the option to apologize was erased from my mind. It's not like a barbarian to do so. Besides, if I apologize, I'd be admitting that I'm ugly as hell. What are you looking at? Nothing? I wasn't looking. After the shocking reveal of the kid's identity, an awkward silence filled with a subtle power struggle ensued between us. And then some time passed. Let us both stop now. The elder intervened, aiming for reconciliation. Well, more accurately, she scolded both of us. Bjorn Jandel is a guest of the chief dragon and a benefactor to our tribe. Judging someone by their appearance upon first meeting is not polite. Calmly and logically, the elder pointed out my mistake and then turned her gaze to the smirking kid. The shaman is also at fault. Me too. It wasn't a lie, though. Sometimes, you need to keep silent, even if it's the truth. The kid sullenly lowered her head. It didn't feel good. Rather, what? Is this some kind of reverse insult? Even if it's the truth, keep silent? Agreeing that I'm hideously ugly, but saying it was wrong to speak it out loud. I need to attend a meeting now, so I'll leave. The elder left me alone with my throbbing heart and returned to where she had been. Not wanting to just stand there, I casually sat down. And so began a suffocating silence. The kid was the first to break it. Let us talk. Weren't you an explorer? Don't you have any interesting stories? Why should I tell you? The kid glared at me, annoyed by my question. Words have power, and I have the ability to feel the nature of that power. I don't get it. That means I need to get used to your energy wavelength before I can inscribe a blessing later. Perhaps that's why my father sent you here early. I hadn't heard about the setting of powers or wavelengths before, but there was something else that caught my attention more. You make it sound like it's already been decided. If it were a refusal, you wouldn't have been brought to this room. Then what is the meeting going on about? Maybe they thought it would be too easy just to give it to you. That could really be the case. Anyway, so say something. I need to keep talking to you, so I can read your wavelengths. That way, it will be less stressful on your body when I inscribe the blessing. In contrast to our first encounter, it was a surprisingly reasonable request. So I complied, even if I was not quite ready for the change. Is there anything in particular you're curious about? I asked the kid. Why did you become an explorer? That's a strange thing to ask. We are born warriors. If we can't fight, we die. Because of taxes? Well, if I put it simply, yes. We aren't as well off as you guys. The dragon tribe don't pay taxes because of their great contributions in the war thousands of years ago. In contrast, other races struggle daily with taxes. I've heard that some races lend money to pay taxes, but not the barbarians? It seemed like a genuine question, so I smiled bitterly. Yeah, we don't. Dwarves have their taxes reduced when they become blacksmiths. Beast tribes and fairies have financial flexibility as their unique abilities help with farming and livestock in Gnome Tree. They're given interest-free loans for the first 2 years, making it generally unnecessary to deal with taxes. But barbarians? They just get a weapon. When I become chief, I'll start with donations and overhaul everything. Clearly, barbarians are at a disadvantage. Many areas need improvement. Did my expression look bad? Fine, let us leave that aside for now, then tell me about that. The kid shifted the topic first. About that? You fought with the Dragon Slayer, didn't you? That. Since it was our only common ground, I slightly embellished the story of that time, removing potentially disadvantageous parts. Methods of obtaining Ogre's essence, or anything that could make me seem like an evil spirit. Even without those, the story remained quite interesting. world.Back. Sounds like a name that's going to stick with me for a while. Like everyone else who had heard the story, the kid was particularly focused on the Dwaki part. I felt secretly proud whenever I got such a reaction. It felt like validation that the guy was recognized by others too. The sword, so you obtained it that way. You really are incredibly ignorant. Anyway, what happened next? After the Dragon Slayer story, I naturally moved on to the part about finding new companions. That's when I heard something interesting. Did you know? My sister could have been part of that team. It sounded like she was talking about the 2-year contract for companions that the chief dragon had proposed. What kind of person is your sister? She is nice. I don't see her much because she is busy. No, I was asking how strong she was. I was genuinely curious and wanted to ask more, but I couldn't. Just then, the door opened. I heard you two had a fight, but you're getting along? The chief dragon walked in and chuckled upon seeing us chatting. It made me realize one thing. That elder hadn't told the chief dragon what I said earlier. If he had heard about the family education comment, he wouldn't have had such a look on his face. So, has a decision been made? It has. Well, then just tell me the results. What was decided? They've agreed to your request. Good. I nodded, glancing at the kid. Perhaps what the kid had said was true. The meeting lasted an hour, perhaps just for the sake of their pride. Was all that strange questioning for this reason? A rational suspicion was beginning to form. The chief dragon spoke softly. However, there is one condition. A condition? We verified through the Leetless Church that you have received an oracle. You will likely meet Regal Vagos, the Dragon Slayer, again someday. Go on, say it. If you can kill him, then bring us his heart. His heart? Why do you need that? The condition prompted me to ask for its rationale first. Then the answer came from the kid. It's because of me. I was the one who cursed my uncle at that time. A curse that makes a dragon not a dragon. A curse profound and complex, wrapped in family and tribal legacies. As a result, Regal Vagos faced restrictions when using the dragon speech and couldn't properly wield the Dragon Slayer sword he had obtained, even after betraying his own tribe. Wait, but wasn't that curse left by the previous chief dragon? It's widely believed so, but in reality, my daughter was the one who cast it. I see. It feels like hearing a dragon tribe secret. But the pressing matter at hand isn't that. So, what does his heart have to do with the curse? In exchange for the curse, my time has stopped ever since then. I became bound to live in this temple without being able to step out. Would having his heart somehow reverse it? The kid didn't answer my question. Instead, the chief dragon muttered softly. At least, that's what we believe. It suddenly struck me. Was that why he offered me a 2-year companion? To have someone at my side who could defeat the Dragon Slayer and retrieve his heart? But then, how old are you really? Initially, I thought the kid was just a few years older than me, but now it seems it's not just a few years. After all, it was more than 30 years ago that the great ancient dragon died. Well, regardless, her words and actions seemed too youthful for her age. Living only in the temple might explain that. So what will you do? All right, if I end up killing the Dragon Slayer, I will definitely bring back his heart. That's settled then. The condition wasn't particularly difficult, so I accepted the offer without further negotiation. Now it was time to receive my reward up front. So when can you perform the blessing? If you want, it can be done tonight. The kid responded to my inquiry. But before that, I must ask this. What kind of blessing do you desire? I need to know to prepare. What blessings are available? I asked just to be sure. There might be differences between the game and reality. You didn't know? I thought you knew, and that is why you asked for it. I only know about one exactly. Is that so? Then I'll need to explain the rest. The kid seemed annoyed, but explained each one in detail. It turned out there weren't many differences from the game. The first is the blessing of the Earth Dragon. The blessing of the Earth Dragon. When this blessing is inscribed, the additional attributes gained from essences increase by 20%. Given the importance of raw stats for me, the synergy is very good. Though it's hard to find a type where the synergy wouldn't be good. Second, the blessing of the Volcano Dragon. The blessing of the Volcano Dragon. If the first was about stats, this one enhances the performance of all skills. From what I remember, it's about a 30% increase. Thus, choosing this would mean an increase in size when in gigantification state, and the performance of Iron Skin and Swing would significantly improve. Lastly, there's the blessing of the Sea Dragon. The blessing of the Sea Dragon. This one uniquely increases only one fixed stat. It adds plus 100 to soul power. Considering that soul power increases by 10 with each level up to level 5, the significance of this increase is substantial. Choosing this would likely extend the duration of my gigantification several times over. Until I consume a few more core essences, I would hardly run out of MP. Now, I've finished explaining. Which one will it be? Which one to choose among the three? The kid offered to give more time if needed, but I decisively refused. I'll go with this one. I'd already made up my mind. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 203. The Dragon's Blessing. One of the few traits that made the Dragon Tribe a legendary race. Unlike Dragon Speech, however, this blessing could be engraved by other races as well. Yet in the game, it's been received less than 10 times. Only by accumulating a certain amount of affinity with the Dragon Tribe and completing a hidden quest could it be achieved. If I had chosen a dwarf as my character, whom the dragons don't get along with, I wouldn't have even been able to try. Of course, I'm not a dwarf but a barbarian, but I had already given up on the blessing. The conditions for the hidden quest were insane, and as far as I knew, the hidden quest no longer existed in the current era. A century and a half passed in the game's universe. The historical record stated that the problem plaguing the Dragon Tribe had already been solved by a hero. Wait, if I can do this, doesn't it mean that other things aren't entirely impossible either? I pondered over several blocked hidden pieces. Perhaps there was a way to tackle them through a different route. No, it's the same either way. Things that were outright blocked by the system in the game. For instance, just to let you know, choosing multiple ones won't work. Your body as a barbarian can't handle it. What do you mean my body can't handle it? Exactly as I said. You die. That's not going to work. Though I could insist, I wasn't planning to be stubborn about it. Especially when the cost could be my life. Among the Dragon Tribe, only a few besides the Chief Dragon had more than one blessing engraved. It takes a toll on the body. So, what's your decision? I can give you more time if you want. No, let us settle on this. I shook my head with a sly smile. After all, my decision was made before I even came here. Blessing of a sea dragon. Definitely not this one. Though MP is a crucial resource, if I manage it well during hunting, I shouldn't feel its scarcity. I'm not a mage, after all. Just enough is sufficient. In that sense, Blessing of the volcanic dragon. This isn't a bad choice. As much as I've aligned the combinations of skills, the performance enhancement doesn't stop at 30%, but goes beyond. However, I'll take the Earth Dragon's blessing. I ultimately decided it was better to enhance stats than skills. For a simple reason, many of my skills are based on stats. A 20% increase in stats would equivalently boost the performance of my skills. A wise choice indeed. Were you thinking of that guy? The Chief Dragon nodded at my choice. He seemed to think I chose this with the Dragon Slayer in mind, and I just went along with it. After all, I wasn't without thoughts about him. Silence of the soul. Dragon Slayer. Regal Vago's overwhelming dragon speech that reduces MP to 0 and prevents the use of skills. That's why I had to fight him barehanded. However, if you ask whether that was the main reason for my choice, it wasn't. The Earth Dragon has a hidden effect, but they must know about it. I narrowed my eyes on Mr. Dragon and the kid. I wasn't particularly upset. There was no obligation for them to share everything with me, a member of another race. After all, I didn't need such consideration. Well then, that settles it. I'll step aside. With my decision made, Mr. Dragon moved away, smiling contently. Enjoy your time with my daughter. No, that sounded weird. After Mr. Dragon left, the kid and I talked until nightfall. The main topic was my past explorations. Do I really need to talk about myself? It is better this way. Didn't I mention that before? Words have power. It's easier for me to tune into your wavelength, since it's the path you've walked. If you say so. I preferred this to blabbering about nothing, so I filtered through my stories a bit and shared them. It hasn't even been a year since I became an explorer, but I have more stories to tell than I thought. Could that be why? It's south, getting close to sunset. Are we there yet? We had been talking over meals, and before we knew it, it was evening. But wasn't it time to inscribe the blessing yet? Not yet. Your vibe is strangely hard to read. Yeah, that's right, so keep going with your story. Where did I leave off? The doppelganger forest. You were saying how you realized one of the other explorers was from the underground city. We had talked all day, and were now catching up with my latest adventures. This would soon leave me with nothing else to say. I was a bit worried, but after speaking frankly, it seemed there was no need to read more vibes. I think this will do. That means, come with me. It's time to engrave the blessing on your body. Following the kid deeper inside, I saw a cave hidden behind a thin cloth. A cave connected to the building walls. Feels like I'm on an exploration or something. After walking through the cave for a few minutes, a space about 10 square meters appeared. A chamber furnished with a bed and a few other items. Jewels embedded in the ceiling emitted a faint light and smoke, giving off the aura of a mystical space. Here, lie down. The bed is too small for me to lie down. Just lie on the floor. True to my barbarian nature, I coolly lay down on the floor, and the kid chuckled before beginning to inscribe the blessing on my body. It didn't take long. Though it took the form of a tattoo, the essence of the blessing was the special ability possessed by the shaman. Where should I engrave it? How big is it? About this size. The kids spread their palm to show me. Much smaller than I expected. Does the location matter? No, it doesn't. But why? I'd prefer it in a place that's usually not visible. After all, it's a blessing from another race. Before I become the tribe chief and change the conservative rules of my tribe, it would cause trouble if the barbarians found out. A place that's not visible? The kid's gaze naturally shifted to one spot, and she made an awkward face. That might be difficult. Following the kid's gaze, I nearly fainted in embarrassment. No way. Who would get a tattoo there? Well, I can do it around your buttock. What? Forget it, do it here. I specified the location I had originally thought of. The sole of the foot? Oh, right. This world was similar to Western culture. People wear shoes indoors, so it's rarely necessary to take them off. The kid seemed convinced, then expressed a doubt. But couldn't you just tuck it in among the other tattoos? It wouldn't be very noticeable. You always wear armor on top, right? A shaman would notice. All right. Given the nature of shamans, they wouldn't likely make a fuss about it. But I prefer to keep it hidden as much as possible. With the unpredictable future and the somewhat suspicious nature of shamans, it was better to be cautious. Then let us get started, shall we? Absolutely. It's going to hurt quite a bit. That's fine, just get it over with. Despite the kid's warning, I wasn't overly concerned. How painful could it be compared to soul engraving? Even if this was a kind of pain that my tolerance couldn't mitigate, I wasn't afraid. I'm a barbarian. Barbarians always advance through struggle. Really? The kid gave a meaningful smile and then produced a white flame on her index finger. And, Chike, She directed the flame towards the sole of my foot. You can scream. Oh, can I? The blessing of the earth dragon has been engraved into your soul. All additional stats increase by 20%. I screamed with all my might. AR. There was no time to worry about the dignity of a barbarian. Bjorn Jandel. Level 5. Physical. 555/mental. 198/special ability. 191. Item level. 3068. Overall combat index. 1907.6. New plus 176.6. Acquired essences. Corpse Golem rank 7/Orc Hero rank 5/Ogre rank 3/Manicore rank 5. The process of engraving the blessing was brief, lasting about 3 minutes. Compared to soul engraving sessions that could take hours, this was practically instantaneous. Still, the ordeal felt just as lengthy. I passed out as soon as it was over. Are you awake? I slowly opened my eyes to see the kid leaning against the wall, reading a book. Looks like I dozed off. More like you passed out, right? That's really funny. Ignoring the kid's teasing, I first checked the time. 9 a.m. It was already time to start a new day. Drink this. After drinking the water the kid handed me, I got up. While I felt mentally exhausted, there was a strong feeling of vitality in my body. After all, with a 20% increase in stats, it was impossible not to feel more powerful. I was already looking forward to it. Apart from the Corpse Golem, I only had 3 essences of rank 5 or higher. Just filling those spots would increase my stats as much as acquiring a high-ranked essence. Kid. It's Bonitas Saurus. Not liking being called kid, huh? Aurigi. Bonitas Saurus. Even as I said the name correctly, it felt odd. Is this a person's name or a dinosaur's? Just call me Pin. Sure, Pin. So, is everything done now? Yeah. Fortunately, it went well. But just in case, come back later when you have time. This is the first time I've done this for someone from another race, so there could be side effects. All right, I'll come when I have time. I told Dad about it too. After roughly acknowledging her words, Pin and I left the cave. As I was about to head back, I asked for Mr. Dragoness' location. My dad should be where you first arrived. Do you need me to guide you? I can find it on my own. Ever since my training with Rot Miller, I've been confident in remembering routes. Just as I was about to leave. Sorry, I heard a voice from behind. Yes, I'm sorry. For yesterday, being blunt about you being ugly. I chuckled. It was hard to tell if this was an apology or just another jab. But maturely, I focused on the facts. I'm not ugly. What? I am handsomely rugged. Pin stared at me intently, then finally nodded slightly. All right. It seems I've successfully instilled a proper sense of beauty before the world's biases could touch her. See you next time. I'll have more stories then. Yeah. After parting with Pin, I found Mr. Dragon. I handed over the Dragon Slayer sword and used dragon speech to return to the original sewer system. The familiar, appetite-killing stench of sewage hit me. Should I just go back and sleep? I briefly considered it. It really is connected to the city. Just as Amelia had mentioned, following the secret passage led me to an exit that connected to the city. Located next to my residing District 7 was District 8. I had intended to meet Misha and Einar to catch up, but the exhaustion was too much to bear. I could see them in a few days anyway. Covering my face with a hood I prepared, I bought the skewers that Jingjin had ordered and returned. Here are the skewers from the shop you mentioned. I ordered the spiciest ones, like a true man. Why are you silent? Aren't you happy? I am happy. Your voice is too low. I am happy. Jingjin's enthusiastic response made the effort of dragging my tired body to buy them worthwhile. Now that he has been warned that I could come back anytime, there's no risk of Bifron reverting to its old ways overnight without me. Are you crying? The skewers are spicy, that's why. TSK. It's because you cry so easily that you lose hair. Yes. I'm going to sleep now, so don't wake me. After returning, I spent almost the entire day sleeping, and even afterwards, I continued to rest as if I was enjoying the last days of a vacation. Time passed and finally, the day arrived. Bethel Reawe, the end of my short but long exile. With an enthusiastic send-off from the entire organization, I made my way to the city walls and said goodbye to Jingjin. I'll come visit sometimes. Yes, I'll be waiting. Jingjin seemed much more composed than on the first day. After reiterating that the secret passage was to be kept between us, I summoned a guard from the city walls. Son of Jandel, Bjorn. Confirmed. I entered the checkpoint and went through a brief identification process. And when it was over, the guard opened the gate on the other side of the double-doored structure. Sir Knight of Moslin has left a message for you. Try not to cause any trouble next time. Trouble? What trouble? It was their troubles that had me locked up here for a matter that should have ended with a fine. Grumbling, I stepped out into the town and took a deep breath. Was it my imagination, or did the air feel different somehow? Oddly, the sunlight felt warmer today. But why is there no one around? After spending 20 days in exile and returning to the city, I found myself standing in the street, confused. Minutes passed, and none of my comrades appeared. I had hoped at least for a welcoming party. Well, they wouldn't have known what time I was coming. I hurriedly caught a carriage and headed to the inn. Upon arrival, I immediately knocked on Misha's door. Bang! Bang! Despite knocking several times, there was no response. There was no sound from inside either. What's going on? Did she go out? Maybe she went out to meet me and we missed each other. That's what I thought when, bang, the door opened. It wasn't Misha's room, but Einar's. Bjorn! Einar greeted me urgently, looking as if she had just woken up. An odd feeling washed over me. What's going on? Initially, it was a subconscious discomfort, but soon I figured out the source of the unease. If Misha had gone out to meet me, Einar wouldn't be here alone. They would have gone together. What? Why did you come so late? Calm down and talk to me. Suppressing my rising anxiety, I demanded an explanation. Misha has been kidnapped. Something had gone terribly wrong while I was away. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 204. And it happened right in the city. It sounds like something terrible has happened, but I calmly checked the rest of the situation. If that is true, it's no wonder Einar was sleeping so soundly in her room. Kidnapped? Explain properly. What exactly happened? Start with when this all happened. It was yesterday. The incident occurred just a day ago. Einar and Misha were simply having a meal outside, and were on their way back. But upon returning to their lodging, what did they find? Beings in black clothes were waiting for Misha. It seems they were from Misha's family home. If they came from the family home, they must be the tribe chief's minions. And then what? Those beings whispered something to Misha and took her away by force. Can we really say she was forcibly taken? Did Misha leave you any message? Yes, she said she'd be back tonight and I should just hang on for a day. She even told me to come and see you. I was so worried that I couldn't sleep and I overslept. I couldn't help but let out a snicker. Misha left a message before leaving. How can this be considered a kidnapping? When I asked this, an interesting answer came back. Misha told me with a face that clearly showed she didn't want to go. If that's not kidnapping, then what is? Taking someone against their will is considered kidnapping, classic barbarian logic. But I'm a barbarian too. Alright, Misha has indeed been kidnapped. I know how pointless it is to argue with a barbarian about whether it's a kidnapping or not. Right? I was so shocked that I even visited a Ruru yesterday, but she talked as if it was nothing, which upset me. What did Raven say? She told me to not do anything weird and just wait at home until you come. So I haven't even reported it to the security agency yet. Okay, that was handled well. Best to leave barbarian matters to barbarians. So, what are we going to do, Bjorn? We obviously have to storm in there, right? Misha is our comrade, isn't she? Storming in there could lead to an accident. I clearly stated my view. Misha is a warrior. We need to give her time to handle it on her own. That's right. If she said she'd be back tonight, let's wait until tonight. If she doesn't come, I'll go look for her myself tomorrow. Got it? As I managed to turn the conversation around in a barbarian-like way, Einar didn't stubbornly argue and easily agreed. But it's morning. Aren't you hungry? I asked Einar. Of course, I am. First, I took Einar to have breakfast. While eating, I checked if anything had happened during my absence. Nothing much had happened. Just the usual routine of training, eating, and going home. Even the regular meetings held by Raven and Mr. Bear were put on hold until I returned. Suddenly, Einar spoke. At that time, Misha also admired how amazing Bjorn is. Even if it doesn't seem like it, Bjorn is the core of the team, and without you, we can't stick together. Oh, that's what happened. A blush of embarrassment came over me. Well, it's 100 times better than being talked about behind my back. I changed the subject. Did Misha leave you money for food? Yeah, but I've spent it all. I will leave some money behind, so make sure you eat well until tonight. Are you going out? Not waiting for Misha? Staying at home won't change anything. I have my own work to do. Misha will want that too. After finishing our meal, I sent Einar back to her room and went out. My first destination was the Mage Tower. You're out? How do you feel? Thanks to the antidote I got from Mosellan's, I seem fine. That's good to hear. You've been through a lot. Anyway, have you heard about Mississippi Karlstein? Yeah. If she doesn't show up by today, I'll go check on her myself, so don't worry. I wasn't too worried from the start. It's Einar who's making a fuss about it. Going to Misha's home and all. I smiled bitterly and held back my words. Unlike Raven, I knew about the complications between Misha and her family home. Naturally, I was worried. Speaking of which, you said we couldn't settle up because I wasn't here? Let's meet tomorrow then. What if Miss Karlstein is late? Then I'll come back and tell you. After a brief catch-up, we set a time and place to meet and parted ways. My next destination was Mr. Bear's Tavern. You're finally back. You've had a tough time. Nothing major happened while I was away. Nothing worth mentioning. But shouldn't I be the one asking? How is it staying in Bifron? It wasn't bad. It's a comfortable place. Like with Raven, I had a brief catch-up with Mr. Bear and informed him of the place and time for our meeting. I'll finally get that money then. Sorry for making you wait. You could have taken it first. No, things like this should be settled when everyone is present to avoid disputes. Plus, it's not like you couldn't come because you were having fun. Thanks for understanding. I'll be on my way then. After leaving the tavern, I felt a bit lost. I had some time until evening. What should I do next? After some thought, I decided to head to the library. It's hard to find a better place to pass the time, and I had someone to report my survival to. Bjorn Jandel. Upon arriving at the library, Ragna froze for a moment upon seeing my face. Long time no see? I grinned naturally and asked. I was about to explain my 20-day absence. But before I could, Ragna spoke up. I heard about it. Not only did you use your abilities in the city, but you broke the line and entered the labyrinth, leading to your exile in Bifron. Oh, she knew. Well, from what I heard at the round table, it was a political punishment that had become quite famous. I'm glad to see you've returned safely. And I'm sorry. Sorry for what? An apology completely out of context. As I puzzled over it, Ragna cautiously continued. I asked the butler if there was any way I could help, but he said it was an unavoidable issue. I still didn't understand. Understand. Why was she apologizing? And what was this about a butler? When I probed further, Ragnar clamped her mouth shut as if she had misspoken. So I didn't press any further. There's no way she'd tell me anyway. It seems to involve her family matters. My fading interest in Ragna was rekindled. A mage in her 20s of at least rank 5. From her clothes and staff, the scent of wealth was unmistakable. And the butler she just mentioned, although she works as a librarian, which made me doubt her at times, from what I can see, she is definitely nobility. But that's a bit odd, though. I've been curious before and looked into it. There is no noble family using the name Fefrock. So what exactly is her identity? Are you going to read some books? Ah, yes. That's the plan. Perhaps uncomfortable under my gaze, Ragna changed the subject. Accordingly, I just went in to read some books. Well, I'll find out when the time comes. It's not like she has caused me any harm, right? Digging into someone's private family matters when they don't want to talk about them isn't right either. Whatever she is, our relationship isn't bad right now. Anyway, I still couldn't find the Chronicles of the Rift series today. I sat by the window reading until it got dark outside, and then it was time to tidy up and stand. In the past, I accidentally discovered the Chronicles of the Rift series here and had occasionally looked for it, but I hadn't found it this time either. Are you leaving? There is someone I'm waiting for. I see. After returning to the inn, I had dinner with Einar. Then, I asked her what she did today. Today? I took a nap and, out of boredom, went to the sanctuary. To the sanctuary? Teaching the young warriors is enjoyable. It reminds me of old times, but to me it seems she hasn't changed much since those days. Well, except that her combat skills have significantly improved. Next time, let us go together. They all want to see you. Hasn't it been about 20 days? Sure, next time we'll go together. After declaring my intention to become the tribe chief, I had occasionally visited the sanctuary for early education without much hesitation. It's good to keep boosting my support within the tribe. Haha, the young warriors will be thrilled. Since we were both barbarians, the meal ended quickly with such conversations. However, we didn't go up to our rooms, but waited in the dining area, which also served as the lobby. Misha hadn't returned yet. Could something serious have really happened? As the night wore on, I became increasingly worried, but fortunately Misha appeared about an hour later. Contrary to her usual preference for bright colors, she was dressed in black. Bjorn? Misha is back. Einar immediately ran over and hugged Misha. Don't. I'm not in the mood for that. Misha sighed and pushed Einar away. Then she came and sat in front of me. Sorry, I was going to wait out front originally. That's fine. I'm not a child. But what happened there? Einar mentioned something happened. That? Misha trailed off, glancing at Einar. Einar, you go up and sleep. Why? Hush. Fine, I'll go sleep. After sending Einar upstairs, we continued our conversation. So, why did your family call you back? That one of my brothers died, so I had to attend. I'm still part of that household after all. So, it was for a funeral. Contrary to my worries, it didn't seem she was forcefully taken. However, one thing puzzled me. It's strange, isn't it? At this time? It wasn't immediately after the labyrinths closed. A funeral at this time implies something deadly happened in the city. Don't worry about strange things. That brother was always ill. He always needed the priest for treatment. So not the tribe chief's heir. I asked bluntly. Then who was it? You look somber. Was it that elder brother you said always took care of you? You probably don't know him. I've never mentioned him before. Really? If she never mentioned him, He must be one of those who also tormented and ignored Misha. Then why such a gloomy face? There must have been more than just the funeral there. How did you know? Typical. It's obvious just from looking at her face, but I phrased it gently to avoid upsetting her. If it was just because of the funeral, there would be no reason to send Einar away. Why are you always so quick to notice these things? Just tell me, what happened? That? Father? I mean that man. He's demanding that you be brought there again. Why does everyone seem so desperate to have me around? Karlstein's tribe leader wants to see me. Maybe he's discovered a new clue about the Frost Spirit Ring. Anyway, that aside, you don't need to go there. I've already flatly refused. Since Misha has already dealt with it, there's no need to worry further about this issue. If he really wants to meet, he should come to me directly. If there's no further news, it must not be important. If he really does come, I'll listen to what he has to say then. No point in going and getting into annoying situations. With that, this issue is settled. Arg, the more I think about it, the more it infuriates me. What does he think of me? Funeral or not, I won't go back there again. Misha's resolve to stand independently seemed to reignite after this conversation. We chatted about what I had missed during the past 20 days, and then went to our respective beds. The next afternoon, it's been a while since we all gathered like this. How have you all been? All members of Team Apple Nera gathered at the same three-story tavern where we had always met. The goal was to conduct the final settlement that had yet to be done. I heard about it before, but I want to hear it in more detail. What was the total income? Including the Foxfire not sold a few days ago, it's 159 million stones. Does that include the compensation we received from those guys? Yes. I thought about it, but in the end, we killed everyone on that party, right? It's funny to claim sole compensation for the labor, so I just set aside my share for the cost of the test tubes in advance. Well, we would have obtained the loot after the battle anyway. Still, it's surprising. Honestly, I thought she would claim it as her share. She seems to have mellowed a bit, at least compared to when we first met. Anyway, I brought the final statement of accounts for everyone. It'll be easier to discuss while looking at this. Raven brought out the document she had prepared, complete with the receipts. The income from magic stones was distributed evenly. Equipment and combat income was also split equally. However, the herbs gathered in the doppelganger forest were classified as special spoils, so Raven took 40%. The potions were not sold but categorized as shared items among the team. With everything neatly organized on paper, the complex calculations proceeded smoothly. And then, 30 million stones each. There was a slight discrepancy, but each of us was about to pocket a hefty sum of 30 million stones. An unprecedented earning by any standard. But now it was time to settle personal gains. Now, all that's left is to settle personal spoils. I've had some free time lately, so I roughly prepared for this as well. As usual, I priced everything at about 70% of the average market value, so it'll be much cheaper than buying. Raven looked at each of us in turn as she spoke. Let us start with Miss Karlstein. Half-troll leather boots with speed and size adjustment enchantments are 2.1 million. A latinium necklace with cold fortification engraved is 2.7 million. That's 4.8 million total. But since we have to deduct Miss Karlstein's share, you only need to pay 3.84 million stones. Einar, you can have the expandable backpack for 1.5 million, and that's it. Just pay 1.2 million stones. Ugh. Yurik Fried, you have the subspace quiver for 2.1 million. The large steel breastplate is 550,000, but why did you take the breastplate? I'm planning to enchant it with size adjustment and give it to the Iron Guardian to wear. Not a bad idea, though it sounds cumbersome to dress him up every time you summon him. Anyway, you owe 2.12 million stones. Everyone except Raven, who had not chosen any personal spoils, quietly placed the predetermined money on the table. Then it was my turn. Finally, Mr. Jandel. How much would I have to cough up? First, the idiom shin guards are 3.1 million stones. Number 8667 Outlaw of the Wasteland is 3.3 million stones. Hold on, remove the Outlaw of the Wasteland. I'm keeping that as a shared item for the team. Shared item? It could be useful when we encounter that creature on the 5th floor. Better to keep it for then. Raven looked at me like a tax agent scrutinizing a tax evader. But the final decision was a yes. That's a reasonable argument. Feels like I'm getting the short end, but let's move on. Before I could feel the relief of saving some money, Raven moved on to the last part of the settlement. The highlight of this settlement session, the essence of the Manticore, and number 2988 Guardian Core Emblem. The average market price for the Manticore essence is about 50 million stones, but I've already deducted the cost of the test tube and calculated it at the guild's official price. And the official rate is 32 million stones. Damn it. After applying the customary 70% discount and factoring in the 20% refund for my share, you'll need to pay 17.92 million stones for the Manticore's essence. Still pricey. And the Guardian Core Emblem? The average market price is 52 million stones. That's pretty much the same as the game's market price. After the discount, the final price came out to 29.12 million stones. So adding the idiom shin guards, the total comes to 47.776 million stones. Raven grinned as she finished. Did you save up some money? I'll just clamp my mouth shut. Then looked at Einar. Why are you looking at me suddenly? Einar, how much money did you borrow from me again? Or are you taking it back? No, I'm just collecting what's mine. After recording such historic income from this exploration. However, after paying all that was due, it turned out that even the money I had saved up so far wasn't enough. Even including the money I lent to Einar wasn't enough to cover the total. Of course, there was no problem. Einar, since you're paying back the money, lend me a bit more. Are you stealing my money? I'll pay it back. All right. Misha, it would be great if you could lend me some too. How much are you short by? The missing 13 million stones were covered by a credit loan from Einar and Misha, effectively making me a debtor. When will I ever pay this back? Should I hope to encounter a plunderer in the labyrinth? I'm rich now. Einar, who had lent me money, perked up after a moment of feeling low. Einar, who was in Misha's and my care until a few days ago, had no money to live on, so she started spending like crazy. Maybe that's an exaggeration? Although she ate lavishly, the food was so cheap that it was hardly noticeable. Bjorn, what should I do with this money? Misha asked me. Hold on to it for now. The next time we come back, you can buy yourself some new gear. Okay. Hey, I want to get new gear too. Wait this month out. I'm planning to make a few pieces, but they won't be ready before the labyrinth reopens. As the settlement was delayed, we decided to postpone serious spending until next month. Having finally received a substantial sum, the plan was to buy a few parts that could be used up to the 7th floor. Of course, that didn't mean all the money had to be spent there. But we've earned a lot, so don't be too frugal. Isn't that why we earn the money? Can I really do that? Misha replied. What does she think of me? It's important to grow, but I'm not planning to make them give up their entire lives. Sounds like you have something you want to do. Why the hesitation? It's your money. Well, it's not just that. When I gave her a questioning look, Misha cautiously opened up. Can we move, by any chance? What? Now that we're earning well, wouldn't it be better to move somewhere nicer? We can't even cook here. No wonder she was being so cautious. After a moment's thought, I agreed. The lodge had indeed started to feel a bit cramped. Plus, Misha's cooking is much better than the food at the inn. And healthier. Then let's look for a new place to move gradually. Right now, we need to prepare for entering the labyrinth. Okay. After that, our usual daily life resumed. We gathered to plan explorations, resumed the guide lessons with Rotten Miller that had been interrupted, and occasionally checked out the commercial district to see if there was anything worth buying. As always, these peaceful times flew by quickly. And then, if everyone's ready, let us get going. We had gathered at Mr. Bear's tavern, just like last time. You have entered the crystal cave on the 1st floor. It was time to enter the labyrinth. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 205. Deep within the fortress of Nork, in a great hall, a man was speaking to someone through a crystal ball. Amelia Rainwiles, have you found that explorer? Not yet, my lord. I see. This was the first regular report since Nork had been sealed. It was impossible for her to have achieved anything yet, and the lord found himself unwittingly sinking into gloom. However, grim news reached him once again. There is something else I need to tell you. What is it? Speak. Starting this month, the royal family will begin distributing specially crafted identification tags to the explorers. Special tags? Yes. Tell me more. I'm sure you've already done your research. The lord then learned about the identification tags that the royal family planned to distribute through Amelia. The more he heard, the grimmer the news seemed. An identification tag, designed by the royal archmage himself. It would take us months to produce something similar. Yes, I think so too. Thank you for the update. Concentrate on your tasks, and don't worry about this end. I'll see you next month. With that, the lord ended the communication and closed his eyes in deep contemplation. How much time had passed? Have you arrived? The lord summoned his treasurer to review Nork's financial situation. Rather, he asked specifically, Treasurer, how long can we last without entering the labyrinth? If we continue as we are, 3 months? The aftermath of the last battle had left them in a difficult position. It was nothing new. They had never been ahead of their opponents before. It was a familiar situation, something their ancestors had also endured. And if we starve ourselves? How long then? About twice as long. I see. The lord then summoned his advisor and issued an order. Seal off the labyrinth and do not allow anyone to enter until I give the order. There will be strong objections. Do you know how long this might last? The lord replied decisively. At least until we can produce identification tags like those used by the royal family. Entering before, that would certainly lead to death. So, We endure and endure until they let their guard down. They must wait patiently for the right moment. That moment would surely come. The moment to change everything. The labyrinth has been sealed. Your character is moving to life.To. Light slowly crept over my closed eyelids. Opening my eyes leisurely, I was greeted by a bright sky for the first time in a while. With each breath, the hot air of the city wrapped deeply around my lungs. Suddenly, I can feel the passage of time all over my body. Is it already June? 6 months had passed since I was exiled to Bifront. Compared to Korea, the mild winter is long gone, and the short spring is also coming to an end. Fascinating. It was March when I arrived in this world. It's really been over a year since I've been here. I paid my first year's taxes, but it still felt strange. Frankly, my life on Earth was gradually becoming a blur. That was to be expected. Including the time I spent in the labyrinth, I had spent almost 2 years in this place. Hey, are you going straight back to your accommodation? Not for now. Let us get cleaned up and have a drink. We're back. After checking the usual surroundings, I shook off my brief thoughts. So, nothing happened this time. I was curious about the other floors, but judging by the reactions around me, there didn't seem to be any incidents. Well, that's a relief. Swoosh. I looked down at my wrist. Though I had just come out to the city, the identification tag, etched like a tattoo on my wrist, was already scattering into light. I have to get a new one every time I enter the city, but its function was different from the previous ones, which could simply be stolen. Interestingly, since this tag was introduced, the underground city bastards were nowhere to be found. I thought it was about time they showed up. Earth and this place had distinctly different ecosystems. There were no flowing rivers or fertile land to farm. Both Nork and life.To had to create food from the magic stones that came from the labyrinth. But there has been no word for 6 months. Last month at the round table, I had heard from the Fox that the great clans had formed an alliance in preparation for a surprise attack by Nork, which made me feel even more uneasy. Where have these bastards disappeared to? With no new ways to procure food besides magic stones, the question lingered in my mind. Jandel, why are you so late? As I walked, organizing my thoughts as if on a stroll, Raven waved to me from a distance. Even Mr. Bear, who usually came late, was already there. Just had something to think about. You could have done that while you were queuing here. Well, efficiency is key. Nevertheless, since I was indeed late, I politely apologized and joined the line. It only took a few minutes for the line to dwindle down. After all, this was the rank 5 checkpoint. Team Apple Narek of rank 5, correct? One of the many changes over the past 6 months. Me, Einar, and Misha had been promoted to rank 5, and our team's rank had also increased. Getting promoted required us to complete guild commissions, which was a hassle. But we completed one together 3 months ago. Being low-ranked inevitably leads to being underestimated, and that brings more nuisances in this industry. Wow, they even give out candy here. Did you know that, Bjorn? Misha spoke. I didn't. I popped the candy Misha had peeled into my mouth and sucked on it. It's sweet. life.To, a city merciless to the weak. Now, I was gradually beginning to feel respected wherever I went. So, we'll do the calculations tomorrow? Why ask the obvious? Ooh, let us go then. Home. We simply exchanged the magic stones for money and headed out of the city. Although rank 5 checkpoints offer the convenience of bathing facilities, we chose not to use them this time. Why bother when we can wash up at home? See you there tomorrow then. Honey, I'm home. After saying goodbye in front of Mr. Bear's tavern, the 3 of us headed straight home. A 4-story building located in the 7th district, just 10 minutes away from the commercial city of Commelby. We used the 1st and 2nd floors, and another explorer couple lived on the 3rd and 4th floors. Since the entrances were separate, we hardly ever crossed paths. A home sweet home. Our new place is incomparably better than the one-room lodging we had before. We had only moved here 2 months ago. I loved the property at first sight, but we had to wait for the previous residents to move out. Of course we rented it. Buying was outrageously expensive. We take a while to wash up, so if you're hungry, eat first. Einar and Misha went into the 1st floor bathroom with a bathtub, while I washed up in the small bathroom on the 2nd floor. It was smaller, but still much better than our previous place. As I lathered up with soap, I chuckled. Maybe this too is a change. A spacious home with a kitchen. Soap made in a workshop, not mass-produced. And an expensive bed that I paid a lot of money for. Instead of saving every penny to go back home, I started to improve my quality of life here. But I didn't want to think of it as inefficient. I don't even know if it's possible to go back now that the creation relic is gone. In the first place, I'm not sure if I need to go back. Shaking off a moment of weakness, I dried my hair with a towel and stepped out of the bathroom. Kaya dash. It seemed like the girls were still washing up below. I was hungry, but Misha's cooking was far better, so I just sat on the sofa and dozed off for a while. How long had passed? You woke up just in time. Come eat. Lured by the appetizing smell, I looked towards the kitchen to see a table full of food, mostly meat, befitting the two barbarians that we were. We chatted about everyday things as we ate. All right, are you going to drop off the equipment today? Yes, it needs good maintenance to last. After we're done eating, gather it up. I'll go alone. Okay, but are we using Hikarad Forge again? It's good to patronize him regularly. It's not like we need any special skills for weapon maintenance. As time passed, the dwarf had also opened his forge. It's been about 3 months now, and as his business relies mainly on regular customers, it seems he hasn't been able to avoid making a loss. Well, it seems to be improving gradually. But about Hikarad, if his shop fails, he might return to being an explorer? Don't say that not in front of him. Hey, do you think I'm crazy? I do have some sense. I'm just a bit worried, that's all. Ha, Misha, what are you worrying about? If he fails, we can just hire him as our housekeeper. Housekeeper? Hikarad would make an interesting one, don't you think? What does she think a housekeeper is? It would be foolish to take a barbarian's words too seriously. Still, it could be fun, and we chuckled over such silly conversations for a while. Well, I'm off to the forge then. You guys go to sleep first. Should I come with you? No need. It's not like I'm doing anything important. After putting the kids to bed, I gathered up the equipment and went to the dwarf's forge to have it inspected and repaired before going to bed. An oversized bed that cost a whopping 350,000 stones. Yes, this is it. Satisfied with its unchanging softness, I closed my eyes. Memories of the past surfaced. Was it when the last line was missed, and I stayed with Misha in Commelby? Back then, I had decided how long it would be before I could sleep in such a bed every day. It's been over a year since I came to this city. Blood doesn't faze me anymore, not even my own. Instead, days without blood feel more awkward, and harming people instead of monsters doesn't evoke much emotion anymore. Before falling asleep, I asked myself, am I living more humanely now than before? The long nap continued until the next morning when it was interrupted by Misha's visit. Didn't you say you were going out? You need to wake up. Ah, thanks. What about breakfast? Should I get it ready? No, I'm meeting someone to eat together. All right. After freshening up and preparing to go out, I heard snoring from the first floor. Einar was still asleep. And by the way, Misha and I each have a room upstairs. There are 2 rooms on the first floor, but snore. She snores louder than I do. The other room on the first floor is just a shared storage room. Then I'll see you at the tavern later. Okay, take care. After saying goodbye to Misha, I left the house. Instead of taking a carriage, I walked the 10-minute distance to Commelby. After crossing the city gate and walking for another 30 minutes or so, I arrived at the designated meeting point on the public platform. Raven was already there. You're late. I've been off the carriage for a while now. Feels like you just came early today. Quick to notice. Come on, let us go. I'm starving. After joining up with Raven, we finished our meal at a regular restaurant, then visited the shops and the exchange to dispose of the loot from our last exploration. This time, it was particularly profitable, thanks to capturing a Milodon in a mirrored underworld and obtaining a grade 5 essence. It might take a while to sell, so I'll distribute the money from my share and collect it later when it sells. That's fine for us. But are you sure it's okay for you? Why not? It seems like a lot of hassle to wait until it sells and then come back and split it. We've always insisted on that method till now, considering it the least problematic. What does that look for? Nothing. It doesn't seem like nothing? You're mistaken. I forced a smile and kept walking, looking ahead. It seems she has changed a lot too. Still not quite honest though. We finished earlier than expected. Let us go to the tavern first. After selling the loot, we made our way to the tavern, our agreed meeting place. It's actually a good thing. Last time we didn't even have time to organize. Raven ordered a drink and pulled out a piece of paper, starting to write down the details for today's settlement. It took longer than expected. She always said it was no big deal when asked. Thanks. Suddenly? You're always doing the heavy lifting for my team. If there was even one other person who could do this, I wouldn't have to, right? Maybe you should pay me for it. Fine, how much? I bet everyone would agree. Never mind. What, you think I'd get rich off that money? She really could be more popular if it wasn't for her grumbling tone. Oh, I thought I would be the last one. As time passed, Mr. Bear showed up, followed soon by the Melee sisters. And so began the time for settlements. Each person gets 8.5 million stones. The catch from Milodon that spit out the mirror amounted to a significant sum. Since I had paid off all my debts 2 months ago, this income was entirely mine. Now let us talk about other matters. After settling accounts, we relaxed with food and drinks while planning our next exploration. Well, it was more like making announcements. I'm thinking we want to go back to Hellfire Canyon. What? Why? We had hunted in Hellfire Canyon for half a year, entering the otherworld through the mirror 3 times. And we had completed explorations of the Ash Mountains and Lava Lakes that we hadn't tackled before. It hadn't been that difficult. thanks to the orb of fire, which protected us from flame damage, and our combat abilities had significantly improved since we first entered. Why would we leave the place where we have the best synergy and go somewhere else? Raven, who enjoyed our successes in Hellfire Canyon, expressed her concern about my decision. But this was a point I couldn't concede. We can't stay on the 5th floor forever. It's time to explore other places. We had gained everything we could from Hellfire Canyon. So, it was time to move on to the next chapter. So, where do you plan to go? Frost Canyon. Frost Canyon, you say? Misha trailed off, giving me a sidelong glance. Unlike Hellfire Canyon, this was a field that could offer her opportunities. Her guess wasn't wrong. In Frost Canyon, the essences that synergize well with Misha's ice attributes drop frequently. And that was precisely what I was aiming for. Once we get that essence, Frost Canyon is done. Then, the plan is to just farm experience in the remaining 2 fields of the Grand Illusion before making our way to the 6th floor. Well, it'll take another year to get there. But I've come a long way. Just as I was contemplating this, swoosh, a vine ring on my hand burst into light. Bjorn, that can't be. Unlike the first time, I didn't try to deny it or deceive myself by spitting on it and twisting it back together like a vine. It would change nothing anyway. The activation conditions for the blessing of the stars have been met. The second vine, which had been a safeguard against death flags related to the Dragon Slayer, snapped. Damn it. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 206. It's been a while, Miss Rainwiles. Amelia, having received a message from the city through the crystal orb, instinctively tilted her head in confusion. It was because it wasn't the familiar voice of the castle lord. Alchemist Grandpa? Ha, it's an honor that you recognize my voice. How did you manage to use the communication network? I asked the Lord. There is something I need to ask you, and he allowed me to speak directly. Isn't it more convenient this way? I get to hear your voice as well. I see. It wasn't unthinkable. In Noark, the alchemist was more important than the Lord himself. If grandfather asked for something, the Lord had no choice but to comply. Amelia quickly moved on to the main topic. So, what is it that you wanted to ask for? It's nothing much, but how have you been? You know that kind of talk doesn't suit me. Still Haven T let go of it? Amelia clamped her mouth shut, avoiding an answer. Since her childhood, Grandpa was one of the few who knew her personal struggles. Miss Rainwiles, I have some idea why you accepted this mission, but it's time to let go. Surely your sister would prefer. Enough. Amelia cut him off coldly. Let us stick to the matter at hand. Those left behind have their own duties to fulfill. She doesn't want to be interfered with, even by Grandpa. Very well. Let's move on to the matter at hand then. The alchemist then listed several items he needed, and Amelia made sure to write them down. They were mostly alchemy ingredients like magi potions. Nothing special, but hard to come by in the sealed-off Noark. How long will it take to gather everything? A few days should be enough. Really? Could you get the Sleep Blossom flower powder a little sooner? I could send that to you right now if needed. Oh, you have some on hand? Knowing that, yet you ask. Sleep Blossom flower powder has a sedative effect. It was not very strong, but it had a penetrating resistance to poisons, and she had used it often. Not on enemies, but on herself. I'll place it in the 2-way void space once our call ends. Ha! Then today's business is already concluded? Grandpa chuckled with a hint of reluctance. As Amelia was about to end the call, a sudden question stopped her. But what do you need the Sleep Blossom flower powder for? Even as she asked, she felt strangely out of character. Normally, she wouldn't have asked such a question, especially if it was merely out of curiosity. But today was different. She felt like she was missing a critical piece of information. That? Grandpa's voice soon flowed through the crystal orb. The Dragon Slayer, Regal Vagos. It's for treating him. Oh, not for the medicine itself, but it's easier to put him to sleep first. Could it be that you found a way to restore his memory? Not exactly. We're planning to heal his damaged body first. As you know, we need a bit of strength in our situation. I see. Amelia involuntarily sighed with relief. As long as it wasn't about restoring memories, whether he recovered or not wouldn't affect her. Haha, but once his body is healed, we might try restoring his forgotten memories. Amelia stiffened. The methods are rather drastic, and with his current condition, it would be too much. Well, the success rate is only about 50%, given the limited samples. A 50% success rate. Too small a chance to leave to fate. However, it was not a significant issue. As long as his body doesn't recover, right? That's fine. With those words, Amelia ended the call. After ending the call, Amelia put the Sleep Blossom flower powder into the 2-way void space, as promised. Coated with an extremely toxic substance that destroys biological tissue. The second vine was severed. It had been quiet for a while, so I had let my guard down. What on earth is this bastard up to? A sense of urgency was creeping up on me. After all, I wasn't fully prepared to meet him yet. I've grown a lot, but I've only gone from a fourth floor explorer to a fifth floor explorer. The sixth floor. I need to get to the sixth floor as soon as possible. There's a chance I could consume its essence on the sixth floor. My second core essence following gigantification. If I could just get that, I might be able to stand a chance against him. Mr. Huh? What have you been thinking about all this time? I was pulled from my thoughts by Erwin's voice. Perhaps it was because the peaceful times had been so long. It was only the second vine that had been severed, not the last, but my mind was plagued with incessant, unpleasant images. Sorry, where were we? It wasn't a discussion. I was asking what you wanted to order. Ah, right. I glanced casually at the menu and ordered some snacks and beer. But nothing has changed here. Erwin mumbled as she watched the server walk away. I knew what she meant without having to ask. We've changed a lot. Currently, we were at a tavern called Fidenfus, where Erwin and I had our first exploration drink together. It was inevitable that I would feel oddly nostalgic. The barbarian, who had suffered endlessly alone on the first floor, had become quite a famous explorer in the city. Although not exactly famous, Erwin had also made incredible progress, considering it was just after her first year. The changes in her equipment alone spoke volumes. This is the first time we're having a drink since then, right? Ah, when I paid the first year tax? That was right after I had moved. I didn't know where to meet her, so I came here. I knew Misha wouldn't like it if I invited her home. After all, it was a shared living space for the three of us, and I couldn't just do as I pleased. So, did everything go well on the exploration? I asked Erwin. Yes, it's pretty much the same. Once the drinks and snacks arrived, we began to converse in earnest. The main topic was each other's recent situations. Unlike before, when we used to hang out every day, we don't see each other as much anymore, so we don't have a common topic. How is the atmosphere in your clan? I'm curious about that too. Any new news? Who knows? Even if there is, they don't tell us. Erwin and her sister had joined a clan as mercenaries and were still engaging in labyrinth explorations with them. Their area was the fifth floor. However, we had only hunted in the Hellfire Gorge, so we hadn't run into each other in the labyrinth yet. Speaking of which, it's driving me crazy. Remember I told you before? Someone keeps bothering my sister. Now, they've started on me too. That's tough. Yeah, and he is a high-ranking member, so I can't just shoot an arrow between his eyes, just have to bear it until I get what I need and leave. The more we talked, the more apparent it became how much she had changed. She had been an explorer for just over a year now, but she no longer seemed naive about the ways of the world. In some ways, it was inevitable. A year in the labyrinth was enough to see all sorts of things. So, what was it you wanted to talk about? You said you had something to say? Ah, that. As it seemed a good moment to get to the heart of the matter, Erwin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Remember? I said I still had a lot to learn from my sister. I remember. Erwin had said she'd learn everything from her sister and join my team within half a year. Well, more than half a year had passed since then. I had never brought it up myself. After all, there was a TA spot available, and I thought you had changed your mind since you hadn't said anything. I assumed the matter had been settled without much fuss. But was that not the case? Erwin vehemently denied my words. Hey, what are you talking about? How could I possibly do that? We were each other's first night partners. Strictly speaking, my first night partner was Hanze. Hers was some guy named Hats Yongingen or something. So, what did you want to say? That it might take a bit more time. What do you mean by that? Well, everyone's already in rank 5, aren't they? There is just no space for me to squeeze in honestly. It seems hopeless now, oh, and now you're all living under one roof. What are you mumbling? Speak clearly. Prompted by my demand, Erwin downed the remainder of her drink. I regret it. Back then, why didn't I accept your offer? I thought I'd catch up quickly, but the gap has only widened. Her words seemed more of a venting session than an actual request. However, I got the gist of what she was trying to say. She wanted to join our team, but couldn't ask to replace anyone, as she wasn't even sure she could match the current member's skills. At least she hadn't changed her mind. Anyway, what I wanted to say is, stop. I cut her off midway. There was a misunderstanding that needed clearing up first. I never intended to put you in the current team. What? Silence enveloped us momentarily. The confusion was evident in Erwin's eyes only moments later. What do you mean? You never said anything back then? I thought that was an affirmation. Erwin's gaze darted around as if she was mentally shaken. Well, that's not what I meant. Before the misunderstanding could deepen, I clarified firmly. Erwin, I'm going to start a clan. A clan? Yes, but not right now. It will take a few more months. However, if you're okay with it, I'd like you to join. Yes, I'll join. She responded before I could finish. No, you should hear the full details first. It's fine. I'll join anyway. Well, if that's the case. Anyway, keep this conversation a secret. I haven't told anyone else in our team yet. Oh, so I'm the first one you've offered this to? Huh. I tilted my head slightly. Isn't that obvious? I hadn't even mentioned forming a clan to anyone else. Misha and Einar didn't need to be asked, and Raven, being affiliated with the Mage Tower, would probably decline. I'm not sure about Mr. Bear as well. He seemed to have some bad memories associated with clans. It was while I was pondering this. Erwin began to laugh in a peculiar manner. The drinking session with Erwin, which started in the early evening, lasted longer than expected. I'd originally planned to leave after hearing a little more about what she called me here for, but what? The clan master is bald? Yes, seriously. When his wig fell off during a hunt, it was so hard to keep from laughing. Our conversation today turned out to be more enjoyable than usual. Is it because I haven't had a drink in so long? It's funny how trivial things seemed so humorous. The kids must be waiting at home. I had that thought midway, but each time I considered leaving, Erwin brought up another interesting topic, and I missed the moment to stand up. But now it was really time to go home. We should? All right. Did I tell you about the new essence I absorbed? What? She got a new essence? This was not something I could just ignore. It's a really unique ability. It suits me well. Stop beating around the bush and tell me. What did you get? I adjusted my seat and focused intently on Erwin's words. It was a grade 5 essence. Since her veteran sister recommended it, it matched well with her, a bow fairy. She won't have to erase this later. Thinking I should plan out Erwin's training route once I get back, I asked her various questions about the essence she had acquired. Wow, do you know? Your eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. After all, I was a player who loved this game more than anyone else. The essence is quite unique and talked about a lot. Naturally, I'm curious about what it actually feels like. It's kind of hard to explain, though. I can't just show it. That's true. As I nodded in understanding, Erwin hesitated before speaking up again. So mister. Erwin glanced at me sheepishly, her face flushed with the warmth of the alcohol. Do you want to go upstairs for a bit and see the ability in action? What should I do? The next chapter is going to be intense. See you on Monday. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 207. Which means, do you want to go upstairs for a bit and see the ability in action? This meant getting a room to showcase the ability. It's not strange because it's happened before. However, I don't think that will be possible. Pardon? Seeing Erwin flustered, I firmly expressed my refusal. It's getting late. I should be heading home. After all, I have a cat waiting for me. Show it to me next time when there's a chance. Yes. I know myself well. As a gamer with more curiosity than anyone in the world, if I started to explore this ability, I would end up experimenting all night and into the morning. You're home? As soon as I left Erwin and got home, Misha, who had been reading a cookery book in the living room, approached me sniffing. Niang, it seems you didn't drink much, did you? I didn't really feel like drinking. Is that so? It wasn't like I had done something wrong, but somehow, it was uncomfortable to meet her gaze. Maybe because I didn't tell her I was meeting Erwin? That seems to be the reason, but since she might have disliked it, I couldn't help it. I naturally changed the subject. By the way, how's Einar? She's sleeping in her room. I see. You should go to sleep soon, too. After a brief conversation, as I was heading upstairs, Misha stopped me. Wait, sit over there for a bit. Did she find out? It's good for you to eat before bed. I'll make you a quick stew, nothing fancy. Thank you. I did as I was told and sat at the kitchen table. Misha donned an apron and began cooking, while I silently watched her back. Her tail was moving, swishing gently, as if she was bothered by something. The concern didn't last long. Today, I met Erwin. I confessed honestly before it was too late. Really? Her response was a bit delayed, but she didn't seem surprised. Are you upset? To my question, Misha chuckled. Upset? It takes more than that to upset me. With those words, Misha threw the pot full of stew into the trash. Her words and actions didn't match. Why is that? The seasoning was off. Is that so? Wait, I'll make it again for you. Soon, Misha prepared a new batch of stew and placed it on the table, then went upstairs to her room, saying she was a bit tired. What was that all about? Despite feeling a sense of unease, I ate the stew from the bowl. As always, the stew perfectly suited my taste and went down smoothly without any side dishes. Could Misha have really failed to season it properly? That can't be. After finishing my meal, I casually cleared the dishes and then opened the trash can. And I froze, lid in hand. It was good that I spoke honestly. The stew in the trash can was full of carrots. She had known all along. From the moment she came sniffing around me, she knew everything about who I met today. Time flows like a river. It can't be stopped by hand, and we can't turn back what has already gone. Thus, we only have one choice. Rowing towards our goals in the little boat called life. Yes, let us start the day. After getting up from bed, I looked in the mirror and took a moment to motivate myself. It's a gamer-esque trick. It's what keeps me from getting bored of repetitive quests. Bjorno, you're awake? Then could you wake Einar for me? Got it. Speaking of repetitive quests, my daily routine was the same every day. Wake up at 7 a.m., have breakfast with Einar prepared by Misha, and get ready to go out. Going to the library again today? Want to come with? No. Yes. I'm going to take Einar to the training center later. After breakfast, Misha and Einar went to the training center, where they have a monthly pass, to warm up, and I went straight to the library. Are you here to read that book again today? It's more interesting than I thought. Be grateful. I thought you might, so I set it aside for you. Recently, I've been reading a long novel series. It was recommended by Ragna and turned out to be much more interesting than I expected. With a labyrinth as its setting, the story was rich in content. Well, it's a bit unrealistic since all the characters are too nice. But considering it's a novel, it's not unbearable. Honestly, it's a decent pastime. In this world, apart from drinking and partying, there aren't many enjoyable hobbies. Take care then. As usual, around 1 p.m., I close the book and leave the library for lunch. The menu is a meat-packed lunchbox prepared by Misha. I eat it casually, sitting by the fountain, then it's time to meet Rob Miller. You're late today, by about 30 seconds. To become an excellent scout, you must understand the weight of time. Since you're late, we'll start the lesson right away. I've been receiving training to be a scout from Rob Miller for over half a year now. Honestly, I thought it would only take a couple of months. But Rob Miller's knowledge is as vast as the ocean, and despite all the learning, there's always more that I don't know. It seems you've mastered the basics now, so let's move on to the advanced courses. Before that, what about the thing I mentioned yesterday? Starting a training school, you mean? Yes. It was Rob Miller who first mentioned the idea of a training school. However, the more I'm taught by this gentleman, the stronger my feeling that starting a school would be a hit. Even if someone doesn't have sharp ears like a fairy, a keen nose like a beast human, or natural leadership skills, the scout skills he teaches can be learned. Rob Miller's essence was the fruit of his efforts. It's attractive enough, and even more so because he started from the very bottom. His teaching skills are top-notch. But this guy doesn't seem to know his own worth. Honestly, it's a mystery why he hasn't started yet. Unlike the Dwarf's Forge, he hardly needs any initial capital, right? Think about it seriously. You've been idling for months since then. It's not idling. I've been taking time for self-cultivation that I hadn't team managed before. Then all the more reason to do it. Sometimes you learn by teaching. That's hard to deny. Indeed, I've learned quite a bit myself while teaching you. So, your answer? I'm still not feeling it. I subtly click my tongue. It seems Rob Miller doesn't like the idea of retiring from active duty. Is that so? Let me know when you decide. I'll help. Thanks for the offer, even if it's just words. It's not just talk. I mean it. I already had a rough plan laid out. First, I'd rent a training room and use it as a school, targeting human children who aspire to become scouts. Once we're a bit established, I'd advertise in the Explorers Guild and run exclusive classes for explorers. That should be more profitable. Of course, it will take some time to get established. Rob Miller is human, after all. Humans have less tax. Once we're established, even a steady small income would be enough to provide for a lifetime. But if this guy decides not to do it, that's the end of that. If capital is the issue, I'm willing to invest a bit myself. The concept of stocks is still new here, but it's not completely unknown in this world. It would be perfect for investment. That's all for today's lesson. Anyway, after a few more hours of education, today's class ended. It was about 8 p.m. Maybe because it's an advanced course? The explanations were longer than usual, so it ended about an hour later. Then tomorrow, no, I won't be able to come tomorrow. Let's set it for 3 days from now. Sounds good? Take care until then. Anyway, that was the end of my scheduled day. Evenings are often spent either listening to industry trends over drinks with explorers introduced by the dwarf or Mr. Bear, or bonding time with the whole team. But today, there were no plans at all. I've already completed my unique routine that happens every 15th at midnight, so my next schedule is completely open. Really, some time for myself for the first time in a while. Should I go back to the library? Or go to the training center to loosen up? I hesitated for a moment, but ended up walking into a random pub on my way home and ordering a drink myself. Yes, sometimes I need days like these. Sigh. I downed the lukewarm beer and sorted through the thoughts floating around in my head. Lately, there really hasn't been anything substantial. Honestly, it's comfortable and enjoyable. But conversely, a sense of unease grows, knowing that these dreamlike days won't last forever. But maybe it's still okay? There were no big issues at the round table either. The round table meeting I attended 2 weeks ago was no different from previous ones. As usual, when I dropped some information, everyone looked at me in awe, while I pretended to be bored and listened to the information from the members. That was all that happened that day. No one brought any particularly interesting information, and the meeting ended after just 2 rounds. Wasn't he at all a bit strange? Even so, if I had to pick one peculiarity from this gathering, there would be one. It was the clown. See you next month. Sit. It was the first time the clown had greeted the members at the end of the meeting. Not to me, but to other members, in a tone that sounded somewhat meaningful. Maybe next time there will be something interesting? Well, it's hard to say. It could just be a whim. After all, that's just the character of the clown, and I'm neither a prophet nor a mind reader. Maybe it's time to get up. After sitting alone in the tavern for about an hour, I got up and headed home. When I arrived, the Malay sisters were already back from the training grounds and bickering. Well, it was more like a one-sided scolding. Einar, I told you to gather the laundry properly. Do you think you can become a great warrior like this? Well, I was going to do it later. It's not like I wasn't going to do it. And it certainly wasn't because I was lazy. This is the last time. If it happens again, you'll have to deal with it yourself. Oh, Bjorn. Are you back? What about dinner? Not yet. I had drunk, but deliberately hadn't ordered any snacks. Is that so? I'll prepare something quickly, so go wash up first. Hey, Einar, where do you think you're going? I haven't finished talking yet. Chet, you caught me? After leaving Einar to be scolded by Misha, I went into the bathroom to wash up, and when I came out I found the table nicely laid. It would be hard to eat like this tomorrow, so maybe she had taken extra care today? Thank you as always. Misha, what's with that all of a sudden? After dinner, we played a card game that Misha had bought at the market until late into the night. Since it's better to stay up late today, anyway. It's beginning to get light outside. Next time, it'd be nice to invite Yurtburg and Aruru to join. Are you going to keep talking nonsense? Aruru maybe, but Abin should stay at home. He has a wife. Misha argued with Einar. Then, just invite his wife too. What is she talking about, this kid? To prevent a pointless argument from starting, I stepped in to settle things. Enough, let's go to sleep. Try to sleep in as long as possible. Tomorrow night, the labyrinth opens. You have entered the first floor, Crystal Cave. A darkness so dense, I can't see a foot ahead. Considering we just entered the labyrinth, this was clearly a phenomenon, but no one panicked. After all, this wasn't our first time encountering something like this. Light. A softly glowing orb of light appeared above us, illuminating the sight. The first thing that came into view was the layer stone on the dead-end wall. We arrived properly again this time. At this point, we might as well consider it a law, not just an anomaly. A dimensional instability bug with a 100% chance of success. As usual, Raven was the first to approach and placed her hand on the stone. The flow of magic when creating portals is too unique to grasp in just one or two tries. Of course, even I don't know what to do with that information. Is there even a use for it? The portal has been opened for the first time. EXP +2. Anyway, as we stepped through the portal, the characteristic dingy air and ground greeted us. Damn it. You have entered the second floor? Beast's Den. Of all places, it had to be here. Jandel, what should we do? We're going back down? Even after more than half a year of Rottmiller's lessons, there's no solution here. The pathways are too numerous and the rules too complex. This layer was one Rottmiller had navigated using his keen sense of smell, and even he advised me it was better to give up here. Are we going back to the Goblin Forest again? What can I say? Returning to the first floor, we headed for the Goblin Forest, our most frequently used route. The Land of the Dead or the Rock Desert weren't particularly difficult to navigate either. But the Goblin Forest route was still the fastest. Maybe we can get some portal opening achievements there too. Follow me closely, we'll move fast. I took out the compass and began to find our way seriously. I made it out of the dark zone without getting lost once, and then I took the shortest route across the boundary between the dark zone and the normal areas. No need to ask Mr. Bear for portal directions anymore. I've mastered the Crystal Cave. Thud. It was just over 2 hours after we entered the labyrinth when it happened. Mr. Jandel. Raven, riding on Einar, stopped me. Something's wrong. Wrong? What do you mean? There's a surge of magic from the core. It's like dozens of people are casting a joint spell. Joint magic refers to a method where mages link their unique magic powers to amplify a particular spell's power or to cast high-level magic. It's often used in large-scale raids. And now, to have that not only used on the first floor. Dark magic. I can feel the aura of cursed power. Dark magic was being used too. The situation was not normal. It's probably those from Noark, right? Yes. It's common knowledge that the dark mages affiliated with Noark are formidable. Just when things seemed quiet, they get complicated. What will we do? Raven, unusually shaken by the gravity of the situation, looked to me. Right, I need to keep my cool, especially now. Nothing changes. We'll just have to speed up even more. We need to get out of the first floor as quickly as possible. I quickly gave the order and resumed our hurried movement. About 5 minutes later, something's coming from behind. Raven suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs. Whoosh! A red swarm of light rushed past us from the back corridor and disappeared into the distance. There was no time to dodge or react. What in the world was that? I don't know. It seemed like magic, but It was unnervingly unfamiliar. Even Raven didn't recognize this type of magic. Hey, Bjorn, shouldn't we keep moving? Following Misha's advice, I again took the lead to pave our way, analyzing the situation as we moved. No clear answers came to mind. Perhaps that was why. Are we going to be all right? Even knowing what my role as a leader was, I couldn't answer that question. In a situation where everything was unclear, only one thing was painfully clear. It was a blessing. That's why it felt so fleeting. The peaceful days came to an end today. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 208. We are moving forward slowly, guarding every direction. This change occurred a few minutes ago. We stopped running towards the second floor, focusing more on safety. It was an inevitable choice. The entire cave was filled with fog that obscured our vision. I've heard of this. It's dark magic. It was used by dark mages in the past subjugation battle. My heart beat slowly. Thump. Even though Raven is dispelling the fog with her wind magic, the visibility is only about 5 meters. In such conditions, it's hard to respond to danger. This is not a simple game of HP/MP. A single mistake could lead to death. There is no restart button in this world. Thump. I need to stay fully alert. In the past, we were too weak to protect ourselves. That's why we had to lose comrades. It was a crisis we couldn't have managed otherwise. So, what about this time? Yes, we've become much stronger since then. I keep the positive thoughts in my head to prevent my body from stiffening. That was when. Mr. Jandel. Don't shout. Then respond at once. What were you going to say? Raven, boarding on Einar, asked cautiously. Do you think going to the second floor is the right choice? What are you talking about? There are many knights from the Royal Guard, and large clans too. Wouldn't it be safer to join them? It's not an entirely unreasonable idea. Indeed, had we been near the starting point, I would have chosen that option too. But in the current situation, I'm not so sure. It doesn't seem like a good option. Also, she needs a correction. Raven, more than half of the large clans didn't enter the labyrinth. I heard this at the round table. Large clans dissatisfied with the royal family had started a massive boycott. Apparently, some of them realized that the royal family had them on the kill list, so they backed off. Their numbers are still not significant. At such a time, Raven looked shocked. No, it's precisely because of times like this that they chose to act now. Admin, which way? That way. Over there. I continued to navigate with Mr. Bear, confirming the portal's location. Another change since the fog had enveloped the cave. The compass stopped working. Will everything be okay once we find the portal? It won't necessarily be safe on the second floor, but we just need to reach the 4th floor. The Sky Tower is an independent layer. Once we get there, it will be possible to return safely to the city even amidst this turmoil. That really is the best option for us now. No, I meant, what if there are no defenses around the portal? What do you mean? Exactly that. If I were a strategist for Noark, I'd first eliminate the means to reach the second floor. That's true. But what then? We still have to try. Thanks to the phenomenon of dimensional instability, we're already on the very outskirts. If it turns out to be impossible to go to the second floor, what will you do then? Raven, who usually doesn't ask me so many questions, kept inquiring. Seeing her like this, it seems she is anxious too. Well, she probably needs someone to rely on. She is inexperienced in this area, after all. In that case, I'll do as you say and join the people from the city. I have no other choice. I said as calmly as I could. I don't know if it's really the best thing to do, but at least one of us has to. If that is clear, let's keep moving. Okay. It was while we were making our way towards the second floor. Finally, we're meeting people. Do you guys know what is going on? We encountered explorers. A team of 3 humans and 2 beast humans. Their equipment was similar to ours, if not better. Of course, no low-level explorers would be here at this time. If we joined forces, our strength would significantly increase. But there's something I need to verify first. Show your ID tags first, to see if they can be trusted. They're real. What else would it be? As soon as we met, we identified ourselves as city residents by the identification tags engraved on our wrists. And we naturally started talking. Normally, we would have gone our separate ways as soon as we verified the ID tags. But now, it's an emergency situation. Do you know anything? Not much. Just that something has been stirred up on the Noark side. Noark? Figures. Seeing the leader of the opposite team nod at my words, I narrowed my eyes. Don't you have any mages on your side? It was common knowledge that there were only a few mages on the Nork side, as you can see. However, the other side shrugged their shoulders confidently. We're a team aiming for public achievements. There is no need for a mage. Damn, that makes sense. During a speed run, mages rarely participate. They slow down the movement, and since mages don't earn experience in speed runs, they're just a burden. So we introduced ourselves. I'm Bjorn, son of Jandel. Just as I have a nickname, Little Balkan, if they have any renown, I might have heard their names. Hansen Kelders. Hansen? Oh, do you know me? Perhaps we have mutual acquaintances. That's unlikely. I shook my head. The feeling was ominous, but I had never heard the name before. So, what to do? While I was pondering, Hansen whispered something to his companion. Lethal Balkan? Ah, that barbarian from the tier Lord Battle. Someone among them recognized my nickname. Hansen's gaze became more friendly. So, you're the famous one? How about we move together? It doesn't seem like we're in a situation to continue exploring alone. Hansen's side was the first to propose joining forces. Could you give me a moment? A few minutes maybe. It's kind of risky to stay in one place for too long. After getting Hansen's agreement, I took a moment to discuss with my companions. ISNT, there's something called collective intelligence. It's possible that my teammates noticed something unusual that I missed. I'm not sure. It seems safer to have more people, but still, Bjorn, we should follow your lead. I think the same as Misha. The Melee sisters clearly indicated they would follow whatever decision I made. Mr. Bear was on the opposing side. Something feels wrong. With their level, their name should be known, and I've never heard of them. They may not be from the underground city, but they could be plunderers. This was concerning. Among us, Mr. Bear had the widest connections. Raven, what do you think? I don't see anything odd. Maybe we should just join them? Their ID tags look legit. That's what she says. I've been relying most on Raven, but now I might need to rethink. Is this her first time dealing with such a situation? Her mind doesn't seem to be working as usual. Focus on the people, not the ID tags. What do you mean by that? Raven understood the deeper meaning of my words. In this situation, relying solely on ID tags is foolish. There's a chance they could have forged them. There are two possibilities. They couldn't forge them, so they're desperately causing trouble. Or they did forge them and are boldly making moves because of it. I still don't know which it is. So I have to trust my instincts and make a decision like in Dungeon and Stone, where one wrong move means game over. I don't know. Please, make the decision, Mr. Jandel. Raven seemed confused, leaving all decisions to me. Why is her mental state this bad? Raven, snap out of it. Weren't you fine even when it was a hidden assassin next to us in the Sky Tower? That was different. Now if I make a mistake, others will suffer. That's what it was. I learned something new about Raven. Apparently, she can't make decisions when the stakes include responsibility for others. It's understandable. Someone could die because of her decision. Overcoming that burden and making a decision is not an easy task. This ISNT just a game. It's not about a character dying, and that's it. Damn it. Ultimately, the decision was up to me. As if that's anything new. What a headache. I sighed and looked over at Hansen's group, keeping some distance. If there had been a mage among them, or if they were a well-known explorer or from a famous clan, then maybe I would have trusted them a bit more easily. Neither is the case. Unfortunately, time was short. Have you made a decision? Yes. I finished my deliberation. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I'll have to decline your offer. Deciding against unnecessary risks was my final choice. Is that so? That's unfortunate. Surprisingly, Hansen nodded without showing displeasure. He seemed to understand what I was thinking. The cautious ones live the longest. Hope we meet again. What are you guys going to do? We're going to the second floor. I'm not sure if it's safe there, but it's better than here. I see. Maybe we'll meet in the city if we get the chance. What are you waiting for? Let's move. After a brief exchange, Hansen's group moved on, disappearing into the fog. Did I make the right choice? I forced a smile, as if to erase my doubts and anxiety. When have I ever known the outcome before making a decision? Let us get moving. We had no choice but to trust and proceed. About 5 minutes after parting ways with Hansen's group, we stumbled upon 5 corpses. They didn't belong to the Hansen group. Though stripped of their gear and left bare, identifying them wasn't a problem. They're knights. Knights? Yes. See the tattoo here on the back of the neck? It's the crest of the Tarutan family. To stamp such a crest on their bodies, it's almost like branding. It felt as though they were treated more like objects than people. Is that why? I couldn't help but feel bitter. Even knights are treated as expendable in this world, and to physically feel that was deeply unsettling. Not all noble families are like this. I turn away from Raven's defense and collect my thoughts. The bodies of a knight and 4 soldiers, and no signs of a struggle nearby. It meant only one thing. There's a monster around us. Yes, the wounds suggest they were all killed in one strike. The uniformity of the marks suggests it wasn't the work of many. Knights who wield aura are the ultimate warriors in single combat. They are the sword that protects the privileged in a world where magic and supernatural powers exist. And yet, they were killed without a chance. It really felt like we were in the eye of the storm. Knights who have probably spent their lives wielding swords and wielding immense authority, now reduced to mere extras in death. No, they were still dying, just like in the No-Arc subjugation a few months back. When did they die? About 20 minutes ago. So, Not too close by then. A positive clue, yet it was too early to relax. Anything could happen now. Are they really planning a war? Mr. Bear muttered, furrowing his brow. Seeing the knight's body made the current situation viscerally real. After all, we hadn't fought anyone yet. I said firmly. They aren't planning it, admin. We are already in a war. We were fortunate to be on the very outskirts. So far, we hadn't directly experienced the repercussions. Well, that was likely only a matter of time. What should we do? At Raven's question, I sighed again. I've lost count of how many times I've faced such decisions since coming to the first floor. We were once again at a crossroads of decision. There's only a portal this way. You don't have to explain. Whoever killed this knight must have gone that way. The only escape route I had deduced was the second floor portal. A monster was lurking there, but turning back was equally grim. The battle that started at the core would soon envelop the entire first floor. Fuck, we weren't supposed to come down to the first floor. Regrets were inevitable. Who would have thought such a trivial choice would land me in such a messed up situation? It felt like the cruel world was testing me. Whatever choice you make is fine, but the responsibility is all yours. Unwittingly, my gaze shifted to my companions. Misha, Einar, Raven, Mr. Bear. They were all looking at me, as if the choice was mine to make. Let us go back. I made the decision. Whoever was ahead, I didn't know. It could be a member of the Orcules, for all I knew. Such formidable opponents were rare, even among No Heart's ranks. As I was about to turn back, are you really just going to turn back like this? A voice came from beyond the fog. Thud. The sound of footsteps followed. Swoosh. Immediately, Raven dispersed the fog with a gust of wind. Revealed was a man dressed simply in a black outfit. He wore a skull mask on his face. What kind of barbarian are you, running away like that? My body stiffened at the voice. It was a voice I'd never heard before. That much was clear. But, it was somehow familiar. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 209. They just have similar laughs. In such a vast world, wouldn't there be at least one person with similar habits? I hadn't even considered that possibility. The moment I felt deja vu, I accepted the reality. The clown, one of the watchers of the round table, and among them, the one who seemed to know the most and had the best skills. That's who he was. I had guessed he was from Nork, but to meet him like this. I met the clown I'd been wondering about. However, I don't feel happy at all. On the contrary, this is bad. What should I do? He looks incredibly strong at a glance. I discarded that fleeting weak thought. Doing so would be admitting that I am an evil spirit. The clown respects the lion mask. Not some worthless barbarian like me. The moment my identity is revealed, the clown would lose interest and become angry. So, I shouted, prepare for battle. A frontal assault. If I can just overcome fear, it could always be the best solution at any moment. Now that it's more like a barbarian, he seemed to enjoy this change in me. Maybe this snapped her back to reality? Raven immediately began chanting a spell. Derbatimians. It's team voice magic. Since we're facing a human, not a monster, she thought to activate this right after hearing the call for battle. TSK. How boring. The clown, deprived of his entertaining content, seemed displeased. Not that it's my concern. Everyone fall back. With that swift order, I used gigantification to block the passage. That's the advantage of the first floor crystal cave. Although each passage differs. Click. Most are narrow. Narrow enough to be blocked by a single gigantic barbarian. Vehel Reaoia. Shaking off the fear, I call upon the name of our ancestral spirit. Then, raising my shield just enough not to obstruct my view, I focus all my attention on his movements. Thump thump. My warrior heart begins to beat at just the right pace. Hot blood surges through, infusing my body with vitality. At least I won't die a bland death. Mr. Jandel, we can't attack if you do this. I firmly dismiss the mage's concern. Don't. What? He has an unknown. We need to find out what abilities he has first. Don't act until then. In battle, information is key. How various abilities and items are combined, and the concept around which the character's class is built. Without knowing that, it's hard to respond correctly. But, he's a monster who killed a knight. And you want to figure this out alone? What else is there to do? This is the most efficient way. I am a tank. That means I can take unknown hits and still hold up. But he can't. A hit he isn't prepared for could mean instant game over. It's no fun if I can't understand what you're saying. Before we could further strategize, the clown with a cold voice stretched out his hand. Somehow, a weapon was already in his grip. Mithrilgene, a dagger emitting a pale blue light. As his soft voice echoed, the clown's figure disappeared from view. I didn't miss him for long. After all, it's just a straight passage. Trying to play with visibility. Lowering my shield slightly, I saw the clown make his move from the now visible angle. My extensive combat experience allowed me to quickly locate the target. The thigh. In battle, everything leads to information. The days of swinging a weapon without thought are long gone. Every movement has a basis and intent. So, why aim for the thigh? Perhaps he's an assassin class. Given the compatibility issue, he must have found it a pain to penetrate the shield. After all, the first thing I upgraded with the money I saved after paying off my debts for 6 months was the shield. If he had any brains, he'd have realized as soon as he saw it. A large shield made from tier 4 lunar metal. It's strong enough to withstand an arc steel sort of few times. That means, click, it's impossible to pierce with a tier 5 mithril weapon. Not content with just blocking it with my shield, I thrust my arm with power. Without much resistance, the opponent's body was pushed back. I registered another piece of information in my mind. Well, it's obvious. His strength is below mine. The idea that this might actually work begins to take hold. Maybe not 6 months ago. Since then, I've made significant improvements starting with my equipment. It seems he's not Dragon Slayer level. Well, I guess he hasn't shown all his cards yet. I kept my guard up, watching the clown as he stepped back. Though I blocked the first attack, allowing even one hit could be dangerous. After all, he boldly said die. That's not something you say while targeting the thigh. So, it must be poison then. It's highly likely that his weapon is coated with poison. His abilities might also be related to poison. However, since nothing has been confirmed yet, I kept all possibilities open. It seems like it's about time to use it. So far, we've only exchanged physical blows once. And since that was blocked, maybe it was time to use a skill? I wanted to save my MP if possible. He let out a wry laugh, regardless of his usual exaggerated way of speaking. Mr. Jandel, that person is an evil spirit. MP, this crazy guy isn't even trying to hide that he's a player. Is this typical of those from Nork? Well, having already made enemies with the royal family, there's no need to hide being an evil spirit. No, wait. If he is an evil spirit, then maybe. At that, my body involuntarily flinched. I realized what Raven must be thinking. A native of Nork, with the skills to kill a knight alone. The most infamous player in this city. The corpse collector? Raven muttered the name in a daze. Kaya. I quickly turned to check behind me. I bet Necrophyto has cast Puppeteer Da. The bodies of a knight and soldiers that had been sprawled out behind suddenly rose, lunging toward Raven. Fuck, it's real. There was no more denying it. The character concept of the corpse collector is well known. It was a job I had played a few times myself. Specialized in curses and summoning, with a significant emphasis on agility stats to compensate for its weakness in close combat. Agile Poison Necromancer. That was the class of my opponent now. I thought he was an assassin, given his all-like weapon. A necromancer. That was a clear miscalculation. He was just sizing me up with a basic attack. His real specialty was something else. He didn't just happen to be nearby. He came looking for us. Knowing his identity, everything around me began to look different. He likely left the bodies deliberately. The reason is simple. If he leaves them like discarded bodies, he can use them like CCTV cameras. At this point, what does it matter? I don't need to gather information by fighting anymore. I decided to focus on the positive. Having gathered information about the Dragon Slayer and the Corpse Collector after our battle in Orcules, I knew quite a bit about him. There are a total of 6 known essences. Of course, there could be 3 unknown essences, and considering his infamy, they could spell disaster for us. But at least I've confirmed his class. Everyone, don't fight. Fall back. I quickly issued the order. Normally, in a fight against a summoner, the standard tactic is to take out the summons first. Don't fight? Rave asked, confused. Yes, creating distance is the priority. Each of the poison necromancer's summons is akin to a suicide bomb. Creating distance is a basic strategy. Uru, come here. Yes. That was the moment when Einar was preparing to retreat with Raven. Flash. A gray light burst from the cracks of his mask. I bet Necrophyto has cast Stone S. Cursta. I immediately felt the numbness spreading from my feet. I knew instantly what skill it was. The essence of a grade 4 monster, Medusa. Thud. Was he aiming to kill me first as he rushed at me again with his dagger drawn? It was certainly a devious skill. The absence of combat traces around here must be because of this skill. Even for a knight, resisting a level 4 essence would have been tough. A typical knight is usually around rank 5. Magic resistance would be hard to come by. Well, not for me. Manicore's passive skill, Inheritance. Over the past 6 months, I've filled all 200 of his passive S stats with magical resistance. Normally, other stats would increase as well, but there's a trick to increasing magic resistance alone. Anyway, as a result, Bethel Reiwa, my battle cry has evolved to replace the indomitable skill. The character's magic resistance score is over 400. Immortal Engraving Stage 2 gives plus 20. From Ogre Essence, plus 80. From Manticore Passive Skill, Inheritance, plus 200. With the increase in magical resistance from Gigantification and Wild Burst being about 40, plus a 20% additional boost from Earth Dragon's Blessing. A suppression immunity effect is granted to the character. Temporarily exceeding 400 in magic resistance, I became immune to suppression-type skills. The status ailment Stone-S Curse has been dispelled. As the paralysis that began at my feet dissipated instantly, I charged forward with my shield. The opponent seemed flustered. Well, should I say he was confused? Immune to suppression? How much have you invested in magic resistance? Extreme praise. After all, the only reason I spent the money on the Manticore Essence was for the magical resistance. Forget about other remaining stats. The plus 200 to magic resistance alone could carry me through the endgame. But damn, he is really fast. I charged like a tank, but true to his agile poison necromancer nature, he easily widened the distance. That is the tricky part about these guys. Summoners are vulnerable in their physical form, but catching them is seriously tough. At least he's not an assassin. Raven, freeze the corpses. What? Oh yes. An admin, when I give the signal, hit him hard with something big. Create a chance to escape. Escape? Is that even possible? Well, it's a 50-50 chance. But we have to try. The chances are much higher than winning by fighting. I'll need to pour everything into one shot. Understood? Fortunately, Mr. Bear readily complied with the order. He must have sensed the gravity of facing the corpse collector. The odds of winning were slim, and even then, it would likely require sacrifices. Of all things, the corpse collector. He's among the top ranks in Orcules. Definitely ranked higher than the Dragon Slayer. But now might be our chance. Necromancers are not particularly good at pursuit due to their job characteristics. Moreover, he seemed to be conserving resources. He want to minimize waste until the labyrinth closes. With these thoughts, I backstepped quickly. Swoosh! I felt the chill from behind. It seemed Raven used a freezing spell on the corpses. It's frozen. Okay, confirmation done. Admin. Just say when. Mr. Bear was ready too. I quietly signaled the ambush, then made a request to Raven. Raven, turn off the voice control magic. What? Do it now. It's off. As soon as the team voice magic was deactivated, I called out to him. Hey. He looked at me with a curious gaze. Do you know the 2 ways to make someone angry? Well, I've never heard of them. Typical of foreigners. I knew he wouldn't know. The first is to start talking and then stop. Interesting. And the second? The clown nodded as if he understood. That is, I trailed off as I deactivated Gigantification. And at that moment, Admin Urukfried has cast Strengthen. Admin Urukfried has cast Hazard. TL/N. Admin Urukfried is changed to Admin Urukfried for translation accuracy. Mr. Bear's skills concentrated into one explosive shot that flew across the widened passage. Boom! The cave shook as if from an earthquake. Flames rose swiftly, blocking the other side. As flames shot up and blocked the other side, I yelled more passionately than ever. What are you doing? Run now! Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 210. In an instant, a thick layer of bone covered his entire body. I bet Necropedo has cast bone armor. The man smirked as he stared straight ahead. The fire on the bones was quickly extinguished, but the flames that remained in the passage formed a wall, blocking the way. I didn't expect him to run. Should I follow? As he contemplated chasing through the blazing flames, the man decided to let it go. Ways to infuriate someone. He wasn't curious about the second method, but, Captain, it's the corpse of a knight. So they VE tampered with this place too. Everyone be on alert from now on. There is definitely an enemy nearby. About 20 explorers emerged from another corridor connected to the second floor portal. They seemed to be a small clan, wearing uniforms with the same emblem. TSK. The man clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and moved on. His task in this operation was to block those escaping through the second floor portal. Originally, it was a mission meant for the Dragon Slayer. As always, that snake-eyed bastard is no help. No help at all. Had that guy recovered in time, he could have been unleashing his specialty, mass slaughter, at the core as planned. Well, let them handle the one who escaped. After all, there was no need to chase and kill someone who had already fled. Just thinking about it was already a hassle. All he needed to do was his own job. With that mindset, he was heading towards the second floor portal. Zing. A message stone vibrated in his pocket. Necropedo, how is the situation there? Did you arrive at the target location well? Oh, Vice Captain. Don't worry. I arrived quite a while ago, and I've sealed the place tight, so not even a rat can escape. Sit. He spoke confidently, but the response came after a long pause. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even a response. What else with that tone? And what else with that weird laugh? Strange laugh? Initially, the man tilted his head in confusion, but soon realized the meaning behind the words and chuckled. Ah, just a habit, Vice Captain. Don't worry about it. A habit? Yeah, it comes out when I wear the mask. I don't understand what you're talking about. Anyway, if anything unusual happens, contact me immediately. With that, the communication ended. The man tapped the skull mask he had received as part of his supplies with his forefinger. Suddenly, he thought of the members of the round table. At least the fox mask and goblin must have entered by now. Indeed, how many would actually survive to attend the next assembly? He was already looking forward to it. He was running with all his might, anxiously, fearing that the enemy might be chasing after him. Pant, pant. It was over 10 minutes into his sprint down the corridor. Did I shake him off? Mr. Bear murmured to himself. Though it sounded like a cliché line that usually spells trouble, he didn't comment on it. I was thinking along similar lines. It's not exactly that we shook him off, more like he chose not to follow. Regardless, it was clear we had a moment to breathe. Let us slow down now. Not going to run anymore? We need to be cautious of more than just him. Where we are now is a misty crystal cave. Increasing speed too much could make it difficult to react appropriately to unexpected dangers. The whole first floor might as well have been a minefield. Bjorn, wouldn't he have been right to fight? Huh? What do you mean, Einar? Corpse collector. It was an opportunity to make your name more renowned, and you ran away from that. Right, she had been unusually quiet. That must have been bothering her. She tends to idolize me like some ancient barbarian hero. An opportunity for glory, as she saw it. I'm just thankful no one got hurt. A necromancer's true worth begins when pulling corpses from subspace. Also, the corpse collector has a signature item that built his reputation, much like the Dragon Slayer's sword. If he had pulled that out, some of us would surely have died or been seriously injured. But, Einar, don't force it. Before I could even speak, Misha sharply rebuked her, and Einar shrank back. I'm fine. I can understand it as an adult. But how? How do you explain this to the young warriors? Ah, so that was the real issue. Einar always talks about our adventures together at the sanctuary, almost deifying them to the point of embarrassment, but I had left her be because it boosted my support within the tribe. Just make something up? No, a warrior does not lie. Stop talking back, will you? When Misha sternly rebuked him, Einar clamped her mouth shut. Her drooping shoulders somehow pained my heart. A barbarian is supposed to be always bold and charming. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke up. Einar, we haven't run away. Huh? He ran away from us. A typical barbarian style, mental victory. What? What do you mean? Don't make fun, I'm not that dumb. I didn't know that. I continued seriously. I'm not joking. Einar, a wise warrior knows how to choose their battles. We retreated to position ourselves better. Realizing this, he fled. Einar furrowed her brow as if in deep thought, then cautiously asked, Is that really true? Seemingly convinced by my affirmation, Einar's spirits brightened. Mr. Jandel. Yes, do you have something to say? No, it's just a leader should indeed be someone like this. Raven, casting me a strange look, seemed impressed by how I consoled the disheartened Einar. Let's keep moving. Ending the small talk, we continued down the corridor with caution, keeping an eye on our surroundings. Our destination was the center of the first floor. Judging by the time, it was probably a whirlwind of chaos right there. Wouldn't it be better to break through another portal? It wouldn't make much of a difference. I had decisively ruled out the option of heading to the second floor. After all, wasn't he the collector of corpses firmly blocking the path to the goblin forest? He's probably trying to block the portal. If my guess was right, other formidable opponents were likely guarding the other portals as well. Then I'll trust your judgment, Mr. Jandel. You have a good instinct for these things. How long have we been pushing through the mist when suddenly, clank, clank, about 10 individuals appeared from the front. By the time we sensed each other, we were already within sight. Fortunately, they seemed not to be foes. Knights. Each one donned knightly armor, and the crests of their respective houses were emblazoned on them. Well, if they were intent on disguising themselves, they could have done so. Explorer, show your ID by raising your wrist. From his arrogant tone, he seemed to be the real deal. Following his order, I showed my ID bracelet and asked, Does this ID really matter in this situation? The information I was most curious about. The knight briefly replied, To some extent. I'd like to hear more. Some have used our IDs to launch surprise attacks. We've suffered quite a bit because of it. I see. If your curiosity is satisfied, lower your weapons and stand against the wall. Stay there until we pass. Following the imposing demand, I complied. The atmosphere was truly intense. Given how drenched in blood all the knights were, it made me wonder just how many battles they had fought to get here. Still, I needed to ask more. Can you tell us exactly what the situation is? That's a suspicious question. We went straight to the second floor at the start, so we don't have information about the inside. The knight halted and scrutinized me, assessing whether my words were true. His discomfiting gaze made me question if I should have spoken up. Hello, I am a Liver Raven, a mage affiliated with the Altemian school. Raven stepped forward to introduce himself. If you doubt our identity, I can demonstrate with magic. Stop, don't come any closer. Unless you want to die. But do you think Norch has no mages? The knight's voice filled with menace silenced Raven. A heavy silence soon enveloped the area. Sir Garfizzle, these are not Norch agents, so you need not worry about that. A knight from the back intervened, turning the situation around. How can you guarantee that? He's a well-known explorer. This one? The leading knight looked at me, tilting his head, a gesture I mirrored. Do you know me? Of course I do. In response to my question, the knight lifted the front of his helmet. A familiar face appeared. That's right, his name was Carl Erimor. I am honored that you remember me. It's been a long time. Carl Erimor, a knight from Baron Martoin family, although he had been only an apprentice back then. An uncommon explorer, we had gotten along quite well. To think I would see him here again. So, who is this one? His name is Bjorn Jandel, better known in the city by the nickname Little Balkan. As my identity was confirmed through my connection with Carl, the knight's expression softened somewhat. Little Balkan, I have heard that name in passing. Aren't you called the Night Crusher in social circles? His look was not exactly friendly, but at least the suspicion that we were enemies had dissipated, which was definitely an improvement from before. So, can you tell me what the situation is now? The knight briefly explained the situation. As soon as they entered the labyrinth, explorers from the Norark side attacked them from various directions. Some of these attackers even had ID badges, so the initial damage was significant. After the fog appeared, they regrouped in the dark zone in the center, protecting the explorers while reorganizing their ranks. By the central dark zone, do you mean the place with the monument? Yes, head there. If you can make it, you should be safe. It was good news amid our conversation. I grabbed the departing knight to ask cautiously, are you headed towards a portal? Why do you want to know? Well, he was prickly. Because we just came from there. That's interesting. I shared with the knight the information we had, as they were effectively on the same side as us. We couldn't just leave them to die. The corpse collector is near the portal. So if you see any bodies in the corridors, be wary. It means he has spotted you too. Surprisingly, the knight listened attentively and nodded without objection. In times of war, every piece of information is valuable. Corpse collector, thanks for telling me. Remarkably, the knight even expressed his gratitude and handed me a ring. If any knight doubts you, show them this ring and mention my name. It should verify your identity. I'll use it well. Then we must be off, as there is no time to waste. After quickly receiving the ring, the knight led his group and disappeared into the mist. His departure didn't feel as irritating as before. It turned out he was a decent fellow after all. It doesn't seem to have size adjustment magic. Attempting to fit the ring on my pinky, I finally gave up and handed it to Misha. Me? You want me to wear it? It doesn't fit me. Well, if there is no choice. Misha timidly extended her left hand towards me. What? She wants me to put it on for her. Ahem. I flipped her hand so the back was facing down and placed the ring on it. You put it on. Geez, don't be shy. What is she talking about? After meeting with the knights, we picked up our pace. As we moved away from the outskirts and closer to the center, the smell of blood grew stronger. Here too. Stop looking and keep moving. Every few minutes, regardless of where we went, there were bodies. Almost all of them were stripped bare. Even in this chaos, it seemed everything valuable was taken. Well, it was mutual, so I couldn't really complain. Mr. Jandel, it's an ambush. We had faced quite a few battles on our way here. This must be the 9th or so. On one occasion, I had checked for ID tags and turned around only to be suddenly attacked, and on all the other occasions, they drew their weapons as soon as we met. Most of them were the same rank as us, but yet we hadn't faced any major issues so far. Bethel Raya. On average, we were quite strong. We had grown to the point of eyeing the 6th floor, and since we didn't have a professional scout, our combat capability was high. Bjorn, what about the 2 who ran away? Leave them. We don't have time to chase. Just grab their gear and move on. As the journey prolonged, more and more equipment piled up in the subspace. It felt like we had entered a dungeon designed for endless PK. I didn't expect to feel this kind of thrill on the 1st floor. Slowly, a sense of unease grew. We had been progressing without major setbacks so far, but how long could this last? Bjorn, don't worry. We're almost there. I tried to mask the anxiety and continued to lead the team. How much time had passed? Stop. At a crossroads diverging into multiple paths, we encountered a group of unfamiliar explorers. There were about 30 of them. They seemed to be resting after a tough battle, but as soon as they saw us, they became alert and drew their weapons. Thump! My heart raced wildly. If these folks were from Norark, we were practically doomed. Me? Mister? Just then a familiar voice called out.